It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello? Who's this?
I'm Shroud. Who are you?
No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you? Wait a minute. That's my old room. You're me from the past?
Wait. You're future me?
Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you could help me with it.
We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jacky 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow.
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look at this car. Look at it,
bro.
We did it, dude. This is
That's
crazy.
insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys.
It's done. I can't wait to show you this next
Okay,
part. It's gonna be
all I need to do now is enter the code pass me, gave me. I really hope this works.
The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I forgot to. I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
They're still singing. Amazing. I found many people only here at 8 a.m. like in the park. Oh. Grandpas, grandmothers singing for like 2 hours in a row. It's like literally amazing. Yeah, I feel like definitely it's a vibe. China feels great. It's very interesting. It's absolutely different. I was checking the population of the city and I was like, oh well, there are gonna be like thousands of people everywhere, anytime.
How is it playing with Longska? He's a good teammate?
他是一个很好的队友，也是一个很有趣的队友。
I remember at PGS 1, I met Longska and he goes, Tickleton, and he flexes his pecs. Strong.
Em thấy anh ấy rất là kiểu là một người rất là bắn rất là hay, rất là tốt á. Và nó còn hơi yếu đối với em thôi. Team châu Á thì em nghĩ có team KDF, Quang Đông Fit á. Team họ khá là mạnh tại vì team họ là nhà vô địch của Hàn Quốc.
Wow. What is this?
这个是中国的粽子，
Oh, it tastes like tea.
包子。
Ah, Belgium.
I just know
大包。
打包。
耶
Yeah.
Why? Like cold?
可以给你们一些中国的
Oh.
耶
Oh my god.
Oh
中国
wow.
的钢毛笔。
See.
My girlfriend will like this.
这就他们三个了。
Oh no. Cánh nó.
He'll do that with it.
Thanks, bro.
代表中国文化吧。我给你们三个一个东西。
What is this? Not now. I mean painting.
Em nghĩ trong đây sẽ là một bức ảnh của idol của em, tên tên.
No.
I mean it's China. Like how could I know? Like everything possible.
很有趣。
What is this? What does it mean? Like waiting? What is this?
寓意魔约，爱相约。自己的身高、年纪、体重，
Của em.
然后还有工作这些。
PUBG.
Có gì nữa?
You can win the last time he held a pen was in a bar.
等一下会带你们去一个很有意思的地方，你们猜猜那边会做什么？会有很多人聚在一起。
Oh, like Tai Chi, yeah. Okay, woman's off. I am looking for a girlfriend. Good. Okay. Nice.
You're pretty.
Let's go. I like this one.
这些人就是在这里寻找自己的爱情吧，你们自己来找。随便问一个嘛，随便问一个我会害羞的呀。好好找对象嘛。
Good. It's good. Yes.
他好在我们国内找对象吗？好，腔调不要好，啥呀？腔调好的，身材好，有精神啊。
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Okay. 漂亮. Okay.
漂亮，
Is that beautiful? Okay.
I would say, I mean, I'm very happy to stay here because it feels like amazing to talk to the best players around, like from other different regions. Amazing. Thank you for organizers to like invite us here.
No, it might be friendly now, but once the game starts,
PGS 3，一起加油吧！
Fighting.
耶，fighting！
Fighting. 加油！
兄弟，
안녕하세요,兄弟.
兄弟们，兄弟。
My friend. Oh, yo, hey, good to see you. Hello, yo, good to see you. Hey, James, let's go. I don't know. Okay, guys, welcome to Shanghai. Okay, let's go, guys. 冲！ Oh yeah. Beautiful. Go! Oh, pop, давай. Hey, look who's at that UAC. I see someone landing at that UAC empty compound. Bye, guys. Hey, bro. Ah, no. Thank you, bro. Whoa. Thank you, bro. Bye, everyone. I'm going. Oh. All right. Push up. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hop up, bro. Easy, bro. Easy. Whoosh. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna win, guys. Go. Chum. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win with the car. Oh.
One grenade. Oh, 2 grenades. Let's go.
We're gonna win, Starlord. Yeah. Wait, let me check for grenade. Nice, I found 2 grenades.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Good teammate. Yeah.
GG, bro. Good karma.
2-on-1, everyone.
We're going together. I got. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, Starlord.
GG, my friend.
Go into the pile. Boom. Let's go. Let's go, Starlord. Let's go.
We go to finish line.
Let's go. Hey, congrats, bro. Let's go.
For me, I like the Erangel Classic better because of all the houses are cleaner. I like the way the grass and the trees look and the way the guns feel.
우선 저는 5년 전으로 돌아간 느낌이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 살짝. 왜냐면 너무 오랜만에 봤던 것들이기도 하고 하니까 좀 추억을 되새김할 수 있었던 그런 경험이었던 것 같아요.
It gives me like a really good vibe, and it's just really fun to play again.
对于我来说的话，其实就是特别怀念，然后在进入某些特定的一些房型的时候，真的是让我感觉到满满都是回忆。
우선 저의 첫 이 배그의 지금은 11개 클래식 이 맵에서의 첫 느낌이 저는 좀 이제 흔히 말하는 캠핑러, 좀 이제 쫄아 있는 플레이어에서 시작을 했었고 이 재미를
My first day of PUBG was playing with a friend of mine, and we won our first game in duos. We got an 8-kill chicken dinner.
我第一次玩 PUBG， 其实就是感觉这个游戏非常的紧张刺激，让我充满了那种赢得这场游戏的那种快感啊，所以说我感觉当时真的是也是玩得非常开心，就是紧张刺激。
I like the old one more just because of the bridges. I really miss like the old bridges, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to the new players, have fun, and to the old players, good luck.
환영합니다. 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 뉴비분들은 들어오면서 무서워하지 말았으면 좋겠어요. 아직 착한 사람들도 많고 무서운 사람도 있긴 있는데 최대한 도망가면서 게임을 클린하게 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠습니다.
我想对新玩家说一句话，趁现在赶紧回来玩 PUBG， 可以让你回到17年的夏天。
Yeah, lots of studying, lots of watching games of really good teams, like PCL teams. They're really good. So watched heaps of those games. Had some team talks. We'll probably do more review as a team. I think that we have a really good roster, and like we've been working really hard. I think we can win, but our goal is to just be competitive, make sure that we solidify ourselves as the best American.
感觉办在自己国家是很开心吧，还好在哪打都一样，就进决赛就是胜利。
Yeah, it's first time in China. It feels pretty good. I like to always visit new countries, and China was always in my bucket list because it's pretty important in PUBG. Finally, I'm here in Shanghai. I'm glad to be here. We did a lot of team preparation. We studied a lot of teams, practiced as a team. Always ready, boys.
这么多些年能在中国办一场 PUBG 的比赛还是挺不容易的。
然后你这种老将重回赛场有什么感觉吗？
确实会感觉心里边会有点不一样，因为真的我也是有个一年多没打了吧，算是，啊，突然一下上场还是感觉会有那种紧张刺激的感觉。
근데 이번에 상하이에 처음 오기도 하고 상하이에서 경기를 처음 하는 거예요.
처음 오신다면 한국에는 가장 중요한 자질은 무엇인가요?
승부욕이라고 생각해요. 그냥 승부욕이 없으면 아무래도 경쟁을 하는 그 직업이다 보니까 승부욕이 없으면 제대로 할 수 없다고 생각을 해서.
ครั้งแรกครับก็ได้เปิดหูเปิดตาดีครับก็อากาศที่นี่เย็นด้วยครับกำลังพอดีเลยครับก็รู้สึกเฉยๆครับเพราะว่าแต่ละรอบก็เหมือนกันหมดครับก็แต่ชอบสนามที่นี่สวยดีครับผมคิดว่านักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตควรมีสภาพจิตใจกับสภาพร่างกายที่เข้มแข็งแล้วก็ฝีมือของตัวเองครับทำให้มีเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ที่ดีครับก็ไม่ได้หวังแชมป์ครับแต่ขอ MVP ครับ
İlk kez Çayır'a geldik. Çok farklı bir ülke. Ülkemize göre garip hissediyoruz yani buradaki. Yani e-sporcular için de en önemli özellik çalışkan olması ve kendini geliştirmeye açık olması. Bu iki özellik varsa zaten oyuncu kendini geliştirerek üst seviyeye çıkacaktır.
You got to do something. Here is Sonic's blue was on them. Wait to try to see that. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play. Yeah. Guangdong is just trying to get rid of heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left making sure that those two knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. One knock, two knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. Past 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into phase. Zepion going to spot long skirt, and Bex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap on to December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Down to a 3v1, Himaz, can he do something special here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time.
So
Looking
exposed.
the other direction, spots the first one, takes down, kicks down in this game now, swaps on over to the MK, peaks on board, can't connect it, but he wins it! In the end, Himaz reigns supreme! conclude before our grand finals, as we had our group stage 1 day off, and now we find ourselves in that grand final. 64 players are going to have to get boots on the ground here, as high-octane strategical action is about to go down to find out who is going to be our champion. Once the dust has settled, once that smell of gunpowder is gone from the air, one of them will become our champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Avenger. Are you ready? Have I got you hyped sufficiently?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't expect the gunpowder though. It's not all the time that we have gunpowder, but I guess mortars, Panzerfaust a little bit. It does add a little bit of it. But yeah, super excited to get the final started here. Our first global event of the year here. And yeah, we have some absolute bangers coming for you. Of course, we have some teams that are extremely competitive at the moment, and we have some teams that are lagging behind with the right mindset. They maybe could take it away as well.
The top 16 looking unbelievable to say the least here, especially I would say our top 4-5 teams looking fantastic throughout that group stage, looking nigh on ungodly in some of the performances that we were able to see it through. And of course, I'd be remiss if we didn't kind of talk about some of those teams at the top. You can already hear them in the background as well, getting very much good to go. But we'll get down to the nitty-gritty in just a second. Before we do that, a huge thank you to our sponsors coming along for the ride. We have got Crafton, of course, here. All the events going on from PUBG and the game itself. Thank you to them. We've got VSPO for producing the games as time goes on throughout this tournament and throughout things that are coming up. We also have Andersey, who's giving us support here at the desk, here on the stage, over there at the casting desk. It is fantastic. And then we finally have Zowie here joining us with the 2548X gaming monitors, giving all of these players the right eyes to be able to see the prize, Avenger.
The right hertz. The 102,000 million. Oh, it's 240 hertz.
That's a lot of hertz.
They have the new one though as well. We saw some sponsors, some ads coming up. The 360 ones. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm loving some high hertz as well.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. So let's talk about it. I mean,
Yes.
Of course, we've got lots of teams to talk about. I'm just going to go straight at it here. We have got a wealth of teams. Some that surprised me, I will say. Teams like Valitai, E-Arena being able to get it done. We, of course, went through that group stage in 3 days. Yesterday, we had a day off, and now we find ourselves in the final stage. Important thing to know, as always here, Avenger, is that there was no last chance stage.
Yeah.
It was a brutal format for these teams to get to the final.
Yeah, no double elimination, no extra chance, no nothing. Straight to the top 16, and yeah, of course, could have benefited some teams, but usually we see them when they're in the group stage, when they're in, like, if you are coming into that stage, it's like, and you're extremely hot, that is usually also the teams that are doing extremely well at our grand finals, of course, yeah. But yeah, I should say here, just pointing out with the format, straight for the top 16, only 1 day off yesterday here for a little bit of media, a little extra shoots here, some interesting content being thrown in there. We're going to see that once we get through things here. The 16 teams on your screen, of course, is going to be our finals after 18 games of play, James. Very exciting things.
China have found themselves with a lot of representation. 4 out of the teams will be from China here. Not too much surprise that we eventually got them all, but kind of surprising to me where they ended. If you think about Petrichor, if you think about 17, Weibo, only barely qualified for the opportunity to strike out of the prize pool, which will be, of course, $300,000 in total, $100,000 for first place, and then we go down from there, guaranteed at least $5,000 for getting to the final. That's not too shabby.
No, it's not too shabby at all. Of course, the usual point system as we know it in the bottom right here. If you want to update yourself a little bit, 10 points for the win and 1 point per kill and so forth. Also, we are playing for the PGS points. The first one here, we have 4 for the year. It's 300 if you win, and you had to get to the finals to get just 10 of them.
Correct.
So our bottom 8 teams that got eliminated from the group stage, they're not getting any. And here they are going to be gathering those spots. And it's 8 spots total for PGC this year that is coming for our PGS series. And of course, the participating teams blended up in our different regions and the GPT teams.
Getting your foot in the door, at least for the grand finals, to get those points on the board. If you think about our previous years, the difference between 10, 20 points and things like that could have quite easily been the difference between you going to PGC and you not going to PGC. So even if you get 16th here, 10 points could be a difference maker down the line with our 4 PGSs.
It could for sure. And the final stage here, any surprises for you? Like we have, for me personally, Valitai and Jinlo is very, very impressive to see them coming into the finals. I'm excited to see what they can do here.
No, the cool thing about Valitai was they were so consistent, and I think alongside E-Arena as well, these two teams have been able to represent their region well, per se, for all of this. But let's take a look at our first matches, which are going to be on Miramar. Here are the top 3 performers, and it actually, as much as I'm not too much surprised by Twisted Minds and New Happy being up there, GNL at the very end was able to really kind of step things up and get themselves on the board on Miramar.
Yeah, very impressed with GNL and what they're able to come in here as a very inexperienced team in terms of the global stages here. And of course, highlights here from them. They're able to clutch things out.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here because this was all important for them. If you think about where they actually ended up in the overall standings, I think that Miramar was instrumental in their campaign, right? They were kind of middling in the table overall, 8th place with 74 points. And then from there were a few teams really encroaching at them when it came to it. And you go down to the final game as well, where yes, they'd already qualified, but they really stamped and solidified themselves as a strong Miramar team that people have got to be a bit careful of.
Yeah, for sure. And Roy, especially, very like a standout player. Very impressive with what he's been able to do, both with his AR, with the PMRs, and coming out for that. So yeah, good to see here on Miramar. It's general overall as a team. I'm not having top 4, top 5 expectations from them, but I definitely think they could stay within inside the top 10.
They could easily get themselves a boatload of PGS points, right?
For sure.
Aside from some kind of cash to win things out as well. New Happy, we expected them to come in pretty strong in the overall tournament, and they certainly did. But let's take a look at Twisted Minds here on the backside of this, because usually when it comes to group stages, Avenger, they have a hard time, and then they go to last chance, and then they're able to do well there, and then really get their stride into their stride. However, there was no last chance, and oh boy, did they prove that they can hang in the group stages.
Yeah, they didn't need any last chance.
No,
they go in straight up. 125 points for 2 days of play. If they keep that average up, they will blow the record of most points in a PGS final. Blow it out of the water.
Yeah.
So very impressive to see that. Of course, we are playing fantasy teams as well, James, and it's going to be an interesting one here because, of course, there's no changes from day to day. We have a little bit, but it is going to be 18 games, and it is the damage farmers and the winners that are the teams that are going to be staying alive with players in the fantasy. That's going to have a huge difference on that. Of course, we're also giving some G coins away for this.
Are you saying that because it was hard to pick the team today?
No. It was hard.
Quite hard to pick the team today.
I would say for the first 2 days of fantasy, it was very interesting. And here is our team, and a lot of pick players here. A lot of them went for the him-ass, you and I here specifically, but our casters went the example Ming Summer Road. A lot of Alo, a lot of TSM here, some Tycon, and I would say it's an interesting take. Either you go with we believe him-ass is going to go all the way through. Actually, he was 35,000. I went with the Example as well. The prices are not correct because Example was not 20,000 anymore. He was 29,000.
These are not the ranks as well, right? You are not ahead.
No, there's no points. It's just this is our prices.
Oh,
the players are right, but the prices for the finals are not right. So Sparking was 20,000, Fierce was 14,600, Himas was 35, Example was 28 or 29. So the price is not correct, but the players were right to whom we picked. The most picked player, even though he went up $9,000 almost, he's still the most picked player here with 9.3. I think his points per prize in terms of what he's going to contribute is always going to be good. And also he's always such a damage and kill farmer.
People trusting in the world champion, or a previous world champion, I should say. An example now he's on Twisted Minds. It does feel like that for Twisted Minds, of course, been constantly on the cusp of greatness for a second place, but not been able to attain a title internationally just yet. Maybe with example.
Yeah, and I saw it looked like there was 2.8% that still had Soul in their team. Just a reminder here, go check your fantasy team and update it. Because Soul, he did not make it with D+. They got cut out in 17th place with 51 points only.
You're definitely wasting a lot of dollary dues if you've still got Soul on your team.
Yep. Yeah. So make sure you go and update it. And of course, him as overall here for the group stage, he made 140 points. And if you had him as captain, you would have been able to get the most from him. I only had him on one of the days. And here's the total points so far, looking good, James. I'm sad we don't have better.
Wait. Yes, exactly. Okay, it might look like I'm in first out of the talent so far, but it's not true. Why? Because Bella's beating us all because she had him as Shrimpsy on her previous team.
She had Shrimpsy, she had Roy, she had Bean on his pop-off day from Kwangdong Freak. So yeah, she was more than 500 points and actually quite far ahead of us in the overall rank here.
Well done so far.
Yeah, super well done so far. So that's the interesting thing is can she stay at the head? Can we see,
I'm catching up today.
Am I catching up to Toby? Am I catching up to you? We're very similar, but yeah. We're all starting with a Miramar here, going to take a weekend and then ending on a wrangle for today.
That's correct. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about
I just wanted to get it out there.
Yeah, but then there's Sonics. Yeah, we've got ourselves, of course, a very important day here today. This really kind of sets the tone for the finals. Of course, yes, you can rebound and things like that, but with some of the the svamping, the sponging that we saw all the way to the top. It would be scary if a Twisted Minds, if a Cerberus, if a new Happy was able to gain great traction on this first day, because then catching them up, we know how solid they've looked.
Yeah, then they would need to have a bad day, right? We have seen at PGS 1, PGS 2, you need to have 150 points plus to win the whole thing, right? So we need to have a 50-point average per day, and if you're down to 30, you need to have a 70-point day in the next one, which would make it extremely hard.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avendra. It is time to get our grand finals underway. 3 days of action. We are going to crown a champion here for PGS 3.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise, not a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Shaq. Try to go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run trap, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Series 3 held in Shanghai, China. During the group stages, we saw teams fight tooth and nail for their spot here today at the final stage. While some teams clutched it out, others missed by heartbreaking margins. But today, that is all in the past. Our top 16 teams will have 3 days to show their true potential. And will Twisted Minds and Cerberus Esports keep up with their domination, or will new arise? Now is the time to rise above the rest and take the winner's share of $300,000 prize pool. I'm Bella, and without further ado, let's start the grand finals.
Thời điểm đã thay đổi rồi. Các bạn muốn thành công tại PGS lần này, các bạn không nên phạm sai lầm và chúng tôi cũng không phạm sai lầm.
The one shot, the one tap dirt nap.
Our goals for PGS 3 is first to make the final and then win the final. At every event last year, we got closer and closer to the trophy, so I believe this year it's going to be just within our grasp to take home a trophy.
Here is Sonic's blue is on them.
ผมจะตอบแบบรวบรัดเลยคือผมรู้สึกดีกับทีมนี้มากและค่อนข้างมั่นใจว่าทีมผมเป็นทีมที่เก่งมาก
We're back. We're back, baby.
Do not give that man 1v1. Hey, local fight.
저희가 한국 대회 예선에서 잘했던 만큼
不管在心理上还是游戏内，我们都做了许多准备，就是很想把这个奖杯留在中国。
王一鸣，他抓起来了！
技术打稳，直接提前抢打。
对于这次世界赛呢，我们队伍是非常有信心来争夺第2个 PGS 冠军。
这次我们也会全力以赴，请大家拭目以待。
我觉得在决赛中，对我们最有威胁的队伍是我们自己。我们只有战胜了自己，才可以击败敌人。
Ming will find Lu on the low side.
从去年 PGC 到现在的改变，就是整体的配合方面吧，然后还有枪法这一方面的提升吧。我很期待谁敢和我们对枪。
New Happy, they are on an absolute tear during these group stages.
Liz continues to stay alive, and him and Bean work together to take out Face Clan.
Honestly, I feel like we just became the most powerful team and we can smash any other team so fast, so that's amazing.
I don't believe in the winner's curse specifically though. People have done it before, Gen Z, Loki, so just looking to mimic their performance really. When we step on the stage, it's with the intention of taking home the trophy.
Hammers reigns supreme, the absolute beast of what is competitive PUBG Esports.
Tôi không quan tâm đối thủ có bao nhiêu người, mà nếu phải đưa vào một tình huống 1v3, 1v4 thì tôi sẽ cố gắng công.
All right, we have got ourselves the grand finals on the way here. It is getting tense in the arena. Looks like Twisted Minds is looking at an opportunity to be able to strike out at first place. Finally, it feels like they have been on the precipice constantly, Avenger, the cusp of becoming the champion. Even if they did win PGS 3, you'd still ask them in the interview and they'd be like, that's great, but we still want to be the world champion.
Yeah, we want to win PGC. That is the only goal they have in mind. And
yes.
Of course, how it looks so far and how they're able to perform here, as I talked about before, like 157, 159 was the total amount of points that our PGS 1 and PGS 2 champions had. And if they continue that trajectory that they had in the group stage, they would be above 180 points. They were 13 points behind Sonics for PGS 2. And of course, as you see here on screen, they're able to do well. They're looking to come back here with a change to the roster, Kickstart coming in, and hoping to see if that they can hold on to a PGS trophy here. If they're able to go back-to-back on PGS trophies, that would be crazy for Sonics. But right now, how good Twisted Minds, Cerberus, and New Happy have been looking, it feels like it's going to be extremely tough at the very top.
There's a divide, right? If you think about those three teams and how they were able to perform in the group stages, but kind of knocking on the door was actually North America. If you think about Sonics, they're a previous PGS champion. If you think about TSM, who in inverted commas, I suppose we call the newcomers. However, it's a team of veterans and they are going to try and strike out as well. But it's time here. I need the prowess. I need the energy. I need the shaking to the foundations for the grand finals here for PGS 3 to crown a champion as we have Toby and Poro on the mic.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we are ready here for match number 1 of these PGS 3 finals. The guys are yelling in the back. They're getting excited, Toby. It's time to play.
I am all for it. As James said, the tension could not be any higher. I know their smiles. I know they're all happy, but they are shaking with the fear of what these guys both saw from their own team and their opponents in this tournament. Everyone's been hitting shots that are unlike anything we've been seeing before. The level of play is so incredibly high at this tournament. I just want to lean back and see these guys continue to impress the same way they've done all tournament long.
As you said, mechanically, we have seen some of the most insane plays we have seen at an international level in a long time. But Toby, we've also seen some IGLing big brains at play, as we have had some wild circles to have to deal with these last 3 days.
Definitely have. Playbooks have been expanded over the course of the last couple of days as teams have had to maneuver through situations they probably had no way of preparing for. And well, if the group stage is anything to go by, it won't be slowed down here in the grand finals.
Some of the biggest brains at work right now, and we see the labels here of where everybody was dropping, or saying they were going to drop. Chumacera had the potential of a hot drop, but it looks like we're going to avoid that, as Sonics will go to San Martin, although they are a little bit close to a number of other teams.
Yep.
Saw a few shots coming out of, I believe that was Tiggleton, towards Valley Thai or possibly GNL, and Shrimsy just flexing out to make sure that nobody is getting too close, too friendly, and we are going to have a northeastern circle to start things off.
And we are going to see most likely some rotations coming in, some out around the southeastern side, some up all the way over the north, maybe all the way over Oasis. Could end up being the case if we look down towards Petrichor. If you look at maybe E-Arena, they would be two teams that go each their way and try and make their way around the circle. NH Esports and New Happy as well could very much look to do a wide rotation. They don't like to take confrontations early, as skilled as they are. They do not like having unnecessary fights in the early game, and they've been very good throughout the group stage at avoiding them. So look to New Happy, currently in Los Leones, to potentially do one of those wide swings too.
And you can make sure you scan out and make sure to check out the multi-view. Obviously, a number of teams that we're getting their first-person perspective and also comms. And if nothing else, make sure you check out the map, because you got to have that up and see what's going on over the whole rigmarole, the whole map. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
That's fair. There is a ton of stuff going on, and while it's of course always convenient to see the loot paths of the players here, I indeed will also advocate have the map open, whether it be on a phone, on a second tab, on a second monitor. Have it up as well so that you can keep track of, especially here in the early game, all the rotations and the timings from these different teams, because that's something a lot of these players are working around as well. Not only when are we planning on moving, but Do we know when the opposing teams around us like to move? And if so, as we've seen before, can we set up some traps? Can we try and maybe get into their heads early on here in the grand finals and force them to not go anywhere near us, and or maybe, I mean, even preferably, get some points off of them making mistakes early on?
If you're into trying to make bets as to who's going to win this whole thing, it's all about the hot hand, and right now, no two hotter hands in the lobby than Twisted Minds and Cerberus. Cerberus specifically, Mr. Highmass, has just been on an absolute tear the last few days, and we'll see if he keeps it going here now that we've made the grand finals. I will say, traditionally, we've seen our teams from APAC and Cerberus in particular, we've seen them do really, really well early tournament, and then when we get to the grand finals, it kind of maybe plateaus just a little bit, but still impressive stuff for sure. Definitely. But it's just a little bit more. Can they take that next step? That's what we're looking to see here today.
Exactly. We saw it coming into the into the grand finals here in the video. That a 6th place and a 9th place is where they've finished in the previous 2 PGS events, and as you're saying, they are looking for the top. And I know for a fact, having talked with the entire Cerberus team, that they are very much eyeing that trophy in the center stage.
Absolutely, and that's a team that has no fear. It's, You're not going to catch those guys saying like, "Oh, we don't want to go this way because we know Twisted's going to be there or Sonic's going to be there." No, they'll take on just about anybody in this lobby with zero regard for human life. As we check in with Waibu Gaming, barely making it to this lobby.
Yeah.
But now they have an opportunity maybe to get the first kill here. As a few shots going to be sent down over towards Salute, but Salute looks like he's going to get on out of dodge.
Yeah, Waibu was the last team to join the grand finals, the team to kick out the Plus and make their way on in. A team, I didn't expect them to come out winning the group stages, but seeing them play in China under DD team, of course, before they got picked up by Weibo, I thought bigger of them in terms of group stage, because they are a team that likes to fight in the unknown, that likes to go up against teams that haven't quite gotten comfortable in the server yet. They usually go out and punish those teams very hard. So I'm curious to see now, going into a phase of the tournament, I would consider them less likely to come out victorious in how they're going to fare now that they're up against teams who've had the entire day of yesterday to do prep work for this final. How Weibo, Shen, and the boys are going to come out faring.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head right there. It feels like that team is going to go as far as Shen does. And, you know, we, at some point, the rest of the boys will have to step up, and maybe it'll be this weekend.
Hopefully for them.
Meanwhile, Sonics doing a little scouting after they left their San Martin drop location, just creeping on the far western edge of this phase split. Few shots from Jeems will let them know that that compound is occupied.
And I think if you're FaZe right now, you're sitting a wide 2-1-1 split. I mean, Jeems is applying pressure, sure, and they're actually kind of lucky that other teams are shooting in their direction too, now forcing them off, because Jeems heard 3 vehicles pulling up in this position, and I'm surprised that FaZe is actually opting to try and maintain this split. But Jeems, as you can see here, there's still a bit of open terrain, so even if they were to pull up, he has this vehicle parked in a spot from where he can disengage, and now hearing these cars leave, it's going to be a bit of a breath of relief for Jeems and FaZe Clan, knowing that at least for now, they will be able to maintain their 2-1-1.
You can send a nice thank you note to Cerberus for that one. They were taking the shots for free into the back of Sonics and forcing them to leave that hillside location. So Sonics, they reconnect and find themselves a compound. Everybody's safe, everybody clear. Gen G, meanwhile, we've talked about teams that might be taking that northern path to rotate into this circle. Well, they're our farthest north team as of right now. TSM, meanwhile, they're doing a little bit of a campy camp here on this southeastern road.
Do it early on in the tournament, and those rotations will be feared for the rest of the event. E-Arena on their way into the open arms of TSM. Hopefully the spider senses start tinkling very soon, because if not, they could be down and out before you know it.
E-Arena might be about to learn a very harsh, difficult lesson about rotating super late here. As TSM, they know exactly where everyone is around them when it comes to drop spots. Howl, meanwhile, it looks like pretty free and clear rotation. They managed to come in from the north side, one of the first ones to come in up north. And here we go. This is the E-Arena rotation. Jacob leading the way immediately. Maybe those spices, I think those spider senses might have been tingling. He saw something that he didn't like, and he sends it up the hill.
Right, either that or this is just a really, really smart pathing from Jacob, pretty much coming around the line in the only position from where you can see Purdy just at no point gets proper line of sight. Now he's sat up here ready and waiting with the DMI in hand, and you can see both Tigger and Sissy doing the exact same thing. This is not the first time we've seen these sort of setups before. E-Arena are very much used to having to dodge and weave these roadblocks early on in APAC. So for E-Arena to call this and make a it will look seemingly 300 IQ rotation is very smart. And I think Purdy's like, wait, how do they have a spy within our roster? Like, what the hell's going on here?
I tell you what, Jacob pulled up there, and he got out of that vehicle, and I saw him kind of looking around, but he didn't. There's no way he could have looked down onto the compound that TSM was. And then everybody, as soon as they arrived, they just moved on. So I think this is just, 300 IQ rotational stuff from E-Arena. TSM going to learn this time.
You saw the reaction on Purdy's face. That's what goes,
like,
wait,
wow,
how the hell did they know this?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they didn't, but regardless, I mean, in all fairness, this is somehow like what you got to be able to do in order to make your way through the grand finals, being able to dodge and weave, and maybe they've seen similar things from TSM in the past and knowing to avoid exactly that compound. And because of that, not only do they now get to survive through the rotation, but they get to surpass TSM on that rotation, as well as we see Ming here from Petrichor, a player who's been a highlight reel of his own alongside Ixley for the longest time now, trying to see if he can do a little bit more damage down towards Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. The story from China has been the performance of New Happy, and for good reason. They absolutely popped off in those group stations. But Petrichor Road not too far behind them. They were looking pretty darn good, especially on that second day. So not a team that you want to take too terribly lightly is New Happy. They are content just playing around on this compound on the very far southern side of this circle. A lot of teams actually opting to play a little bit closer to the edge now than diving just straight center.
Makes good sense here. There's not a lot of room to maneuver once you hit the edges, and with how much these teams are starting to split, it's not favorable to try and pull up on this early on. Arm in hand of Xiao Bei. We've seen him hit absolute insane shots in the past.
Summer, get away from there.
That one's off by an inch. I'm sure he'll connect the next one as we see where the next circle's going to take us.
Summer definitely saw his life flash before his eyes as he heard that one. Okay, so Sid. Gonna pop Adder right out of his vehicle. New circle does pop, and it is going to favor the north side of that death road of El Azahar. A lot of room there on the east and west for these teams to make rotations in, but you got to figure, Toby, that south side is about to get real interesting.
Oh, yeah, and this is why you wanted to go out on those edges early on. You want to avoid all the commotion that's going to take place down towards the south. There is an empty compound in the middle, as you can see, and Sonic's full speed going forward. They scouted it early, but of course, Teams opting to leave that position as they could not try and maintain their 2-1-1 split through all the chaos and teams that are now coming their way.
Waibu, one of the first here to arrive, and Hal in a compound just off. You can see them on your mini-map, a little bit of a 2-2 split. Waibu learning that right now, but the way that the map is, the way the terrain really is set up, kind of creating some spots here for this rotational line. Unfortunately, Spaceman gets knocked pretty low. Code Marco's got a pretty good angle onto this, but yeah, good shot from Shen will force him off.
This is a decent position. The issue is for Marco and Matt, they're now with Weibo in between their split. Like they cannot properly play around this spot anymore as long as there's a team set right in between them.
Ooh, see a couple of big names in the kill feed right there. High Mass will take out Ike's left, but Tycon has been knocked out as well. Has not been flushed just yet, so we'll see if they can maybe get that revive. But Petrichor Road losing their big fragger very early on.
Yep, dangerous situation as they still have to maneuver further north, of course, unless if these circles continue shifting south. All teams are now inside the circle, with the exception of one of the Twisted Minds players still out towards the far east. But everyone else, as we saw before, a lot of teams centering up very early on. Therefore, most didn't have to move far, just splits trying to group up. A few of them still trying to maintain. Actually, a bit surprised to see 17 opting to go for a wide 2-1-1 here. In general, over this year, China has been notorious for never splitting wider than 2-2. So seeing Sushi on the south side and Xiao Wu up towards the north, it's not something you see too often. Navi as well up towards the north. Very split between them.
Might be a very unique situation here in that Death Road being so far south. Maybe they're just assuming that Sushio might be the southernmost player. Little do they know that New Happy in that compound just off to their west. Cerberus, though, they're still in a 3-1-1. They've sent Haisaki in to do a little bit of scouting, and they did manage to get that revive onto him, so that's good news for them. But they are kind of in a splitting the phase 2-2 split here just a little bit. New Happy, meanwhile, starting to flex out a little bit on their southern side.
And while the circle is closing in, if you're looking at the map, you can see Petrichor currently trying to reposition. They were down in the shantytown just on the southern side of where FaZe was set, but now they're going down towards Truckstop. We see them here on our main screen, looking to go east, maybe all the way around El Azhar. I actually don't fault them for making this play. Yes, you can hope that all the circles keep coming south, but you have to have a position you can go to in case it does not. And sitting there trying to backfill everyone else, that would be a death sentence. So right now, taking their time to try and find a better entry spot.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And if you're going to do it, now is the time before the circle collapses and you start getting a lot more teams right on top of each other. So Petrichor Road doing their level best to do a little bit of scouting. You can see they're just slowly making their way on, man. He's got to see those cars from New Happy there. That's going to start ringing alarm bells.
Exactly, and you said the key word slowly. I think if they wanted to make that wide wrap all the way around El Azhar, they would have had to go early. I think that's why they're now kind of saying, you know what, we didn't have time for it, we got to send it further north instead. And indeed, they will. El Azhar is partly still in. We will see how far they opt to go as teams now have to make their way towards the east. A lot of teams are already inside the circle, but for the select few that have still yet to make their way here, it is going to be incredibly dangerous. For Gen G right now, the fact that there's a massive sandstorm on top of both Howl and the arena is a saving grace, as all these teams now trying to plummet their way east.
See a number of spots that can be played there in those red circles. Waibu already in one. Twisted Minds opted for the emergency pickup. They're already in air and they're getting shot at. Meanwhile, 17 managed to make it to the gas station first. Good collapse from them. Forces Petrichor Road to keep going. Fortunately for Petrichor Road, they didn't lose anybody. You can see how much damage was done in that process of rotating. Cerberus, meanwhile, they had the option of sticking to the valley, but I think they saw the gunshots, they saw the cars, and they just try to send it up here to the ridges.
Want to get out of the valley as fast as they possibly could. Tycon falls, though, in the start of that transition. He has been the meat shield for the bigger portion of this tournament so far. Always the spearhead, trying to clear room for the team. This time around, though, he won't make it that far. Seemingly, same thing's going to happen for Petulance. The smoke has been deployed over towards him, but he is very much stuck in the open all by himself.
He is indeed, and that came from far off to the south, actually. TSM just on, they're basically on the, you can see where the shots are coming from there, but yeah, the good use of that smoke gun to keep Petulance safe as he's going to crawl a little bit closer towards the road, but that doesn't get them out of the woods just yet. TSM still free firing, and Navi now collapsing to see if they can maybe raise Diffix, their non-player here. Gen G, meanwhile, they're coming in this direction as well. Maybe a little bit slower than they had hoped for, but you know what? He's back on four wheels.
Style points. Style points is what we're looking for here as Tozy does get back on his legs. I should say as that nade is close, and it's Roy, the highlight player from GNL, able to find a double.
GNL started creeping over in this direction. Sonics, they had to stop down to try to get the revive, but it gave time to GNL to creep right in the perfect position, and Roy is just feasting.
GNL completely unleashed the Young Gun team out of Korea. I don't think a lot of people had a whole lot of expectations from them coming into it, but Roy is looking to take out the entirety of Sonics all by himself.
And he's gonna let them know, too. That yelling is all GNL as Sonics gets to be the first team knocked out here in game number 1. Back over towards the east. Gen G, remember, they were about to crash on top of Navi and Twisted Minds. Well, they've kept it off in the blue, and now they're coming in from a different direction, and that's actually making them open here to TSM.
Yep. Luckily for Twisted Minds, they were able to get Petulance up on his feet in time. So we'll see now for the rest of the roster where they up to go. Example's going to be able to find Tozy. It's going to be flushed out as well as now Rex and Babo try to see where they can go as the circle pushes once more.
Long-range fighting, oof, that's bad news for all those teams that we were just watching, as there is not a lot of great spots to play over here on this eastern side. You can see Gen G trying to send it there, but Cerberus going to send it as well. Freak sending it as well, all looking for that same spot on the red. Petrichor Road, they're on the move, but all you're seeing right now is people getting knocked out of cars, Toby, as they maybe sent it a little bit too early.
Yeah, it's there's really nothing to come for there in the middle. I think that's what the circle is trying to show us as well, that it's just open land. There's really nothing to play. And you can see Petrichor now confined to Dips as they join the forces of Weibo right out in the open.
Weibu's been sitting in this spot for a while, and they're going to protect it with fervor. Petrichor Road gets deleted off the map.
Completely annihilated on approach, shut down exactly the way you'd want it to be, and for Howl, perfect timing as well, because while Weibu was preoccupied, it allowed for them to group up towards the north. Nice reaction play from Howl in taking their time there, knowing their opponents were looking elsewhere to get together.
Right on time with it as Navi will try to hop in the vehicles. They're going to lay the smoke wall down. Twisted Minds hears them taking off, but they just can't get into position to get the free shots in time. Lou just looking off in the distance, and yep, we'll just let them have it now. Lou and the rest of the boys will have to decide where they want to play, but they've been liking this edge for most of this tournament. It's been working pretty well for them.
Yep. See now Navi trying to group up, trying to play together, hoping and praying that no one has a mortar and knows where they are, because that would easily be all three of them annihilated in a second. In the meantime, now New Heavy trying to make a run on Foreman, and Himas is here to protect.
All right, the crash comes through. Cerberus already get one knock onto December 12th. One more in the shack is going to go down to the Molotov. The next one pills up as Ming Ming will find Hymas, but he's going to immediately get traded back down. Longsker will flush out that kill. Longsker, the last one up for New Happy. 17 arriving at just the right time to try to feast off of some of these final players.
To make matters even worse, Face now pulling up in this position too. Everyone knows that if you get control of the southern side, you're in a phenomenal position. NH Esports will fall as Longsker falls. That's them out in 13th, and now 17 well aware that they have Face on the other side too, probably slowing things down just a little bit to try and figure out exactly what's happening around them.
Yeah, FaZe keeping on. You see Gustav playing that low side, still has shots on the Xiaobei and Show, as Xiaobei has that I'm not sure if he's made it sing just yet. If he has, these guys aren't showing like they're too scared of it just yet. So let's see Corexy, they're still going to play those rocks, use them as well as they can. We wonder how much utility they've got left in the bag. It's doing a lot of damage, but it's not getting the knocks.
For Sololsi and Hayasagi, arguably the two least talked about players these days on Cerberus, with Himas and Tycon taking all the highlights. Two phenomenal players in their own rights, enablers for their team trying to stay alive. And now TSM trying to do the exact same thing against Twisted Minds as they're being bombarded with just 30 left alive.
Oh man, Salute is in a perfect position to shoot them in the backs while Twisted is taking care of them from the front, and just like that, TSM will go down in 12th place. New Circle has popped. The two compounds that are still inside are in that circle, and you see all the teams on this southern side. They have got not a lot to play there, a lot of wide open space. I mean, there's ditches, there's ridges, but it's not great.
And really not great at all. As now Corexy peeks on over. Instantly spots the entirety of 17 on the other side. Doesn't have any lethal util to work with, though, so he has to push on foot. The Finn finds the first. He's going to get traded right after. As Vex comes over, finds one more, and all of a sudden it's just Gustav left alive.
Oh, Gustav had him dead to rights, but he ran out of ammo. It's down to just Suju. He's going to hide in the smoke. Corexy maybe get the res, or I'm sorry, Gustav trying to get the res on effect behind the tree. The flush will come out onto Jeem, so Suju, I think, maybe reading the situation, but it doesn't matter. Cerberus, they see what's happening. They're coming out here and seeing if they can maybe get a few more points off of this. Whoa, Suju was down to 1 HP, and he barely wins that one, but his reward is a grenade in the face from Sololzi.
Taken down instantly after as Cerberus peeks on over. You saw how much attention that attracted. GNL pushed out of the compound. Quantum Freak shifting down here as well. Everyone wants these third-party opportunities going their way. And for Salute, already sat at 4 kills in this match, looking to try and see if he can find the final few Cerberus players, but gotta move soon with the circle already closing in and his teammates already as well inside the circle.
Freaks would have absolutely loved to stick around and finish off Cerberus right there, but they started taking long-range shots from Weibu, so they have to pull away. They're going to retreat back to their hard cover. Meanwhile, you can see Twisted down to just 2. They're creeping around on this north side. E-Arena 4 strong. They've got eyes on just about everything. They spot out Lou hiding behind his portable cover. But there's not really much they can do about that from range right now.
It really is. Ruin finds Isagi at a distance. Sololzi now has to make a hero run towards the circle, but I do not see how that's going to be possible, especially not if your Bronco doesn't have any tires left. Having said that, let's see here if he can maybe get enough, open up some sort of an opportunity to get going.
Big shots there from Heaven as they spot out Sololzi. The smoke, just the only thing keeping him alive right now. Heaven watching all the edges. Fortunately, Sololzi still has a little bit of util left in the bag, and he's going to loot whatever's left he can off of his dead teammate.
Good molly. Is he going to take him
Yeah,
out?
that's just, yeah.
I respect the idea of trying to
okay.
run into the blue and see if you can deny the point, but Heaven will be rewarded with it. So that's going to be Cerberus out in 8th place, and now Freaks trying to spread out a bit further. The majority of their compound has been shifted out with the previous circle, so good on them that Human has opted to go further towards the circle center, as we now have over to Valtai and Weibo.
Oh, this is huge for Valtai. If they can get rid of Weibo here, Weibo has somehow managed to stay alive for so long in this ditch position, but that grenade is going to do so much damage. Immediate double knock. Shin and Mamu still alive, still trying to see if they can maybe hold off the aggression, and the blue zone grenade might be enough to do it. Unk will get flushed out by Nyong, and Shen now knocked by Human, so this is multiple angles right on top of Weibo. I think it's just down to Mamu now.
Yep, sure, this Mamu trying to fend off on his own. Wants to get Shen back alive, wants to get Cold up too, but can't commit to it as of yet. Arena in the meantime coming in from the north, finally making an aggressive play forward, and they're going to force Howl off of the top side of this compound down in the village down below, as Perfectix now instantly to follow as well, hunting down an entire team of his own, saying, if you guys are going to give up this position, I will gladly take it from you, as he instantly finds Sissy with his first peek.
Ugh. Shots from Perfectix, but can't stick around long enough to secure the point as he is getting shot from further away. So good thing though for Perfectix is he's got this big ridge line. He can just peek, just drop back down, peek again, and now he's got friends from Lou.
Yep, no vest on Lou, so wounded, no smokes as well, has to continue moving. Perfectix peeks on over, headshot connected through from Jacob. Jacob, a phenomenal player, starlight of this E-Arena team. Pretty much the main reason they managed to make their way on through, I would say, in terms of individual performance. And so far, doing good as well and holding off Twisted Minds on this push.
I have to see if Hal gets it. I cannot believe Weibo got back up to 3 strong.
Yeah.
They have no right to be back up to 3 strong with how many people were shooting it. But then Valley Tai down to 3. They've got GNL keeping them honest from long range. Howl, meanwhile, I wonder if Howl's going to get involved in this E-Arena Twisted Minds incident. They've got 4 up. They could get in there and maybe secure themselves some points, but oh my goodness.
You have one vehicle for cover, set on top of one another, and exactly, Kiss ups one over, perfectly positioned, and that, my friends, is a 3-piece.
Easy as you like. And now GNL having to make that push. They find themselves a little bit of a ridge to work with. Valley Tai not going to be the one to get the first knock, though. That's going to be Heaven, as Freaks somehow have an angle on so much from where they're working here. They will take a knock, and that will slow 2 knocks, and that's going to slow things down, as they will have to get that res.
But as they say, if you can see the entire server can see you too.
True.
As 2 of them fall down, and a nice timing here from Valentine, not only to get the kills, but rocking up in this position too, well aware that GNL has of course taken the spot just ahead of them, but everyone currently inside the circle, trying to see what they can find. Lou, Perfectix proning on down, waiting to see the next shift, hoping that it's going to go towards the northeast.
I think Twisted, they just realized that sticking around there, well, the high ground went out of circle, so they couldn't really do anything about E-Arena with their hard cover, so electing instead just to go with that 1-1 split, which see where the circle is going to take us. Will it leave the compound? It sure will. All right, Kwangdong Freaks in a pretty decent spot here, and especially now that they were able to get that res on the Salute. But look at Stella from GNL. He has got an angle onto this, while the rest of the boys are going to go in and try to finish off Valley Tai.
Yep, Roy pushing on forward, 1 down already. They know there's 1 more yet to be found, trying to pre-fire all the angles. Of course, the smokes do render a bit differently than what they do here when we have X-Ray on, as Kiss now able to sit down behind the vehicle, will go for 1, will find the knock on 1 as well, but will fall down in return as we make our way into the top 5.
Big trade there from GNL as they'll be able to get their man back on his feet. Meanwhile, E-Arena, they got to go somewhere, and Howl has just been holding down this hard cover. Meanwhile, Weibo still, oh, there it is. Yep, that feels pretty bad, but what can you do?
Yep, unlucky. Sometimes you set on top of one another. We talked about it with the potential of a Malta earlier. Well, when you're that close, a nade can do it as well. It's now E-Arena from one fight straight to another that haven't gotten a lot of kills off of the engagement they've gotten for, or went for, but they have forced teams into worse positions. And now I think this is going to be the final stronghold for Howl. There's really nowhere else they can run to without dealing with E-Arena first.
I mean, it does not feel like E-Arena has the smoke cover to be able to really push this without getting third-partied by GNL. I mean, you could typically try to smoke GNL off, or you could try to smoke Howl off, but
Yeah,
Can't really eat both of them, and this compound is going to be real tough to dig them out of.
Sure is. Well, they're here now. They made it down to the walls. Let's see if they can make their way on through as well. Nice flash coming over the top of the map, though. First one to find the knock.
Oh, Lyrics was ready. That shotgun will do some damage onto Kleppo, but it's not going to be enough to get him knocked. Zizzy, now the last player up for E-Arena, pushing through with that AUG in hand. He sees him. Oh, we saw a coattail. That's all he got. You go for the res here onto Jacob. Looks like he might be thinking about it.
There's a knocked Towel player as well that can feed the info. Of course, you can see Ruin there crawling on forward. Will tell his teammate that he's sat on the other side. Perfectix will get the flush onto Quetpa, so now they're well aware. There's another team just on the other side too, and you got to make a run for it now. There's nowhere to go. Might as well deny, honestly.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. I mean, GNL has just been sitting here waiting for this. And Jacob, well, he's learning the hard way. He will heal. Hey, there's a jammer.
I mean, honestly, he can heal through a bit of this, but
I'm telling you, I saw a jammer pack right next to his body.
He's wearing one, but as you can see, it's it's tanking down pretty quickly.
It's dying pretty. Look at this, Perfectix and Lou. Of course, they're just in a perfect position. They're just waiting for this guy to come out.
Chilling. Trying to stay put for as long as they possibly can. You can see in the meantime E-Arena going, come on, guys, give me that top 3, but it's not going to happen. In the meantime, Hammer will be taken down from Lou. One hit to the dome is all it takes when you're within this range.
Jeez, okay. Twisted Minds, again, just proven to be the most difficult team in this lobby to kill. And they have managed to get all 2 players up to this far late game. Now GNL and Freaks. Freaks want to take the fight over to GNL. No knocks coming through just yet, but they spotted out Stella, and they're going to do some big damage with those throwables.
The adaptability from some of these teams are absolutely insane. They can do it all. They can play aggressive, they can hold back, they can play edge, they can play center. Regardless of what you do, you will not take them down easily, and one of those teams is Twisted Minds, but now with Roy having a perfect angle here, we'll see if he can do something about it. First shot comes through. Lou is committing to this angle with the Dragon of an hand.
Do not take that knock, Roy. Nobody's going to be able to come and res you. You are so far from the rest of your team right now. You got to be careful. Lou will stay alive as long as those smokes permit, but this is just Kwangdong Freaks just sitting here watching GNL kind of get picked apart. And 8 kills already for the boys. Now it's all over but the crying. Can they get a few more points off of them? Oh, Lou.
Everyone just waiting for the final circle to start closing in. There's nothing to claim in the circle center, so therefore everyone's sat on each their edge trying to fend off. Stella will find the last player for Twisted Minds, so that's going to be them out in third. And now it's down to these 2 Korean teams. Who's going to come up victorious? Kwangdong Freaks in a 4v2.
Yep. Young spotted out. Ooh, Stella's got Heaven at the rock. Pretty picked up. Salute will spot out Roy, so now it's all down to Stella. Does Stella send it into the blue? It looks like he's just burning right now. And yep, there you go. That will be Kwangdong Freaks getting your first win of these PGS 3 Grand Finals.
Solid beginning to this one, and a great game for Kwangdong Freaks to come up victorious in as well. They were playing in on that southern side, the hectic side of the circle, so to speak, and they made it look easy on their approach.
They did indeed, but our big names in the lobby that we were looking at coming in, Twisted Minds still managed to keep 2 up very late. They managed to get a lot of points for themselves. GNL, a really good performance to start off here today. And, you know, again, Miramar proving to be the most calm of maps that we've seen so far.
This is arguably the most, I don't want to say predictable, but calm, as you say, map we've had in the entire tournament so far. Great game to kick things off, though. A nice win for Kwangdong Freaks. 침착해.
The Miramar gods take mercy upon our teams here in the grand final and give us a relatively normal circle compared to all of the things that we actually saw in the group stage. And we have ourselves Kwangdong Freaks getting themselves the early lead here in the grand final.
Yeah, we've seen a few endings west of that side. It's a little bit open there, but Freaks, they managed to hold on to it very nicely. Also very impressive for Roy, of course, to just sweep Sonics on the rocks here. Previous PGS 2 champions just swept on the rock. Bye-bye.
That was swift to say the least. We saw a lot of very hungry kills into flushes from a lot of these teams. Very kind of frantic pace coming into this first game.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the numbers coming in from our winners. Kwangdong Freaks salute with 6.
Nice.
900 damage to his name as well. Big stuff by them.
Yeah, we know what he's capable of, and good to see that he's also able to do it here. For them to start it here, though, that's huge. They had 31 points on their first day in group stage. Here they get 20 in the first game. Yeah. So that's a huge start for them here, of course.
He will take man of the match, will salute. And I think something that really stood out for me for Kwangdong Freaks was as soon as they'd realized they were able to seize control of the south and southeast side of this circle, they were taking huge swaths of land, sending one forwards almost towards the center of the circle, I think maybe circle 6, etc. And then from there on out, really being able to cover each other very effectively. And I think that showed in terms of a control game from the Koreans here to be able to get themselves this victory.
My only problem with the circle is it's extremely open, barren, a little bit of rocks and dusty dunes here and there to play, but yeah, you also saw how everyone was, once the circle went north, everyone was trying to get to the compounds, trying to get to the high ground, but it was taken, it was occupied already, they had to fight for it. And as you see here, 20 points for Kwangdong Freaks. GNL, again, a team that is impressed of in group stage here. Roy popping in, very, very impressive game for them. Howl also, of course, 11. And overall, a little bit of a shaky start for some of our top teams, which actually makes it a little bit interesting, right? Nobody's going to run away with things from the start.
Yeah, it's good for all of these teams that are trying to kind of get things going in the middle pack as well as down towards the bottom. But GNL, as you say, we highlighted them before we went into this Miramar, and it seems like the stats don't lie. I mean, they looked fantastic throughout all of this, as they were able to, as you say, Roy obviously doing a lot of work to start things off, but it really does feel like they genuinely have mastery over some of the terrain that we're playing with here. They seem to be very good about finding small dips, small divots in some of these hills, which Miramar is oh so prolific for.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, when they're in a situation where they can third-party some timings and all these kind of fights happening on the edges, timings are good. Their pressure is good. The amount of control that they take is good. And when they have to kind of slow down pace while just hold the compound, they're able to do that too. So I want to see them in some of these more kind of harder fights where it's, 4 versus 4, fighting for a little ridge here and there, where they're not playing with hardcore from the start. So let's see what happens with that. But still, as you saw, like Roy, some of the early stages of the game, just able to completely destroy Sonics. So we know that they have a mechanical skill. The question is how deep and how much does it come into fruition later here.
It was busy down in the south, and difficult for all of those teams to kind of salvage the situation down there. But also, I'm impressed by Valley Tai. We saw an amazing nade, never mind the hold down, but never mind. Look at that. We're ready to get into Miramar once again. Let's head over to the commentators from all the action. Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are getting ready to head into game number 2. Right after we saw Kwangdong Freaks get a beautiful victory in game number 1. Let's see if they can add on to those 20 points with another high performance here in game number 2, Toby.
Yep. Once upon a time, there was a plane crash here. Those days are gone. Now we have a broke down factory instead. which will hopefully at some point grant us a phenomenal endgame situation. We haven't really had a whole lot going on in the former La Bandita for quite a while as we take our look at this plane path, which is, in all fairness, almost identical to what we had in the previous game.
Yeah, we have been getting, I mean, look, when it comes to plane paths, it's been great. It's just everything after
What
that.
are you saying,
That's, everything after that, it's been a little bit of a wheels-off experience. Well, no hot drops so far to speak of. At least so far, at least with one game, but you never know.
I will say, when you have a game 1 with no hot drops, and you then have a game 2 with almost, again, identical plane path, the odds of then having a hot drop is very, very low. But who knows? Who knows? We've seen crazier before, but seems to me like these players will be able to get down on the ground and get looted without shots being fired at.
All right. First game, saw some big-name teams going out early. We saw some stellar individual play. We saw our boys in blue, Sonics, get absolutely just sunned by GNL, Roy. And then you also saw the same thing happen. Kiss managing to get 3 members, 3 bodies on 1 grenade here as our circle does pop. We are going far to the southwest. And seeing multiple different rotation paths that come in here. I think, you know, the point being that you're going to see a lot of coastal, maybe the far west roads, far south roads. But again, you know, remember last game we saw TSM try to do a little casual camping on E-Arena.
True.
This might be a situation where E-Arena, after they saw that game, maybe their coach was like, hey, you know, if this happens again,
what they do to them?
Yeah, maybe give them a little taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, I would be all for it. I would be all for it. I will say in this circle in particular, with E-Arena's position, there are better things to go for right now. But let's get a Shrimsy interview going here for game 2.
We've really made sure that we can have a good mental. We've worked a lot on it, and it's just about being able to reset after every game. And just sticking to what we're best at, and I think that's taking gunfights. I think we're one of the best team fighting teams in the lobby. I think it's comparable to Cerberus. Maybe they're a little bit better, but we just need to, get our guns going and H1's brain working, and we're all good. I think the 2 strongest teams that are the biggest standouts, I'll say 3. I think it's Twisted, New Happy, and Cerberus. They've been looking extremely good. Their team fightings are very good. The players are individually very strong. And it'll be fun to play against them. We don't get a lot of insane rosters in Americas, so being able to compete against these guys will be, it'll be very fun.
Yeah, they're still in a situation where they got to get their guns working, because I don't think a single shot was taken over at Roy as he kind of took care of them earlier on. But, them's the breaks, Toby. Sometimes it happens. You just get a grenade, and all of a sudden somebody just comes over and instantly murks you.
Also, I love the pressure on the IGL. As long as H1's brain is working, we'll be fine. So whenever Sonics don't come out successful, just say, "Oh, H1's brain, come on, man."
Look, man, I know that guy's brain is always working. It might not always be working on PUBG, but it's always working on something. As you can make sure you check out that multi-view, and at least, if nothing else, check out that map stream as we see the Ghost Ride Murado.
Now, this is kind of interesting as we see this fight come to happen, because 17 coming out of Picado early on, we usually do see this from teams that loot Picado, but Gen G out of Montenuevo this early and actually opting to go down here to cut off 17. That's not something you ever see. So this fight happening way earlier than either of these 2 teams would have wanted it. Ada already finding the first.
Oh, finding 1, finding 2. Xiaowu's going to go down as well. 3 immediately knocked, and now the last player up is Show. Old man Show, you've got the veteran knowledge. What can you do? Not a whole lot against Rex, and that is -3 for anybody who picked a 17 player.
17 thought they had a good play in the making here, but Batulins from up high said no. Finds 2 of the players on approach, and by the time they even get inside the building, there's just 1 left alive. But of course, all these players have heard this. They've seen it in the kill feed, and now they're coming to try and claim the reward that is Gen G's compound.
The difference between teams that are going to be successful and teams that are going to fall by the wayside in these grand final situations are teams that are willing to take those high-risk, high-reward plays. Sometimes, though, Toby, the high risk has no reward because it doesn't work. And that time, it did not work for 17. We'll see how they reset and approach and get ready for game number 3 here, as Cerberus They had a little bit of a rough start here last game. Now they're running right into our Game 1 winners, and Salute in a perfect position to take advantage.
Yep, Tycon, him as now forced down behind a rock. Not the favorable spot for them to be in. Salute, though, on the flip side, equally bad position. As we now see all of Cerberus aware of what's going on around them and realizing that, wait a minute, it's just one player up there. We're going to take him out. But now, Freaks coming to try and see if they can pick up their teammate. Issue is that it might just be too late.
Oh, and Human in a beautiful spot to defend his teammate. Heaven going to be the one that actually gets the knock on Ahisaki, as Cerberus may be biting off a little bit more than they can chew here. And you can see Highmass already on the move once again. Sololzi is just pinned down.
And this fight happens because this is not a fight you ever see happen, but this happens only because these two teams both see 17 names in the kill feed going, wait, if 17 is fighting Gen G, they must have left Picado. That means Picado is a safe rotation for us. Issue is two teams, same plan. They're running straight into one another on approach. Salute here's the vehicles, has to stay behind, and it causes a cluster that I think neither of these two teams were initially setting up for, but they are forced to now take the fight because they get tangled in so hard they can't really untie that knot.
Yep, the PUBG butterfly effect is real and legendary, and it looks like Guangdong Freaks actually just going to go ahead and bail off of that. So Cerberus only losing one for their trouble there. Na'Vi, meanwhile, all by themselves down here on the southeastern side by the resort. TSM opting instead of taking this long road down to the south, they instead go through North Los Leones, as you see Alo and the boys doing a little casual scouting.
I mean, for E-Arena, for Na'Vi down on that southern side, they have all the space in the world. Now, there isn't a whole lot of space to claim because it is a lot of open fields, there's a lot of open hillsides, but if this circle swings south, they have all kinds of pick and choice of what they want. You see here, Adder falling down, but Batulin's the eye in the sky saying, oh, Gen G, we got your back, my friends. Oh, let's take down 17 together.
Feels super bad.
Yep.
And yeah, you can already see it right there. That's just...
You got to be able to write
reset
those off.
though.
Exactly.
Got to reset.
Exactly.
But yeah, you bring up an interesting point. If you don't have the map stream up, you definitely should get that map stream up. But looking at a map right now, where the teams are deciding to play from in this particular zone, if you bisected this thing right in the dead center, there's only a handful of teams south of Chumacero right now, and E-Arena being one, Na'Vi being the other, and I guess we can throw TSM into that as well.
Maybe
and
two Howl players, but that's about it. Yep, definitely northern skewed or northern favored for these teams who, well, as long as they do swing north, are going to be in great positions.
Well,
but
that's
again,
the hope, isn't it?
It comes back to one of those situations where it's very similar to the Rostock River. We oftentimes see more people set on the northern side than the south, even when it's a 50-50, because you want to be on the side that has the least favorable positions. Because if you are to shift off of it, you know there's going to be something for us on the other side. Like we can bomb into Chumacero, we can try and do wide reps.
Sure.
Whereas if the circle swings north and you're sat on the south side in that 50-50 kind of coin flip situation, you know, well, there's only 3 proper compounds up there towards that northern side. If we aren't in one of them early on, we're going to have to 4-man pull up on it in order to claim it. And speaking of pulling up, here is FaZe trying to take out him as Tycon, and instantly Vex is taken down.
Beautiful position from Highmass. Will be able to take advantage, and Jeems is going to go down now to Tycon. Unfortunately for FaZe, the rest of the gang not quite here just yet. Corexy going to play peekaboo around that Bronco. Highmass now has to turn his attention over towards Corexy, half HP. You can see Gustav on your minimap desperately trying to get over here as quickly as possible to support his teammate, but the grenade is perfectly cooked. Sololzi has the Panzerfaust in hand, doesn't even need it. He'll finish him off with the AUG, and FaZe is down.
For a team that likes to play it somewhat careful in the early game, Cerberus is running from commotion to commotion. Neither of these two early game fights were really initiated by themselves, but able to come out victorious, I would say. At least one of them, we'll call the other one a tie with them and Guangdong Freaks, but able to get out of it and only losing one player is exactly what they wanted. And on the flip side of that, FaZe Clan, the times we've seen them struggling in EMEA has been when they run into early game fights like this, where they think, oh, it's just one guy, we can pull up on him. Little do they know, there's almost an entire team sat there ready and waiting for you.
Yeah, brutal stuff here early on, but again, that's why we play 18 games, Toby. They've got chance to do these very risky plays early on here. If they go their way, fantastic. You're building off of something strong, but if they don't go your way, well, you just got to shake it off and move next as we wait and see where this circle is going to go. Checking in with the E-Arena, they have a big wide split there south of Chumacero. They have pretty much anywhere they'd want to play. If this does cut south,
this is the best the server could hope for. I mean, look between
honestly.
Montenuevo, Picado, and Chumacero. We're seeing the arrow on the map going, Navi, you should go over here. I'm not so sure about it, because coming in from that side is going to be dangerous. You see TSM trying to make their way, and they will get church for free. That's prime real estate, and up towards where GNL is currently sat, they will try and group up from where they were positioned from before. I think if you're Howl, you're coming in one step earlier. Don't wrap all the way towards Val Del Mar. Come up that one step closer towards Brickyard and see if you can claim a hillside from there.
Twisted Minds trying to send their 2. They were in a little bit of a 2-2 split, so they managed to get these guys on the move before Sonics was even able to really set up in a spot to really kind of gatekeep them. So good stuff from Twisted Minds once again, not wasting any time getting on the move. Petrichor Road at same position here, and now we're seeing a little bit late. Cerberus might try to come in. Valley Thai might try to come in. So we'll see if the late move ends up costing them.
Yep. Weibo trying to park their vehicles in the correct positions to be able to get out safely as fast as can be. In the meantime, Cerberus opting to send 2 of their 3 remaining players down towards the gas station. Tire's already been popped, and now him is still alone on the northern side. I was going to say, pressure's going to have to be applied for them to safely group up, and fortunately for Cerberus, well, Sonics is on the other side of the road. Yeah,
Sonic's doing them a little bit of a favor here, letting Hymas get down to the rest of the boys in that gas station. KDF, meanwhile, after their Game 1 win, 20 points, 21 points now, sitting at the top of the lobby after they picked off one of the Cerberus gang. They are perfectly content just playing the 2-2 just off to the west of Picado, not really trying to send it any further deep towards the center of the circle. They are very comfortable.
I just got completely baited by the map. I saw the Valentine player up north of Montenuevo and saw C, and I said, wait, can we see captains in-game now? And then I realized it was just the coordinates for the map itself. I was like, wait, that's a captain logo now? No, not to be. But I wanted to point out, though, Valentine's split. I'm all for it. Again, we're not seeing a lot of the East Asian teams go for these really wide splits, so them saying, you know what, we're an edge team. We have been given plenty of space on the edges throughout this tournament so far. That's how we made it through to the grand finals, so they're just continuing down the road that they've been going for so long, because overall, I would say it's not a very center-heavy lobby, especially not this one if you look at some of the teams, but some of the teams that regionally would usually play on the edge where we're currently seeing Valentine are currently playing much more aggressively. So Valentine, they have all the space in the world because the likes of Twisted Minds, the likes of GNL that normally would sit on the edge are currently sat dead center.
Yeah. Best part about that is that they know. I mean, by leaving Unk on that hill there, they know that their entire backs are clear. Montenuevo is clear. There's just nothing but the game in front of them. They don't have to worry about getting wrapped on from the back. Now, Navi is still on the move, but it'd be really interesting to see if Navi went that far north to make their rotation. But we'll see where they go. TSM still trying to find a spot here on the north side of Chuma, and it looks like they should get it. The Arena just taking some passing shots, but everybody else, for the most part, looks like is comfortable and safe. As we have, I mean, only 54 players left in the lobby.
That's the part of the reason.
Got a lot of space.
That is definitely part of the reason. A lot of teams, a lot of players 10 make that went down earlier, and as you're saying, that does leave a little more breathing room for some of these teams making their way on in. But we are seeing areas just northeast of Brickyard and down towards where Howl are that are open. And I was just going to say, if the circle goes here, we're going to be in trouble. And indeed, now we are. Teams are going to have to try and maneuver into this. But you can even see it on the map. There are just big old chunks where there are no players. TSM now trying to send it forward. That position down there is definitely a spot you don't want to be in this early on in the game. And Navi, you can see with the way they're currently split on the west, is should not allow for anyone to make it over on that side of the circle.
Yeah, TSM, I think maybe we're trying to see if they could get a read on what was going on with that GNL split, but GNL taking up all the good spots. And unfortunately for TSM, they're just getting shot at by everybody. Now Halo going to get picked out. Luke will try to protect him, but it's not going to be enough. Jacob will finish him off with that mini.
Yeah, Gen G out as they try to set up their rotation. Not going to happen. They'd already been damaged earlier on in the game. They just won't cut out to try and make that run. Now towards the southeastern side. Weibo full-on pull-up towards the New Happy.
Another full-on crash coming in, and New Happy's feasting. Only one left alive for Weibo. He'll stand a chance. No, the Bulls will take him down, and Nan should be easily rezzed.
It's so interesting to see how this used to be APAC PUBG. This used to be the four-man pull-up into a four-man compound style, but over the last year and a half, it has become much more common in in China that this is how you play. Because the thing is, when teams constantly pull up with 4 like we see here, you have to be 4 in the compound in order to defend. You can't sit in your wide 1-1-1-1 splits. You have to play as 4. So therefore, some of these Chinese teams are forcing their meta or their play style onto other teams too. This time around, though, New Happy was ready and waiting for Weibo.
Yeah, we got to speak a lot about what Valley Tai was doing over there on the north side of the circle, and now we're seeing the payoff as Guangdong Freaks trying to find a way in, but the Valley Tai split is just they're getting peppered every which way here. So KDF not really finding an easy way into the north side of this circle.
And the thing is, for Valley Tai right now, yes, they're getting shot at, but they're kind of doing what they have to. They have to hold out Guangdong Freaks. They have to say, guys, please think twice, preferably 3 times, about coming in our direction to begin with. Here we see the takedown. Gen.G, Ixlev finds one. That's them down. Some cheers in the crowd as they're trying to get the mental game goings against their opponents, which I believe are sat, if not in the booth right now, they're sat right down below them. So they can definitely hear when the chants come through from right behind.
Absolutely. Well, New Happy, they've found a little bit of a lip here to work on that far southeastern side of the zone. Meanwhile, KDF trying to send it in on that north side. They're splitting the 2-2 split from Sonics. So far, they've managed to get everybody through. You can see the utility coming through. H-Win with the bullet hose will spot Bean out of the vehicle. But it looks like most everybody else from KDF should get through.
I mean, you're sending it straight into no man's land. And all fans, circles keep coming this way.
There
might be placement points in the making for Guangdong Freaks, but they are caught in the open with nowhere left to go. These smokes, well, they're going to grant you cover for a little while, but Sonics know exactly where you are. That should be them down not too far from now. Salute is still alive, but he's going to be the only one there. Circle comes to him, and again, there could be placement points, but it's not going to be a good game for them nonetheless.
The M249 absolutely wrecking Freaks' rotation there. Now, Salute will stay alive, so they're still in the game, but again, hard shift now towards the west. GNL in the daddy seat, right, as they have that high ground just to the east of Brickyard. You can see Howl already trying to make a move, but TSM getting there just a hair ahead of time. This might be a crash that we see.
Yeah, Howl full on pull up. We'll see if TSM opts to fortify. They will try to get down the 2 vehicles off the hill, make their way into the compound. Hammer from the other side now too, trying to engage in this, but all of Howl have made their way here. So TSM able to fortify in time, but now Hammer from up high finds Sparking behind the building.
Might be defending both teams here, really, by making sure that Hammer, you see Stella getting knocked very low too. GNL not getting the freedom to just peek down onto this, and that will allow, hopefully, TSM to get their man back up as Cerberus trying to send it through Sonics again, and they're going to just get 1, get 2. Hymas now, the last player alive, and that's it for him. Sonics feasting on that north side.
And this is what we're talking about when we said there's nothing to come for in the west. As long as these teams that are sat in these compounds stick around where they are, it's practically impossible for these eastern teams to get inside the circle. We see New Happy now trying to go the exact same tracks that Cerberus went to just before. Sonics are being spoon-fed vehicles going their way, and they're already dialed in from the shots they just took on Cerberus.
Let's see if they're still hungry. New Happy, the shots come through. They'll pull just on the north side of the road, try to avoid that line of sight, play that ridge line. But Shrimsy and Kickstart still on the north as well. New Happy try to send it again. They're going to cut left as the shots keep coming through.
I mean, everyone is going the exact same line. Guangdong Freaks, Cerberus, and now New Happy doing the exact same things here. New Happy, though, again, will get to the circle center, but all they have now is a shack to play around, and they're going to be -1 player. A Salute, a solo player left alive for Freaks, is not going to allow neighbors in freely.
Wow, Salute actually got the knock, but Hammer got the kill from even further away. As New Happy, this is, I mean, any port in a storm, right? But this is not a great port, as
not at
it is completely surrounded. Arena, meanwhile, trying to find their way in on the southeastern side. Petrichor Road just right behind them.
Yep, Jacob trying to peek on over. Well aware now there's an entire team set down below. They know that there's teams preoccupied inside the compound to the north, so they don't have to worry too much about that. But now turning their attention south and instantly finding the double on towards Petrichor. Chewy, Ming not only getting shot at, but also down to low HP with blue on their backs. Will be able to find one. It's going to give them a bit of breathing room as Chewy, at least for now, makes its way inside the blue, but look at how fast it's closing in.
Oh boy, it's bad. I mean, that knock from Ming rather, might be that kept him alive, but Chewy just gets there in time to heal up, throw a few grenades. Ming will finish off Tigger, but Chewy is down, but Tulin's actually going to be the one that does it. as Twisted Minds have sent 2 down south to capitalize off of this. The circle does pop, and it's just all dead zone right in the middle, Toby.
Nothing
it is
to
not
play.
looking great.
Nothing to play there at all, as Ming now still in the blue is trying to salvage some more points off of what is not exactly been a favorable game. They will get a couple more kills, but not inside placement points as they fall in 11th. And this is all again happening because Na'Vi and Valitai were able to keep all these teams away from them. Kwangdong Freaks tried to leave the edge. Other teams tried to do the same thing, and therefore the East has just been lit completely on fire.
All right, this should be free food here for Twisted Minds, but they want to be careful. They don't want to take the risk of losing anybody as they're just trying to clean out the team, and they will. Nicely done from Twisted.
Where do you
they
go
retreat
from here?
back. Well, there you go. I mean, they had the compound just off to the north of there, so they know they have a pretty good read on what the situation is around where they were holding that 2-2 split. So it should be a free path into at least the eastern side of this circle.
The main danger here is, though, as long as that hill is in that GNL is currently positioned up, and as long as they're able to have control of it without getting punished by anyone, you can't utilize what is effectively 80% of the circle center right now. That's why these teams are still sat on edge. That's why they're trying to take these fights, because they know the center is not there to fight for.
The Sonics were looking lovely early, but now they are down to just H-Win, and Megalos will take him out, but they immediately have to turn their attention back towards New Happy, as New Happy read what was going on in the kill feed. They are pulling right on top of Valitai here. As looks like Kiss, they will get the res, so Valitai back up to 3 strong.
Yep, fights happening on each side of the circle as now Howl tries to send it full speed forward, but Hammer there to shut him down, able to get himself a double off it, should be able to get the flushes as well. No one near him to try and deal with his position. GNL really has had the picks and choices of exactly what they wanted to fight against, but now for TSM, they know they have to take out Howl to proceed further forward as they try, and Luke with the drop shot finds the double. Howl torn apart.
Sneaky, sneaky Luke managing to get there and get the 1v2. They keep their hopes alive here. Purdy Curdy in another building. GNL, you can see, is just waiting for them, looking down. They're going to try to lay down a smoke wall, get that revive, but GNL, once again, just free farming damage on everybody below them, but that might not be the case much longer. Twisted Minds has arrived.
You know what, again, in a situation where the odds of you getting out of that compound alive was tricky already, at least you get some points of it, at least you get yourself into placement points, might even get more should the solos of like Salute be taken out before you fall. But now, Sparking already in the blue, Purdy and Luke in the blue in just a second as well. Their vehicles are all but pretty much immobile at this point, and you can see here Hammer going, Twisted Minds, I see you over there. I don't need, let's just shoot at Twisted Minds. Let's shoot at TSM together, shall we? Let's not look towards each other, at least not for now.
Hammer got himself, he's one shy of a whole 6-piece. All 5 kills have gone in his pocket. Twisted Minds, though, now in a little bit of trouble as Purdy Curdy will get that knock, but TSM is just in a horrible, horrible spot here. Luke 12 just going to go down to the blue, and that'll do it for TSM, going out in 7th place. As you see the circle once again just falling onto no man's land. There is ridges, there is some rocks in there that you can play, but it ain't great.
It is not great at all. Na'Vi on the west side, again, low on kill count, 0 as a matter of fact, have been able to keep people at a distance all the way up until this point, and now I think the next fight for them is going to be against GNL. They need to try and fend them off. I don't see GNL following back onto Twisted Minds, and if this fight does pop off, Na'Vi should be in a position from where they can interfere.
We haven't really gotten a chance to talk about Na'Vi yet because Na'Vi hasn't really been involved in anything. Remember, they've
been holding people at distance.
Yeah. They've been they came in from the south side, long rotation, long wrap, and nobody's really put themselves right in front of them. So really just surviving to late game here. Diffic's going to pull out the mortar, see if they can maybe spot out. This might be towards Kiss here, as Kiss is hiding inside the one shack. Well, one of 2 shacks available in this zone.
It was UNQ trying to make his way forward. Twisted Minds is able to deal with Salute. So as we said, Salute survives, gets some placement points, a salvage game, but of course coming off a 20-point match here, you'll take a little less coming into match number 2. Twisted Minds now with a position off of Salute going down, are inside the circle, but as you can see here, it's just a continuous slant down towards the north, with New Happy in the bottom of it, and GNL still not having figured out exactly how they're planning on getting into this next circle.
Yeah, Twisted is just dictating so much going on this northern side of the circle as they have full vision. GNL, meanwhile, though, you see Young and Hammer have managed to come over here. They're outside of the zone, though, so they stuck around just long enough to see if they can maybe sneak one away off of Twisted, and now they're back on the move, back over to that southwestern side. New Happy staying alive as long as the smoke wall will let them.
Yeah. Long script. Sad that that's how I got popped. That was the vehicle that he used for cover, so we'll be able to, or we'll be forced, I should say, to go try and see if we can find cover elsewhere. You do have a rich line, and as you can see here, with everyone currently being inside the circle except for GNL, it's just an info gathering phase right now. No one's looking to full-on pull up on one another, even if they get knocks. They know people are far away. They know there's multiple other teams that can interfere. So everyone is currently waiting for GNL to make up their mind and try and figure out where are you planning on entering the circle from. They do still have a bit of space up here in the north as they finally come off the hill, which means now with the hill properly out, we can start approaching. You can see instantly as soon as the two cars come off the hill, Na'Vi starts spreading out. New Happy starts spreading out further. Now the guys in the sky are gone. Great, let's play PUBG.
Yep, great point. As soon as GNL leaves, that opens up so much room now, especially for Na'Vi. As Ming, they've got their own little ridgeline to work with, and now they can actually spread out among it along that ridgeline because GNL not being able to look down to him. And actually that circle going to give him a lot of favor as we wait and see what Valley Tie. I mean, Valley Tie is just going to hide inside that zone. And Twisted Mind and GNL, it looks like they might have to fight over the same territory here. It really is just a question. I mean, GNL, you've got two bad decisions basically that you got to choose from.
Yeah.
Do you wrap on a Twisted or do you wrap on a Na'Vi?
Well, yeah, it's or do you just send it down the middle and hope? We've seen it before.
Sending it down the middle
We've seen it
seems
before
like
where teams goes to the completely opposite side of the circle and just take a fight there. Usually doesn't mean success, but we have definitely seen teams try and go for that sort of play before. They need a knock, though, and I think for Twisted and for Na'Vi, it's about waiting this one out.
It does seem like it would be the worst decision. However, the one thing that GNL has going for them is they've got all their cars functioning. So they could send a lot of people in there, a lot of vehicles, and try to make some kind of vehicle for it. But then again, that just turns into, okay, how long is it going to take until I get grenaded to
True. And
infinity?
you know that Na'Vi still has quite a bit of util left because they haven't really been forced to use any up until this point. I think these are the first couple of smokes they've actually lopped on forward. GNL, though, also have not had to use a whole lot of util as they haven't really been that up close with their opponents thus far. Divix trying to come over and help out his teammate Ferris, who had to prone down. A lot of damage done towards him as now Twisted Minds tries to maneuver their way a bit further forward. But look at this, as soon as they're past that ridge line, they're in the open to practically the entire server.
And they're trying to maintain whatever little bit of high ground they have left available to them. And it's working out so far, but Twisted Minds, you can see the smoke still being laid down thick right now as GNL oh my God, Batulin's got the BMX out here. He's just sending it Dave Mira style towards the center of the zone, trying to find somewhere to play. It looks like he might have found a spot, and he's calling for the rest of the boys.
This is a perfect view of the hill that these guys are fighting for, with Valtai, New Happy, and Na'Vi now on the southern side, trying to fend off against New Happy and Twisted Minds as they run on forward. December 12th, first to fall, and these guys cannot stop to shoot. They have to continue moving forward because there's no cover where they're currently stood.
Oh, Hakatori with the big boy shots, finds one knock, almost gets a second, gets another one onto Roy. As GNL, they are just compacted right behind the only bit of ridgeline they've got left. Batulin's trying to spot out Longshore. The spray comes through, but he won't get him. New Happy should be able to get back up to 3 strong, but Twisted, they don't want to wait around for that to happen.
Nope, they saw the knock on December 12th. Ming currently in the spoiler position. If he can time this right, that's 3 players flash. Let's see if he finds anything of it. Flashes on forward, forces all of Twisted Minds players back. They now know there's a player nearby. They're not going to second guess, or at least think twice about peeking over that ridgeline once more. I love the adjustment play we saw from Na'Vi just there. Why shoot at the guys running if we can shoot at the guys standing completely still, taking shots in the middle of the open?
Absolutely. GNL still up at the top there, and now the blue zone has right on their back. They're still sticking it out as long as they can, continuing to send shots over in that direction. But now the target is going to be Kiss.
Yep.
Can Valley Tie stay alive in this? Now you say Na'Vi, they've got a lot of utility from when they were looting, but they haven't really been able to pick anything off of the boxes of people. So they've got whatever they managed to loot at the beginning. That's about it. You can see they've not managed to get rid of Kiss just yet. So no more utility being sent over in that direction. GNL, it's just survival at this point.
You're prone behind one building. Lucky that no more nades are being lobbed on over. I was going to say Lou might find himself 4 kills if he commits to that throw, but he's not going to use it now. Twisted Minds are so conservative with the util, only using it when they know there are kills to be found on the other side. Now might be the time, though. But if example, Perfectix able to get knocks each their piece as well, as this fight continues forward, and somehow Kiss is still alive despite the util that's been used by Na'Vi to try and take him out.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, nobody really shooting at them just yet. They haven't really revealed themselves. GNL is just kind of the punching bag of the lobby right now. Is Stella going to go down? Example, taking the spray towards Hammer. Hammer, the last one alive. He had all the kills. He had everything in his bag for his team. What can he find? Can he survive a little bit longer? And now New Happy turning their attention toward Twisted Minds.
Forced to prone down, no helmet for Longsker, but knows that he has to commit to the push regardless. Gets taken down, Ming Ming will fall as well. That is the entirety of New Happy out as Twisted Minds continue the onslaught. 12 kills as they continue making the way further forward. An EMEA finish here in match number 2 of the Grand Finals.
Indeed it is. An example going to even the odds right off the bat. Finding Hakatori. Immediate knock. Batulins makes the push onto Ferris, who's got 1 HP. He'll go down. Sosid hiding behind the vehicle. Lou is super low. Batulins low. And now Diffix with the sneak attack from behind. Batulins is out of ammo. Lou is going to find Diffix, but Sosid, the last player alive for Na'Vi.
Solo player trying to make a play happen in a 1v3 situation. As you said, Batulins has literally got no bullets left in his AR. He's forced to play the mini. Example going for more. No helmet left for him to work with either, and 32 bullets to his name. Fortunately, plenty of loot still to work with for Batulins on his mini, but now taking blue to try and get over on the other side, and that's going to be Lou with the final kill, securing a win in match number 2 for Twisted Minds.
It didn't take long, did it? Twisted Minds came out looking so strong in the group stages. We talked about the fact that they were a slow starting team in the past. Well, that was the past, Toby. This is new TM, and they have come in ready to play.
And in a game where they play out of their norm as well, we saw how early they pushed off of the power grid hillside. They usually play these circles very slow, but they committed to the center compound early on, had a few favorable shifts in their way, and knew exactly how to come out victorious. In this area of the map, we've seen Twisted Minds and EMEA win games after games after games, and this is no different.
So patient with how they moved through the map. So patient with how, and so thorough with how they cleared everything around them, taking advantage of whatever was given to them. Well, we are going to throw it to break. When we come back, we'll watch some highlights.
see right there, Twisted Minds knows exactly how well they are playing here at PGS 3. Is it destiny unfolding in front of our eyes?
Destiny.
It's destiny. They looked so good in the group stage, and now looking at those final moments as well, controlling the east side the way that they did, and it felt like they were just taking fights with everyone and winning them out. It looked pretty clinical.
Yeah, very clinical. And honestly, the way that they're holding back, making sure that they're staying alive, making sure that they have the most opportunity and don't strike until it's actually necessary to do so, and that they're even more sure that they're going to win the fight or win the peak. You just see how like they are preserving themselves, holding on to it, making sure. Even the nades you saw, there were literally 3 guys in a car from GNL, and Lou was holding on to a nade, even though he could actually maybe gotten a flush or knock. But they wanted to get as many points as possible. 16 kills though, James.
Might be a damage record as well for the tournament so far in that first place. 2.7k damage. We saw it flash up as Example was over 1k damage alone, never mind anything else. But Example and Batulins especially putting in huge work. It's as if they were competing with one another to see who could get the most kills in a situation where it felt like they just felt comfortable.
Yeah. Insane here. 1,000 damage for example, 800 from Batulins, 6 on both of them, James, here. And I'm actually loving what I'm seeing from this kind of newly evolved or upper evolved Batulins here, because remember just a few years ago, he was all about the information game, sending, micromanaging, and now he's at the forefront. He's fighting with his team, leading from the front.
Agreed. Don't discount the other guys though whilst we take a look at the man of the match.
Sure.
Surprise, surprise Example. But if you look at it, Perfectix, 1 kill, but 640 damage as well.
Still fun.
Having huge impact in the server while they're trying to make this win happen. And yeah, I know a lot of people have got Example on their team, and
you don't.
Are you surprised? I shush you. At least Lou got 3, but
did.
I do not. Yes, correct.
I'm a little bit should have captained Example instead of him as today. Maybe I'll regret it later, depending on how well him as and the Cerberus guys going to do it. But this 26 points here. 2 or 3 teams on double digits still, but 26 points on the 9 they had before that. They are having a fantastic start here for the first 2 games.
The 3 teams that we specified at the beginning that were good at Miramar are the 3 teams in
that are
1,
good
2,
at
and
Miramar
3.
in this one.
Look at that. I mean, they've genuinely shown fantastic control of the Dunes, and GNL once again being in second place with the points they've accrued. Fantastic stuff to see. But yeah, Twisted Minds with 26 points. You've got to be terrified, petrified of this team that is currently showing that from group stage into the finals, they're done with being second place, it feels like.
Yeah, and if GNL is able to level up their games, and they have done a lot of prep coming into the finals here from the other maps, kind of taking some of the experience that they're able to have here on their first global, they could actually step up and potentially surprise us, take a top 4, top 5 away from here for PGS 3.
I think one thing that GNL is good at when it comes to Miramar is identifying which compounds they want relatively early when it comes to the circles, and then being able to hold on to them, like being able to kind of ward teams off, etc., and things like that. It's another game where they do exactly the same as what they were doing in the previous Miramars. So I think, you know, as much as GNL came out of South Korea being like, what, 3rd or 4th seed or something like that, I think it was 3rd, they're showing that they actually have a lot of power in this lobby where lobby dynamics, you might not fully suit you in Korea, but it suits them a bit more here on the international.
But no matter what here, what we've seen from them so far, these 2 first games here, they're very good to kind of, they're taking these prio or power positions like the overlook here on this map here, and they're sheep herding basically everyone away. If you're just poking everyone, and other teams know that there are 3 or 4 guys on a high ground position, like nobody's ever going to push them. They're maybe going to kind of encroach on them, maybe run up on them, but they're never going to crash them. That way they know we're going to be here until circle 3 or 4, then we can push everyone else on foot. And they have a really good fighting chance against some of these teams here. See how they're holding out TSM. They're taking the teams further on the southern side here. Super strong position to make sure they're fighting and pushing everyone away.
Well, it's a more arduous journey than ever to become a champion at PGS 3 because we are constantly shifting gears when it comes to the battlegrounds, the maps that we're going to be playing on. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we are moving on from Miramar. Stay tuned.
you got to do something. Here is Sonic's
Blue is on them.
Wait to try to see that. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play.
Yeah.
Guangdong is just trying to get rid of Heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left, making sure that those two knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. One knock, two knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. I passed 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into phase. Zepion going to spot long skirt, and Vex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap onto December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Down to a 3v1. Himaz, can he do something special
he
here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time and time.
So
Looking the other direction, but the first one takes down, kicks them in this game now, swaps on over to the MK Peaks on board, can't connect it, but he wins it in the end. Himaz reigns supreme.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you're coming young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Shot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are 2 games down, and we are ready to switch over maps. And so far, it's been the Guangdong Freaks and Twisted Minds. So maybe one we weren't expecting, one we were definitely expecting.
I'm just glad that I haven't blown up my vocal cords off of the first 2 matches like we did in the final day of group stages. Miramar has been treating us nicely. While the games have been hard to play, especially the last one with little to play in the center, it's been a good start. A good start where the teams have been able to find their footing in what already is turning out to be a very, very high caliber grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already seen some phenomenal play by some of the superstars in this lobby, such as Example. Yeah. And some new faces, new superstars on the rise like Hammer or Roy. I mean, guys from GNL that are just picking up bags of kills.
Yeah, the young guns out of Korea coming in here with, I mean, I talked a bit about them coming into the game, or with them, I should say. We didn't have a lot of big expectations coming into it. We just want to play our best. And right now, I mean, they are playing absolutely phenomenal. All players with plenty of careers still ahead of them. The oldest player, I believe, has just turned 22. So, young guns, Zoomers.
Back in the day. Okay, well, we are getting ready to head over to Tago. We'll see if we get any more love for these circles.
Yeah.
It has been a rough group stage, but so far so good through the finals. Take a look at that palace area and wait for our players to get in the plane.
See the cheers galore from the entire arena. That's what I love. I mean, even though they take out each other in these matches and they all, of course, want to win, there is also a slight level of camaraderie between them. They all just want the tournament to be great. And then, of course, what happens on the server stays on the server. As we now take to the sky as once again, playing path pretty much as fair as can be.
The only thing that's missing is you guys out there. Wish we could have that live audience once again, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe next time we'll get it in there, but that would definitely make things a lot more fun. As we see a couple of potential hot drop scenarios there, Petrichor Road and FaZe, and it looks like they might actually be sending it to the same spot there, Toby.
We talked about it in the group stage, they fought for it there, but because it wasn't a clean fight from either team, I instantly said there's a good chance they're going to go for it once more. Last time around, FaZe ended up victorious in a 4-2 casualty total, where, I mean, I should say they killed all of them but lost 2 players in doing so. Let's see if that's going to be the same case this time around as you go down to Busan Sa.
Man, going for it in the group stage is one thing. Committing to it in the grand final is something altogether different. We'll see what happens here. James already has a pretty good stack in the bag. Now, worth noting already, just looking at that mini-map, you can see Petrichor Road very much pinned down, but they are all 4 together. And same with FaZe, but FaZe has a little bit more room to try to kind of come around from different angles.
Ooh, full commit Northern Island.
Okay.
As we start seeing some drawings on the map here, marking the direction, of course, that a lot of these teams will take to try and make their way. I know plenty of bridges for them to utilize in their transitions, and hoping to see, of course, a lot of teams make their way up there. But right now, our eyes on FaZe, on Petrichor. As, I mean, you kind of lined it up pretty well. Petrichor sat on top of each other, FaZe split out, but that also caters to both their playstyle preferences. FaZe likes to be split, likes to put James, or sorry, not James, but Gustav, maybe also Corexi into like off-angle positions. Petrichor likes to likes to fight more kind of head-on, but as I say that, Chewy actually in the middle of a flank of his life as he's trying to wrap the entirety of FaZe Clan.
The longest wrap here is... That'll Petrichor Road will probably try to slow things down here and wait for Chewy to get in position, but there's no way that FaZe could have spotted this move from Chewy here.
I feel like they have to try and bait his attention, or bait their attention. I say Petrichor should lure them or keep their attention towards the east so that Chewy can make this run. Because the longer time goes by,
well, what has he got though? Has he got an AK?
He's got an AK.
Else? Oh, he's got a drag. He's got a drag.
Yeah. So the longer time we take, where they are not engaged upon, the thought goes into FaZe's mind of, wait, if someone's flanking us? And now, well, speaking of flanks, there's one on one side, there might be one on the other as well. It's now TSM, at least 3 of their 4 players are rocking up towards this position too.
They're looking over in that direction, and he's already been spotted out. Purdy Curdy a little bit closer. He's going to be the one to get the shot in and knock him down. Get that flush before Ming arrives.
And back again. We got Ike's left, guys. We got Ike's left.
Easy.
Run for it. Trying to make their way now back to safety. Actually, as I say, that Pert does stick around. I thought with him disengaging, they were going to try and make their way off this hill. The thing is, now with Chewy being split off earlier, that puts Petrichor Road in an even worse position than where they already were. Now, are they going to go for the car? But again, I mean, as you can see on the map here, even if they go for it, how do you get out of here alive? They have no longer got any clue on potential FaZe. Like FaZe breaches, FaZe flanks as well. Chewy just forced to prone down, wait things out. That's going to put a massive shoe in the stone. Well, or stone in the shoe for Petrichor, as they're going to be delayed by quite a margin.
Well, looking at FaZe, it looks like they decided to kind of move out of Busan Sa from the north side right as that knock came in. And as soon as that knock and flush came in, I think they realized, okay, well, yeah, Petrichor Road is hurt, but now TSM is here. Now, is TSM going to fully commit? We don't know, so let's just go ahead and commit to pushing away. Gustav now running in the wide open field. You can see Luke 12 on that mini-map just off to the south. Gustav might be in a little trouble here.
Yep, Purdy is coming in a vehicle as well. I think they saw him running up in this direction, and Gustav is miles out in the open, so a little worried that he's going to be seen here. In the meantime, up towards the bridge, we saw Mark just before, as Cerberus is making their way on over. We've seen Na'Vi positioned here to try and bridge camp in the past, and here they are once more.
They are. They've got 2 high and 1 low. Akatori going to try to provide some support as Tycon and the rest of the boys, they split. They send 2 off to the east, 2 off to the west, or rather 2 north, 2 south, really. But that just kind of suggests that maybe Tycon and Hisaki Want to get involved in this? Okay, no, they're pulling in. They have no reason to really take off here.
Yeah, trying to make their way back to safety. We can see here the current record for the most kills ever in a PGS game is Cerberus with their 20. Virtus Pro made a great run for it during the last game of group stages. 19 kills, I believe, just in phase 4. So, so unfortunately for them, that at least tied record was, as you say, just 1 kill off. Now, Cerberus able to 180, turn back around. They've weathered the storm. They've forced Na'Vi off, and now they can group up.
Yeah. I mean, I was curious as to what the plan was. Well, at least they managed to pull them away. So we're going to take a brief second to hear an interview with Roy.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-match interviews with your host Bella. Next to me we have GNL Esports' Roy here with us. You had a terrific start today, getting 6 kills just in match 1. You wiped out Sonics and Valentine. And how does it feel to, show your true skills at PGS? 이번 그랜드 파이널의 출발 너무 좋잖아요. 매치 1에서만 이제 6킬, 뭐 소닉스며 발리타이며 이렇게 로이 선수가 그냥 다 휩쓸어 버렸는데 이제 PGS 국제 대회에서 로이가 왔다. 로이의 역량을 보여준 그 소감이 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 좀 뭐 제가 잘했다기보다는 좀 팀원들의 것도 컸고 그리고 운도 좋았고 한데 그냥 항상 국내 대회에서 보여주던 모습들 그대로 보여준 것 같아서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
I wouldn't say it was all up to me, but I'm thankful for my teammates and our chemistry, and I got a little lucky as well. I'm just happy that I can bring what I did, how I performed in Korea, onto a global international stage. All right, we'll be back for match 3. Taego. 안녕.
I love the humbleness out of the Korean players. You never, like, every time I go up to do an interview or talk with them, like, give me something spicy. I think everyone is very kind in this service. Like, come on, guys, you can do better than hear him as, I'm just going to take them all out. They're nothing to me. I'm better than all of them. But no, here they say, I mean, it's not a one-man job, and of course it isn't. We now take our eyes to Petulins as they find Valentine in the open, but Valentine seemingly able to get away from this one alive.
Yeah, they got a little lucky there as Kiss got knocked on his side. They were able to get him back upright and get on out of there as Twisted Minds was ready and waiting. So they're going to immediately just head back off to the north and play the mountain just to the south of Army Base. Worth noting, while that interview was going on, nothing really spicy happening. Sonics did do the emergency pickup all the way up to the northwestern side of the island. So that's one team that we've seen do the E-pickup here early. Now Valentine, they got a little close with Twisted. They're getting a little even closer with New Happy.
I'm sure Spaceman is going to say sorry about that one, because I don't think that was intentional. We saw it yesterday or 2 days ago as well, when players step in front of one another and Dragonovs are in the game. Well, that's usually a one-tap to the dome and you're knocked, but I'm sure they'll be able to get him back on his feet. And as you can see, his Spaceman is like, oh, sorry, Shin, sorry. Get back on your feet, my friend. And yeah, here's a helmet, here's a first aid, whatever you need, my friend.
Don't jiggle peek right in front of me as I'm shooting my drag, man. But yeah, okay, we'll see. Pretty much every team has made it up to the Northern Island here, with the exception of E-Arena and TSM. They're coming in super late. Valentine has managed to find some place to play here, despite the fact that they got peppered by pretty much everybody just off to the north of the city here.
I'm looking up towards the far north right now. Howl is currently widely split in kind of a looting-ish position, and Twisted Minds are rotating straight into it. If this is intentional by Howl, that is an incredibly heads-up play up towards the far northern side of the map, because they've definitely heard their vehicles coming in. They're all now turning to look in their direction. Marco's in a vehicle now as well to try and group up, so there could potentially be a fight in the making up towards the far north of this island.
Definitely keep eyes on that, and definitely keep eyes on that if you've got the map stream open. You can see exactly what we're talking about. As we see FaZe just kind of securing themselves a dip just off to the southwest of 17. You can see they've got them spotted out. Weibo, meanwhile, they are just off to the southwest of the city itself, and we've got about 4 or 5 teams all playing around that dead center area as we get a little bit of replay, and yep, that's how it goes.
Where's the reactions? Oh, that's a giggle. There's a giggle. A little bit of a smile on the face of the players. I love it.
He knows.
I love it. Happens. It happens. It happens. Now let's see Circle closing in. 15 seconds left. We're fully committed to the Northern Island as TSM, the last team to cross on over, will get over here as well.
Oh, here we go. E-Arena.
Oh, sorry, E-Arena would be the last team. And
Yeah,
now
they do find themselves an E-pickup. We'll see where they just got to go. Waiting for that circle to close, and we are cutting all the way up north. So some mountain play, Mr. Toby.
Not just mountain play, but very, very, like, not explored territory. We rarely ever, if ever at all, have circles go this far north. You can see the massive chunk of teams in what was the previous circle center around Godok now full-on sprinting up the hillside to try and claim real estate there. The issue is from where Howl is and north is a mountaintop. So coming in from that south side, you have no clue, no eyes on what's happening further up the hills.
See Petrichor Road still out in the blue. They are taking their sweet time getting in here. The struggles of not getting an E-pickup on during your looting phase. So we'll keep an eye on them as they come in late. Now remember, Howl and Twisted Minds very, very close to each other. Howl got out of their little road camping spot and immediately sent it a little bit farther towards the west. Now, again, Toby, this is all taking place around a mountain, and as we are familiar with on Erangel, if you guys have ever played with on the mountains, you could be very, very close to another team and have no idea that they're there. So this is much the similar situation.
This is going to be a case where a lot of teams will survive into the next 1 or 2 circles, but then from that, we're going to see half the server die within 3 minutes time, if not even less than that. So while it might be slow now as some of these rotations come through, do not worry, the chaos will come around. It's just going to be on top of one another rather than spread out through the game.
And this is going to be another one of those interesting situations where you bring up the fact that this is an area of the map that we have not seen get played
pretty
a lot
much
in
ever.
comp.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've never seen it. So where this is, you know, teams are going to start acting a little bit different. Okay, Longsker should be resable there. That's on you, Ming Ming, to get those ADR up. But
we have these pro players. We all talk about how fantastic they are. Like, we immortalize them as these gods. But then the guys goes, we guys, calm down. You can't put us on that pedestal. We had Tickleton being taken down 2 days ago, and now we have both Shin and we have Longsker taken down as well.
Look at the mini map. This is what we're talking about, man. 3 teams just right on top of each other. No vision. You can see no shots are coming through because they have no idea that the other one is there. They might have some idea that they're there, but they're just not peeking.
And they all know how to fight in this exact area because that's where they go in their training mode or in their TDM matches to try and see if they can get a little action in. So we'll see now if that does come around, turn into a fight, which it should.
Well, the other thing that makes that's kind of interesting, and what I was trying to say before we saw Ming Ming run over his own damn teammate, is that since this is one of those areas of the map that you don't see a lot of play in, it's going to be the very veteran teams, the teams with a lot of confidence that are going to be more willing to do informative splits. So, like you see Twisted Minds, they were in a 3-1, but a lot of the teams that are a little bit newer, they're going to be on top of each other. Cerberus, Sonics, I mean, Sonics obviously not new, but New Happy. Some of these teams are opting to play it more safe by keeping everybody right on top of each other.
Definitely. We see Luke here scouting forward, well aware that there's still a GNL player inside this compound. It's only phase 2. Blue, and he has a jammer pack on, so not too much to worry about in terms of damage taken. In the meantime now, of course, just trying to find an entry point in. They have Purdy closer to the circle towards the southern side, so could just default back to that, but smart. They take a little bit of extra time. They know they're late to the rotation here, but because we haven't seen more action in this rotation, they know great teams are going to all be jammed up on that hillside. If we can avoid the hill altogether and only come up in the very late game, we're going to be off so much better. New circle pops, and far north we go once more. Again, we're chartering we're going into uncharted territory is what I'm trying to say. As these circles take us far up north, we're going to see a lot of contest in and around the open sides, especially towards the east side, where both phase 17 and potentially Petrichor are going to be coming in. I mean, Petrichor, off of not getting an E-ping up here, that might be a blessing in disguise.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, Sonics are on the clock. They have the ideal position, almost dead center circle inside of a compound, both sides of the road.
Yeah.
This is one of those games where you look at it and you're like, okay, we need to get some points off of this thing because we got a little bit lucky. So let's see what happens with that if anybody decides to try to really pressure them. Meanwhile, all those teams on that south side, again, you can see some starting to run into each other, but it's still pretty slow.
It is. Everyone is hesitant. Everyone is waiting for a third-party opportunity, but there aren't really any presenting themselves. There is a bit of a fight going on here, but it's outside the circle. There's no big gains in trying to engage in this fight if you're already in a better spot yourself. But Freaks and FaZe both fighting their way up the hillside, and worse for wear is for both these teams, whether you come out victorious or not, this is the first of many, many, many fights you're going to have to take to try and make your way up the hill.
Big shots there from Bean. Gets him right before he's able to hide behind that tree. Unfortunately, the smoke not going to be in a spot to land. And now Corexi is in a little bit of a no man's land here. Gustav, Salute knows he's down in that bush, but he might not be able to see him. Gustav will go down to the grenade from Salute now as the P90 is singing through the smoke. Gets Corexi down to about quarter health.
Yep, it's P90 Warfare. Human, first one to push on forward, tries to see if he can find teams. They knew he was further up the hillside. He took a few shots early, now getting shot at once more. That's Corexi's smoke just about to fade. Human should see him in a second, and now he does, finally! Able to take him down as he instantly focuses up towards Teams.
Teams has that high ground, though. He's got that rock to work with. He is a solo player, and it looks like he's just going to try to get on out of dodge. GNL, meanwhile, they're getting pressured by Cerberus. A number of utility being sent right on top of them. The grenades getting 2 down, but the rest of the boys still dancing around. Hammer going to try to just escape at this point, realizing that the inevitable has arrived.
Yeah, sprinting into the blue, nothing for them to come for in this area of the map as they take 2 casualties, wave goodbye, and Young and Hammer are going to try and see if they can actually wrap around Cerberus and make their way inside this next circle.
Well, remember last fight we were watching James, he's managed to send it by himself in the middle of 3 teams that we saw at the top of that mountain. Young, meanwhile, has arrived and he sees Sosid.
Smart not to take a shot there. Again, they've just gotten inside the circle. They know it's not the same team as before. You're down to low HP, no reason to try and engage. And as I said before, for FaZe, for Guangdong Freaks, regardless of who you are, making your way up the circle, it's just more teams waiting for you. Saw there, FaZe going down to 16th because of it.
Oh man, TSM has been trying to make their way in here, but they've been blocked by Gen G. Fortunately, Gen G is getting taken care of by Weiwu, and now they have to turn the fight over. Rex, the last one alive here. TSM have already lost Alo, but they've still got 3 up.
Yep, tricky position for them to try and get out of alive. Rex, solo player right now, trying to get back to his teammate, trying to maybe get him back on his feet, but Guangdong Freaks from behind says no. Babu taken down. Now it's just Rex up and alive. Nice play with the smoke, taking down Purdy. Smoked off the entrance, ran out of it on his own to try and make a play from outside. It's a great first takedown, but there's still 2 more players left to be found.
Beautiful work by Rex there. Luke 12 has made it to the smoke wall. They've got to use it because, as you saw, Guangdong Freaks and Na'Vi both sending it down here. Picture in picture, you can see how they're trying to make their way through the gauntlet as Rex trying to stay alive, keeping people...
There
we go.
And they both died to Bean.
They both died to Bean.
Nade up from the heavens, take out the double. The solos tried to stay put. Neither will come up victorious as they're torn apart by Guangdong Freaks.
Oh, mountain play. Mountain play, you gotta either love it or you hate it. And right there is both reasons why.
Yeah, pretty much.
You see what happens as Freaks continue. They have pretty much the entire south side of this circle to themselves. Hal, we said, tried to make it through that the E-Arena 17 Weibu Twisted Minds gauntlet, and unfortunately for them, it looks like Code Marco might be the only one left alive, and he's still outside his own.
And again, a lot of these fights are happening because we see E-Arena manage to maintain so much space. We saw it happen in their Miramar game in the final couple of games of the group stage as well. They're really, really good with these spots to just maintain their split formations and hold teams at bay. And effectively, by holding teams away from you, you're forcing them closer to one another. That's why we're seeing everyone scramble for positions to play from, because E-Arena is not allowing anyone next towards them.
They sure are. At 17, they're using that high ground pretty effectively. They've managed to collect a couple of points for themselves. Find themselves in 9th place overall. Petrichor Road, it's all down to Summer, and it is all... might be all she wrote. He's getting a little bit too close to Sonics. Here's 10 HP, does get the heal off, stays alive for a little bit longer, and maybe that rock might be his salvation.
Yep, optimal for Summer to be in the position he's currently in. Twisted Minds on one side, New Happy and Sonics on the other. Not a sandwich I would want to be in the middle of, that's for sure. As we now have Code Marco, yet another solo, trying to find somewhere to lay low of his own.
Okay, Sonics. There you go. Summer, yep, spotted out by example. Sonics managed to get everybody back into the same compound that they have by pulling everybody here across the road. They left Cerberus there for the backfill, and Code Marco, remember, he was the last player alive for Howl. He manages to get the double before going down to Batulins. Now New Happy, you got a decision to make.
I mean, Twisted Minds see the double knock coming through. Curious to see if they're going to actually commit to try and taking them down now, especially with them being on the outside of the circle here too. Could very well be kills in the making for them, but still at a bit too much of a distance to properly engage on it. And again, when you have a spot in the circle like this, when you have teams that are just behind you ready to pounce, there's just nothing to come for. And as you can see with the arrows being drawn on the map, that middle is open, and it's open for a reason. The hilltop is in, the compound still has players in it. Look at this hill, you cannot play anything around there. As much as the arrows indicate that you should be going towards the center, it's too dangerous right now with everyone still able to sit tight and just look down that direction.
Nothing but trees, man, and it's a little bit of a game of chicken here when you know that there's still 36 alive left in the lobby. Nobody wants to be the first to send it because you know that you will just have basically a big flashing light above your head saying kill me. As 17 trying to make their way a little bit closer to that. I think they realize the situation that's ahead of them, and the best option here is to see if they can maybe take this fight with the Arena.
Arena, finally casualties gone their way, and luckily for them, it's a big player that falls down. Jacob taken out before the fight has even properly started. Now 17, crouching in on one side, Quantum Freaks on the other as well. Should you would imagine engage in this and leave E-Arena out of the mix, at least for the first couple of knocks.
Yeah, this is going to be a big, big fight here. E-Arena has the best position. It's Code Marco. Yep, that was the replay. Does get the two, but unfortunately for them, both of those players get revived. So New Happy back up the full strength. 17 trying to go for a round, but they didn't expect the Freaks to be waiting and ready. Xiaowu has the blue encroaching and, gets the heal off just in time.
Able to stay put, but are you just extending your life for the same casual as the downfall? And yes, indeed, he will. He will be taken out with that molly. Heaven able to take him down. That's 9 kills now for Freaks, who have been continuously sweeping these southern edges, getting a lot of points rewarded off of them across all the players too. And most importantly, I think in this situation, have yet to take a single casualty.
Yeah, the Freaks have looked so good this game, and don't look now, man, but Na'Vi is in a pretty good position. Sonics, meanwhile, trying to keep Cerberus on the other side of the road. Unfortunately, they're not able to. They've got some utility to send right on top of them. We'll see if they can get a little bit of vengeance for the times that Cerberus have taken them down as utility war continues. But unfortunately, you look at the New Happy starting to creep over there, but it looks like New Happy has Twisted Minds on their back, so that might be good news for Sonic.
Exactly, and I think that's why Sonics opted to flex out of the compound when they did, because they saw New Happy preoccupied with Twisted Minds over on the other side. They said, great, this is our window to make a move, but Sonics also wise in knowing when that window gets shut down. If they start engaging now, they're instantly going to get attacked from behind. They realize this, they back off, they smoke off Cerberus in hoping that they're going to take a fight to Na'Vi instead, and now try and play more for defensive middle position.
Ooh, Shrimsy going to go down to Fairest, though, as you see Na'Vi has a little bit of an angle. See where the circle goes. Of course, it's going to go farther east. It doesn't really matter because everything's bad, but I guess the only good part about this for Weibo, for E-Arena, for Freaks, is they still have that high ground involved. They still have those rocks that they can work around, but Na'Vi in a perfect position here as Cerberus try to take the fight back to Sonics, and so far it's working out.
Yep, sure is. Tiggleton finds him as Big Target gone down. Still have 2 more players left to deal with, though. More flashes being applied, but as you can see, no follow-up, no push immediately after those flashes get lopped on over, telling me that they're just trying to force them away. They don't want to have to take this fight to Cerberus. They want to move their way actually in the other direction. If they could third-party New Happy here, that would be perfect. But they cannot budge Cerberus. It seems like they're opting to stick around here, even now, with Na'Vi behind him.
Yeah, Cerberus has just been a thorn in the side of Sonics, really. They just haven't gone down. Fortunately, as you said, Na'Vi now has arrived. They're going to get Sololzi, then knock the flush. And now Sosed turning his attention towards Tycon. So Cerberus has to put the brakes on this push on Sonics once again. And that's going to allow them to get their knocked man back up. And they are back to full strength. There you go, kickstart. We'll find the angle. And Sonics is on their feet.
Finally they're dealt with. Now they can flex out. Now they can push forward over towards New Happy, hoping, of course, that Twisted Minds will help them from the other side. But in fact, Twisted Minds ain't about helping them at all, as Example finds H-Win.
And
they got the Nah, yes they are. There's nothing to come for. You know, these are the 2 teams that you're fighting for a potential tournament win you're going up against. These 4 teams that we just saw in the north were highlighted as the 4 with the biggest chance, so it makes perfect sense to try and deny there.
4 deep, and New Happy will pull just a little bit closer in. The smoke wall will keep them alive. It looks like they're electing to take the fight over towards Na'Vi.
Yeah.
As this might be the best terrain really available to them. Sonics you know, for having that compound, unfortunately, as soon as it left, it was just nowhere to go. Now New Happy, we'll see what they decide to do. They're just deathballing right now.
Yeah, have to go together again. These Chinese teams, the meta has very much been a brute force mentality play style. Just send 4 guys on top of one another into the fray. Of course, that does make them vulnerable to util. 1 well-placed nade, and that could be 2, potentially even 3 players gone down because of it. But for New Happy, it makes perfect sense to me that they say, Twisted Minds over there, you know what? Yes, let's go the other way.
You know, it really feels like these teams that are having so much success, given these kind of wild and crazy circles that we've been seeing, they push, they deathball, and then they like, okay, stop. Now we know what our range is. Now we know what our spot that we can protect is. As long as we're going to go down to a grenade from Diffix, Nan will try to return the favor. Grenade coming over the top doesn't look like it'll get the knocks. Diffix once again is on fire right now for Na'Vi, and now it's just down to December 12th and Ming Ming.
And Na'Vi is taking this fight in a 2v4 situation. Diffix is still on the southern side, holding out Quantum Freaks. Now Hagatori is up there helping them, kind of looking over their shoulder to make sure that no push is coming through from the other side, and this is what they were waiting for. They were trying to maintain a 2-2 split for the longest time, but now trying to make the sweep on forward again in a 3v2 situation with Twisted Minds grabbing in from the backside too.
Gotta make that push. There you go. Na'Vi will find their 6th kill of the day, and now they might be able to turn their attention over towards Twisted.
Yes.
Yeah, Twisted only committing 2 to the backside of this. This is kind of what they've been doing all day, is they don't get too aggressive, but they'll send 2 to see if they can maybe sneak a kill off of another fight, to third party another fight, but the second it's not there, they immediately pull back. So
like, Twisted Minds gets away with the scare there because they were spread a bit thin. Yes, you had 2 players up high in a position from where they could help down below, but they were in a 2v, very aggressive 3 with Diffix, Grocer in hand, kind of hunting them down. And had they committed to the push further forward and spotted them with their backs turned in the open, that could have been 2 quick picks for Na'Vi. But again, I mean, similarly to the Miramar game we just played before, Na'Vi is doing phenomenally when it comes to space control right now.
Yeah, they really are. Looks like they kind of figured out that Twisted Minds has pulled away, so they return back to 3 strong. And as you said, they have Ferris down on that south side, just making sure that nobody else comes and sneaks up behind them. The only thing that he may not know about is Weibo here. Shen and Cold just lying on their tummies, waiting for somebody to peek.
They have been chilling here for a while now. Should imagine that if E-Arena knew they were there, they would have taken them out already, because I think they do have ankles from somewhere up there. It's whenever you stood on the top of the highest cliff in an endgame situation like this, you can be pretty sure that the entire server is going to be shooting at you. So I don't think it's worthwhile for Sizzy, for Lyrics, to try and peek down towards Way, because they know they have Freaks and Twisted Minds right next door.
Yeah, Twisted Minds now making the full push. They're committing all 4 to going uphill down to the south. Tigger has that hard cover, that movable cover to use.
4 nades.
Will get some support from his teammates. The grenades will fall. Oh, right on top. I mean, Twisted Minds so good with their utility, and I think they realize what's happening. They have Sizzy and they've got Lyrics right up top. Tigger just the man up front, waiting to see, basically preventing them from going any further than this ridge line.
I was going to say, if they can bait the attention for Tigger and he can peek on over, that might be a play to make, but that nade is right on his feet, and that's going to be Lou finding Tigger. In the meantime, Diffix once again makes the Grocer sing, takes out the entirety of Wave, who has now the push, comes through from the other side, and Salute over the top, joined by his teammates, and Kwangdong Freaks helps take out E-Arena.
Freaks have been so quiet for so long, but then in a second that they get the opportunity, they managed to strike and collect their 12th kill so far of this match. 4 strong, have the high ground, but Twisted Minds is right on the other side of that rock.
I mean, speaking of coming off to a good start, Na'Vi getting out in the end game last game, Kwangdong Freaks winning match number 1, Twisted Minds winning number 2, and now these 3 teams are in the end game once more.
Na'Vi has absolutely shot up the leaderboard with this performance. Now let's see if they can cap it off. 2 more teams to take care of. They've got complete control of the low ground. And now Bean's going to find the opening knock on a Perfectix.
They have 18 smokes still.
They're going to need every single one of them, too.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, while this has been going on, look at how much space Na'Vi continue to take. They're going to go, well, if you're not going to claim it, we might as well take it for ourselves. Very, very wise in their playstyles right here. Nate right now doing all the damage they need. Example found as well. Perfectix already down. Twisted Minds down to 2.
They're in some trouble right now. Batulins will try to stop things, slow things down just enough to maybe get these revives off, but the blue is encroaching. Kwangdong Freaks, they are sticking around. Na'Vi is just waiting.
Luke wants up close. He knows there's kills waiting on the other side. Spots Perfectix. That's the first one gone down. Batulin's now in the blue. It's going to go down. He was flashed. He was forced into the blue, and he will fall because of it. Twisted Minds out, but not before they find two. This is Na'Vi's chance to pounce. Twisted Minds did everything they could just there to give Na'Vi this win.
And you could see the collapse coming in as they immediately send it. Salute will lose the 1v1 to Sosed. And now the grenades from Ferris. The shots from Diffix. Ferris trying to come up and spot out Heaven on the backside. The smoke wall keeping them alive, but it's not going to be enough. And Na'Vi get a huge win in game number 3.
Hagatory Pickers rejoice as you claim yourself extra fantasy points off of that one, and all the way through. What a game from Na'Vi. From the bridge camp against Cerberus in the early game till their flank plays up on the western side. These guys are young, they're globally inexperienced, but they dare. They take so much space throughout this entire game and claim a win because of it.
I think things set up perfectly for how they've been wanting to play here so far these first 3 games. Very, very quiet for the early game, quiet through most of the mid game, but once that opportunity arises in the late game, they will strike, and they manage to collect a big victory and shoot themselves up the leaderboard.
Smiles across the faces of the young guns out of Ukraine as we take our way to the highlights of this match and into Takeover right after this.
backside. Oğlum Salih beni vura Yiğit.
都挺难处理了。
Na'Vi finding space and finding plenty of kills for them to round things up and get themselves the victory here when it was time to take over. We've got Avenger here to break down everything that is going on in this game, and Na'Vi looking cool.
It was, but also it was an extremely hard circle, right? The amount of water that we had in circle 2 and 3, the amount of pressure that was from the very top, and of course, because of the terrain and how everything kind of elevates and works out, it can accommodate an extreme amount of teams. And then when it kind of shifts off and doesn't end exactly there, there's going to be so many fights. And eventually, we actually had the last biggest fight up there as well, kind of in the rocks and everything. So yeah, overall, fantastic game. I like what we saw from, of course, both Twisted Minds and the Freaks. But Na'Vi is able to take it home, and Diffix is able to make a difference here and get 5 kills and 800 damage.
Yes, yes, yes. It's a young roster, and it is maybe, you know, one of their their first international LAN, and from that, they are looking to try and thrive in some of the early stages of this grand final. This is a lot of points for a team that is, let's be honest, unproven internationally. But so far, if they're able to keep up this kind of consistency, well, they may have proven themselves.
For sure. And on top of this, with the second place coming in from last game, right, this is going to be a good amount of points here. I'm severely impressed with them on how they're able to close it out. Of course, they were third-partying a last fight that it was impractical and it was kind of impossible for them to not win that. With everyone Twisted Mind lost so many players, Freaks lost so many players. Yeah, overall, very easy fight to win in the end, but they controlled so much of the western side for so long and poked at everyone. They poked Cerberus away. They poked everyone and took their space.
Yeah.
And here with this, of course, 14 kills as well for Freaks, 21 points for Na'Vi still, and 22 teams above 20. Quite impressive here, very top heavy.
Yeah, just to talk about, I think, the penultimate circle for a moment, I think that something that was great by Na'Vi is they had a 3-1 split going on.
Right.
Ferris was down towards the south, almost kind of
anchoring,
corralling the idea of those teams not to come down from what was the high ground in the south. And the other three, you dismantle Weibo, and then from there, you control the middle of the circle, right? That gives them so much control, and all the other teams have to walk into one another, finding themselves now in 3rd place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, very impressive here. Also for Freaks here, for this consistency already, 43 points, 49 for Twist. We're talking about a 50-point average, James, to win the whole thing. If you're able to do that every day. And now here, after just half the games today, they are just 1 point shy of that. It's very, very impressive here. Super interesting to see. Yeah, and I should say here, Ferris' only job here is just going around with the gong, like ding, ding,
We're
ding.
here. We're here.
There's somebody shooting both guns, making sure, basically sheep herding, and poking the teams away, making sure that they couldn't kind of backfill into that area that Na'Vi was holding on to. And they were holding on to that for a very long time on the western side. So perfect played control here. Very clinical play from them, and of course, the perfect third-party timing. They didn't want to get greedy. They could have gotten in earlier and tried to get more kills, but that would probably have meant that Kwangdong Freaks would have turned around and maybe taken on Na'Vi. So it was the secure win here and the good amount of points that secured them a good spot here in the top 3 now.
That's the team that I wanted to talk about. Kwangdong Freaks, the one that was closest to Hakatora, that he was kind of repelling almost with, not too much aggression himself. But the fact that they have also kind of set themselves apart alongside Twisted Minds in this lobby, because Kwangdong Freaks, they also have themselves double-digit kills in this game and are finding themselves right up there with Twisted Minds. So as much as, Twisted Minds, 49 points, I think Kwangdong Freaks right now is on 43 points after having mega consistency themselves. And
very
after I quite honestly, I'm going to say it like I've said it in prior days, I had question marks around the South Korean region. How are they going to fare? Kwangdong Freaks is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's mainly also because you're taking apart your PGC winning team and you're making
dividing everything.
Yeah, dividing all the good players amongst more teams here. But yeah, Kwangdong Freaks is looking like the team that's taking over. Danovas used to be kind of top 4 spots here at PGS.
All right, let's get to it. It's the Tundra. We are going to Vikendi here as we have game number 4 of day 1 in the grand final. Brr.
Thank you very much, boys. And you saw the cool blue lighting over the stage, which can only mean that we are heading to the snowy fields of Vikendi. And it has been an interesting day so far, Toby. These guys have definitely come out swinging and ready to play. Now it's time to get the back half going. Look at that. That's you.
Oh, look, it's me?
Yeah. It's just like
that threw me off. I didn't. What about that snowman makes me, other than the fact that he's super cool? And you know what? You guys are cool too. And you know what makes you even cooler? If you start spamming those dancing dinosaurs in the chat, because as we can see on our map, TSM do like to go towards the west to Dino Land, which off of this plane path might not be where the game will end. But I do feel like the more dancing dinos we see in the chat, the bigger the odds that the game will end there.
All I can do is concur.
Yeah, that's just how it works.
I am a Dino Land enjoyer myself, as should be pretty obvious to literally anyone. But yeah, I mean to the point where I expect a statue of myself,
a Porosaurus
statue in Dino Land. I'm starting it now. I want the
someday.
No, I don't think anybody's backing me up on that, man. I'd hope,
you know what I mean?
But
dreams are there to be broken. I don't know. Let's continue off on this one. We're not seeing any hot drops now, as it should be, my friends. But with this plane path, I'm a little worried that we are getting one of these crazy southern ones again that we saw a couple of days ago. That was Himas, that was Tycon, and the Cerberus boys popping off greatly. And speaking of them, well, they get themselves yet another circle going their way, as our dearly beloved observers are showing us. The rotations can be found on the edges, and I think the majority of them will go from there. I think, too, though, there's going to be quite a bunch of teams going in from around where 17 are currently located. coming in north of the Comestro, there's a lot of area to take control of around the castle, around where Himas is currently sat, that you can really make great use of, especially here in the early game, where you can, along the lines of what Arena did in the previous game, try and keep other teams at a distance.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this one plays out. We'll make sure you scan now to watch the PGS 3 in that multi-view. Remember, we do have team streams with team comms as well as our map. So I know everybody loves to see that.
That's the next thing. We get insights with the teams during the game, where we can listen to what they're currently talking about.
There is not a single player on Earth that would want to hear you coming into their comms in the middle of
No, we don't
play.
join their comms.
Okay,
We're going to help, boys. How are you doing?
Sure.
We just casually, like a fly on the wall, listen in. What do you think Batulins is talking about right now?
Oh, man, what is he talking about?
You see, we would know. We might know in the future. We'll see as 17 Gaming get their loot game going. A team who, for the longest time, have been up there. I mean, not only did they win PGS 1, but a team who, for the longest time, has been respected as one of the best in the world. At a point, the best in the world. Seemingly unstoppable, but as of late, unable to really pull back to that same level of play. I know there's been some roster changes. I know a lot of people questioned them initially, but I will say that even with Show, it's not like Show is not able to pull his weight. In terms of individual capabilities, he's been phenomenal. I just think what little Show brings, or brought, I should say, to the roster, helps them a hell of a lot when it comes to their early game rotations, which has hindered them. But now, let's listen to Tycon.
Đến vòng chung kết thì em nghĩ Tuyết Tịch Mai là đối thủ mạnh nhất, tại vì họ đang là team top 1 của vòng loại. Team tụi em đã đồng hành cùng nhau 5 năm rồi, nên là chuyện bọn em bắn tốt như vậy là điều hiển nhiên thôi. Tại vì Hải Saki và Solo G rất hiểu ý hai tụi em. Bọn em là một team mà, nên là đối với tụi em thì những cái vòng bo hay là những cái gì bọn em đều có thể làm được. Dù khó đến mức nào em cũng phải chiến đấu hết mình.
There you go. Big killer right there. As we check in with Valley Thai. See how they are doing over around Observatory. Now, they are very far off to the north. Let's hope that they can find... well, I mean, do you even mess with an E-pick up in this kind of circle, or do you just kind of try to come in?
If you're far up towards the northwest, that might be a world where that's your best option. I will just say, though, off of that interview, I love the fact that Tycon just shouted out both Sololsi and Haisaki, because, my friends out there, you might be a great player, but you're not always the fragger of your team. Sometimes there are other fraggers on your team, and for Cerberus, that's Tycon, that's Himas. But there ain't no fragger that's out there being successful if they don't have phenomenal support players. Players that don't go out there to try and claim the spotlight, players that just want to see the team succeed. So the fact that he brings both of them up is a great one, and I think we should all just... Throw a thumbs up in the chat for all the support players out there who might not be the ones we mention with all the crazy highlights, but who are the ones who enables set fraggers to go out and do what they do best.
I like to think of myself as an enabler.
Yeah,
honestly.
I can see that. You enable me to cast. I mean,
I enable you to do whatever it is that you do.
I just yell.
You know?
Yeah, that's. I just get excited and jump around like a crazy person.
Yeah, that's all. Hey, you know what? And look how much it adds. As we take...
He said with a suspicious tone.
No, look, hey man, you know I love how excited you get. It always makes me happy. See some bears just kind of hanging around.
Get away.
Just rolling on through.
Get away.
Like a drive-through safari.
Yeah, exactly.
Let them live their life. We'll see if they chase them here.
That'd be the next thing. You can pull you out of vehicles if you park for long enough. Speaking thereof, Fexy doesn't seemingly like the bears around him. He's gonna take one out, and looking towards the circle as James finds one as well. Is this 2-1-1 split from Cerberus that we're currently seeing? Again, everyone have your map stream open. You should be, if you aren't already, have the map open so that you can see this Cerberus split with Tycon sat in the castle on his own right now. I'm a little worried on his behalf. They just had Weibo pretty much just full speed send it through them. And in a 3-1-1 split like they're currently in, like the way they're currently positioned, if a team gets right in the middle of you, it's gonna be very hard to try and regroup or group up all together. So a little worried here for Cerberus that they might get in trouble now that Haisaki has also been seen by New Happy.
Yeah, I mean, this is
because this is prime real estate,
though, right? Yeah, I mean, a lot of what they're taking up is prime real estate.
Exactly.
But, you know, they're not afraid. This is the thing we've been talking about. This team is just not afraid of anybody, really. And even when they're by themselves, soloing, peacocking just a little bit, they are not afraid to take the shots and see what they can do here. As we see December 12th, getting a little bit close to the hot spring. Get your skin right, my friend.
Yeah.
Get you feeling good.
Nice. We should have
Get
small.
your pores opened.
What do you call like the small monkeys that always chill in like the Japanese hot springs? You should have them running around. You can't shoot them, but they'll steal your loot. Like they'll take bullets.
Well, then they're getting shot.
I mean, no, you can't. They're too. You can't
That's
do
just
that.
thievery.
You can't be doing that. Can't be doing that to the pure old monkeys. In the meantime, now let's take a look at Fairest. He's eyeing the sky as Ming Ming finds Mamu. That's elsewhere on the map. Shouldn't really be any big follow-ups on that knock. Just a little info knock. Okay, you might have broken my skull, but at least now I know where you are.
Yeah, I was trying to see how far away it was. It's not that.
A bit of distance to it. Like solid 300 meters.
Yeah, it's decent.
Uh-oh.
It's decent.
Marco, you are very close to that bear.
He sure is.
Just casually turns his back on a bear. That's
it's
like me turning my back on you, Poro.
That's trusting your teammate.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd let that bear. That bear would be eating you.
I would have been. I would have fallen a long time. I would have been fallen a long time ago before that. In the meantime, now as we take a look to Fairest again, the fact that he's jumping out over the sea might not be too interesting. But again, as we talked about in the previous match, look at how much map control Na'Vi currently has. This bear is stuck in the tree or something. I'm not sure, but it is chilling.
He sits like my dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
He was chasing. He ran into
Maybe
a tree. He's like,
the
I don't
only
know.
bear left on
the dumbest bear on earth. He ran into the tree and couldn't walk any further. And he just like sits down and got mad about it and just went back.
I'd be a little dazed if I sprinted headfirst into a tree as well. Not gonna lie. But now let's see how. Team who also yet have... I mean, they got 13 points over the previous 3 games. Of course, not the start you want to get off to, especially with some of the positions Howl have had here in the... I mean, you saw Twisted Minds win a game off of a position they literally took away from Howl in the previous match. So Howl, a team that would want to come out victorious, and a team who, like many other, at least right now, have opted to go dead center. A lot of teams here on the very eastern coast hoping that this circle continues going the way, because if it doesn't, if we go back towards Castle, if we go far up towards the north, for all of these teams that are now sat center to try and untangle that nut they have already set themselves in, that's going to come with a lot of casualties, I think.
Oh, for sure. Howl, as you said, 9th place, and I'm just kind of looking at the leaderboard. Obviously, there's a little bit of a log jam there, right around 13, 14 points. But you know, you look up towards Twisted, you look towards Freaks, and you start wondering, is this going to be one of those situations where the point sponging starts early?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it, definitely.
I mean, honestly, like, Twisted has definitely looked fantastic through every game. Freaks have had 2 fantastic games. One, you know, that was decent. But, you know, if these two start taking off with the thing in the first day,
that's definitely dangerous if you're any of the other teams on this server. Yep, definitely is. And for a team like Freaks, too, I mean, we saw them in Korea, massive, massive in-game potential, and a team that very much thrives off of momentum. There are other teams that will get pop-off games pretty much out of nowhere, but I feel like for Freaks in particular, if they have a bad day, it becomes a really bad day. If they have a good day, there is no limit to where they can go off of it. Now let's see where this circle is going to take us as we swing towards the castle. And now look at all these teams out on the edges that are going to have to try and make their way on in. But Kranich on the southern side, Trika on the northern, makes it very hard for teams to try and wrap around and make their way into what is this next circle.
Well, man, you start wondering, okay, Cerberus are immediately collapsing back onto Tycon. That's a big castle to try to defend as a 4-man, but we'll see if they can get it done, or how they decide to defend it, rather. As we see example in the rest of the Twisted Minds gang. Ming Ming, oh, you've already gotten 1 knock with that. Oh, can he get another? No.
Almost had him. Not going to happen. Long skirt takes a few parting shots as well. As New Happy, of course, currently in a better position than Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds forced down towards the south, and that's just great news for New Happy, because they're forcing them, again, into opponents, setting up potential third-party opportunities for themselves. It's now Sonics as well, looking for a potential engage here. Genji also close to Petrichor. A lot of these teams trying to make their way outside of the previous circle, wrapping around, and now... I mean, effectively 3 teams on top of each other.
This south side is about to be absolutely disgusting. You got Genji, Petrichor, Twisted Minds, GNL, and TSM. 5 teams all fighting around the same compound right on the edge of circle. And Twisted Minds, they won all of it. Example immediately gets taken down by Adder. Batulins gets knocked very low. So Example will get flushed out as well, it looks like here, as Genji, they're playing the walls, they're playing the edges. And look, we still have 3-4 other teams that are around that are hearing this all go down.
This is very unlike Twisted Minds to take a fight like this. I don't think they knew what they were in for when they pulled up on this combo. Maybe they thought it was a split position with a solo set down here, but not only is there a team, as you say, multiple teams around ready for third-party opportunities as well.
And they are just destroying each other. Adder and Barpo both down as well. Lou about to go down to the Molotov from Rex, and TSM just hanging out on the edges, shooting through the smokes. If anything reveals itself on the side of the smoke, they will take the shot. Sparking gonna get knocked low, but knocking out.
This all goes back to what we said before. Very hard to wrap around this circle when you can't go east because you're on the coastline. Everyone is trying to take the same few routes out of the eastern side of the previous circle, causing all the commotion we're seeing here. Batulins finds Rex early on, goes for the flash as well. Summer finds a double on the other side of the fighters. No, Batulins misses a single shot on the target. Tosi able to take him down because of it.
Point secured. Tosi the last one up here for Gen G. Meanwhile, in the kill feed, you can see GNL and Petrichor Road. They're about a block away from this. Gen G will go down eventually. 2 Sparkings. Molotov as Alo will get spotted by Perfectix. Now Sparking trying to finish the man off. He will. Oh, barely though.
Last bullet in the chamber seals the deal. Twisted Minds in first place overall, but the second team to fall here is now the fight between GNL and Petrichor continues. Roy over the top, peeks on forward, but will be taken down by Ming, who, if time is right, should be able to get his teammates back on their feet.
Absolute madness here in the early game on Vikendi. The south side has just been just devastating for a number of teams here, as FaZe is now starting to wrap around on the south side. TSM has gotten everybody back up to full strength. They're doing a little bit of looting. FaZe creeping down here, just spotting things out, seeing what they can see.
I mean, they heard all that in the kill feed, and they know they have no clue where those people are, but they're going to be close by. Circle shifting west once more. Continue that rotation, Petrichor. You were doing something smart before. Unfortunately, a lot of teams joined. You look towards the northeast now. How many teams are trying to come in from here? I would imagine FaZe not going all the way straight north. They're going to try and wrap west and cut off Petrichor because they know how many teams are coming in from the other side.
And as you see on that circle, the whole western side of this circle of the zone is completely open here. As Hal trying to do a little drive-by action on a Weibo, and it's working out a charm as the Mad and Code Marco with 1 HP left. They will creep on through. They'll just keep on going as they got what they needed. They're just the priority really just trying to find some spot here, but Cerberus kings of the castle, and they are defending it well. Rorn down to 1 shot, will stay alive.
Can't find him, but now they're starting to take casualties. 2 Sololsi found up high. They have to commit to the rest, and by them backing off, that allows even more people up on the walls.
Okay, Hal, this is about as good as you could hope for really on a send like that. E-Arena has also arrived in the castle, so the Kings are getting supplanted here. As Tycon will try to send a grenade back down. Trigger and Lyrics going down to High Mass, as he is not giving up his kingdom willingly.
Not at all. Still 1 more left to find, but found reloading. Has to cancel. Yep. Prones down, cancels the reload. 14 bullets is what he's got to work with. A FAMAS arm combo, and he's going to find the target. Jacob annihilated.
Oh my god, the crown is well deserved. He's going to find Zizzy. Gets just behind the wall in just the right amount of time. Haisaki still down, and Cerberus, they will deal with him when ready. They are eaten.
I think for now it's the time to try and reset, try and figure out exactly how many teams are nearby. They have forced the opposing team off, at least for now, but more waves of teams will be making their way here. I said maybe go for Haisaki, but he's found by Alonska. And all these teams now that were trying to maneuver their way into the circle from the far eastern side have started to get within shooting range.
It is so hard in this lobby to get out of a full 4v4 fight cleanly. It is just, it feels like it's almost impossible. You're taking 2 losses, maybe at least 1 every single time. And Purdy Curdy has FaZe right dead in his sights, but he's got no support for, actually Luke 12 is off to the south. He doesn't want to take this shot because the second he does, you just know you're going to reveal yourself to anybody near.
Yep, Sonic's forced to try and crash into the northern side of the castle too. As this circle's going to continue to close in. Purdy with the bunny ears off the Valtai logo creeps his way further forward. That's 3 right in front of him. It's on their feet, and Purdy tears the FaZe clan apart.
And Kurt going to let him know too. Luke 12 has been taken down, and now Ruin has spotted him out. But man, mission accomplished there if you're Purdy Curdy. 7 kills for TSM as he is the last player left alive.
Castle is where we're headed off of that shift for TSM. Plenty more space just garnered with that takeout. You can see Purdy still a journey left to make, as he's going to have to, I think for now, maybe lay low for a little bit. You can see Howl still with eyes on him, knowing exactly where he is. He's getting into a vehicle, but are you crashing Castle as a solo at this point? I'm not sure.
I don't know. You can see all these teams on the north. You looked at Freaks and Valley Thai. All of them were kind of hoping and wishing that this thing would cut north and favor them a little bit. But now they're in a tough spot, especially Freaks. This is they saw Twisted Minds go down very quickly in this lobby, and that was looking like an opportunity to really come up and catch up to them. Now Freaks will turn their attention towards 17, and oh yeah, Salute, you're by yourself, my dude.
Nice disengage there. Fortunate to be able to stay alive off of seeing 3 players on the other side. But as little as he expected them to see him, or as little were they expecting the other way around too. So good thing. Both of them kind of caught by surprise seeing one another, and neither team's taking casualties because of it.
Well, despite the fact that they're not taking casualties, it's slowing them down.
Yeah.
And they've got to find somewhere to play. Nobody wants to be the first one to send it in because, we see so many times, if you're the first one to go, that means that you're usually the first one to get taken down by those who follow. Look at Owl.
4 guys in a car, and that's what's going to happen to you. And here we see again Purdy with the nade literally on the feet of
You see every single head look down all at the same time, and they're like, oh no. S. We're done.
Yeah,
okay.
Unlucky. Again, I mean, credit to Valentine for being able to maintain as much space as they have. Again, splitting out on the edge, very similar to their Miramar game 2 matches ago. Able to maintain full control, forcing all the teams down on the western side, because now 17, Guangdong Freaks and Pretchico, all 3 had a chance to try and grab East and take a fight there, are forced to kind of funnel towards one another.
Oh yeah, Ming's going to spot out Show, and the vehicles are very low, and actually that might save them here a little bit because they were about to run right into Na'Vi. Now Na'Vi, only 3 there. They've left Ferris down towards the south. Once again, Ferris just by himself. Just protecting the backside. The grenade is going to find Xiao Wu. So said he's got the AK waiting and ready. Xiaobei very low. Yep, he's going to get finished off there. Suju, last one up here for 17. Staying alive just by the kindness of the smoke. Is that the... He's still got the glider.
Again, I mean, phenomenal performance from Na'Vi to maintain edge control, to force teams off, and letting them know that if you come nearby, which you're welcome to, you're going to be points for us. So Na'Vi able to now back off as Ferris tries to dodge and weave midair, get himself safely, if not back underground, then at least towards it. New circle. Pups, is it going to be a Castle finish, or are we going elsewhere? Castle it is.
Let's go. Okay. It's time to play Who's the Real King here. As you see there, hey, actually worth noting that here's a little bit of a care package drop on the south side of that zone. Now, Cerberus and Howl, I mean, that's kind of instant death if you go for it right now, right? But
if New Happy makes it to underneath that bridge and just sits down there, that'd be an impressive fit. I mean, and it's not the worst place to be. We've seen it in the MEA before. I believe it was Foot who got themselves out on the bridge and was like, wait, you can actually play here? We heard in the in-games comms too, that bridge is actually far more playable than you'd initially expect. So maybe there's plays to be made as Purdy, the solo from TSM, tries to stay put. Him as though, yeah, Blue Zone nade in hand. He might not be long for this world much longer.
And KDF trying to send it across. They had the smoke wall laid down, but unfortunately just too many gaps in there. Tickleton was a big damage. Oh, the last shot, 1 shot away, and Heaven gets through. So Freaks managed to get 3 inside at least, and now Bean going to go down to Kiss.
I mean, Valentine committing to this split for as long as they have with Meklos and Kiss on one side. You have UNQ down in the south, and then you have the last teammate far on the southern side. I'm a little worried that they're trying to maintain it for too long, but they do have complete northeastern control, so we'll see if they've set up highways to try and regroup.
Suju the last one out. Na'Vi knows he's there, though, and they were waiting for him. He never did peek, as he'll just try to keep healing up, and
you got it. Just exactly. They know exactly when to start popping these first states. It's very rare that you see people make healing mistakes like that. In the meantime now, Na'Vi forced out into the open, out onto the ice, trying to grant themselves some cover. But we saw Howl players with nades in hand, and they're well within reach.
Okay. Not a great spot for Na'Vi, but you know what? They're 4 up.
Oh, yeah.
And this is better than nothing, really. Is honestly, not many of these other teams are going to be hard peeking this or really aggressing towards them. Ferris has been left behind to try to take care of Suju, and now he sees him in the kill feed. He knows he's done. And the car has been left.
Well, with Na'Vi having made their way towards the ice, the last team to join that party is New Happy. They will make their way towards set bridge we saw just before, but if they're playing underneath it, I'm a little worried for them. We'll see how they opt to go, as they should potentially be able to stay out of the bridge and still be inside the circle. It's going to be just barely, with a couple of windows they're going to need to be very cautious of moving their way on in.
Yeah, Na'Vi showing a lot of patience and showing a lot of progress, really, from a roster that hadn't really seen a lot of international competition. I feel like they've grown leaps and bounds just in the 3 days that we've seen so far. I say that as Hakatori gets knocked by Roarin.
As it should be.
Should be a fairly easy res, though, here, as you see. They've got a little bit of cover to work with. New Happy, meanwhile, slowly but surely making their way to that bridge.
New Happy just got to try and see if they can wait this one out, because it might be hard to conquer a castle, but not that hard if the castle is fighting amongst one another. Try and see how long you can stay put. This circle is going to take it towards the east. Maybe now, underneath the bridge would be the better place to go, and not all the way up towards the wall. I think they're going to stay on the eastern side. If they take the fight to Valtai here and claim the entire eastern kind of coastline on this castle, not only are they going to get 250 crates, but they're also going to be well rewarded for the position they have, while everyone else is going to have to fight their way through the middle of it.
Yeah, worth noting. I mean, I don't think they'll progress all the way, as you said, all the way up to that castle
that's
wall.
Way too early.
Just that cliffside would be enough here. But the problem for Na'Vi now is, where do you go? You've got Howl that's been kind of picking down at you. Diffix is feeding that information over to the rest of the boys. But Howl, they've got to move, but they don't have to move yet, and that's the biggest problem for Na'Vi here.
Another issue for Howl apparently is they've been shooting so much they're running out of bullets. 10 left for Ruin, nothing left to spare. Marco, though, finds the double, able to shut down Na'Vi on approach.
Oh, and both of those kills get stolen away. You hate to see that for Howl, as they were ready and waiting. Grenade not going to find Diffix.
Purdy is still up as well, but he's just been seen by New Happy, which is actually crucial info for them. And there's a solo sat in the shack looking the other direction, meaning that he's clearly not a teammate of the guys currently fighting on the western side.
Yeah, still vehicles here for Na'Vi, so they might still have a little bit of a shot. I don't know. New Happy, as you said, they got them pretty much dead to rights, and Howl, they've just got all eyes looking over here right now is. Get them low, and they'll get them out there and see if they can actually get credit for this kill. Yeah, they sure will. And now the Howl boys know that Diffix is the only one.
I mean, not only do Howl need these kills, they also need all the loot they can get off of them. Diffix solo play left alive. Nice push there from Howl, splitting one person further out on the right, like swinging wide. The other guy's playing up close, and now much needed loot pickup here from the whole team as they try and share these bullets between them.
Very, very well played by Howl, as they knew that they were in a pretty tough spot early on. They had to send it and survive, and that's exactly what they did. Purdy just trying to survive as well. Ruin just going to spray through the smoke, not realizing that Kurt has not left.
I like the idea, though. We see it time and time again where a smoke will be deployed and you're trying to sneak out because of it. This time, not quite the case. Himas, in the meantime, Famas and Panzerfaust in hand, trying to deny the push here from Howl.
I think I didn't notice that Panzerfaust in his pocket as we wait and see what Himas has up his sleeve for the last part of this game. Now Howl still trying to commit to taking care of Purdy. That blue zone grenade might be he's got the heal, so he's going to get through that as well. And he's just the thorn in the side here for Howl. Don't give up a player just by trying to get rid of this last guy.
Yep, that's a massive thorn as well. Matt can't really wrap around the northern side, still outside the circle. Oh, as I say that actually just exactly, and now comes the push on through. Great timing with the flash as well for him to take down Purdy. Issue is he falls to long score. Perfect off angle on the bridge as the circle swings off the castle itself out towards the northeast.
Tried so hard to get rid of the man, and they lose 2 for it. Code Marco, the last player alive here for Howl, and see he'll drop the smokes down, but New Happy just staring right over in that direction. Long skirt. Oh, big damage done there. He's going to spot Roarin. One more bullet might do it through the smoke.
That last one was on point.
So close,
but again, 27 bullets for Longsker as well. A lot of these teams that are making their way on in have really not had a whole lot of opportunities to loot from the opponents they've taken out. And now, for Valentine, they've been very cautious, very careful in trying not over-engaging towards New Happy, but I feel like they should be grouping up inside the circle now. I feel like having 2 players still out in the back is too dangerous as we now take our eyes towards the castle itself.
just playing the walls here as Hymas throws a few grenades on out just to...
If you're Petrichor, you all the way around here.
Yeah, you got to, right? I mean, it's the best option.
I mean, they don't know. They have no clue what's on the other side.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
again,
exactly.
I mean, there's no reason to find out here if you can creep your way further forward still. In the meantime, Kwangdong Freaks, team we should mention as they're currently set in second place, have managed to weather the storm on the northern side too. And as I say that, of course, Salute does get knocked, but the rest should be possible.
Oh my gosh, so many Panzerfaust out in hands here for Sonics. They're waiting for anybody to peek them. Oh, Summer's going to go down. Yep, Chewy barely gets in.
Able to sneak in. Not sure if Shen hurt him. He might have been close enough for the footsteps to be audible on the other side. Chewy, though, at least gets the first aid off. Able to stay put. Still got some util and meds to work with. And more importantly, getting ever so much closer to the circle, which is still moving in.
Yep, Shen just holding his line right now. As Valley Tai, they managed to get the two that were at the rock in the middle of the river.
Yeah.
They get them over to the coastline. So Valley Tai's still very much in this as we see Sonic's going to spot out Tycon. They'll spot out Himas as well. They clean up Cerberus. So Sonic's owners of the castle now.
Yeah, taking out Chewy as well, trying to limit what they're going to have to fight from behind them as they make their way into this final circle. They do not, though, know about Shen having just eliminated 2 teams in 2 seconds. You'd imagine that's all they're going to have to deal with. But H-Win, wise as he is well aware that there could be more, and he finds Shen as well.
Huge game for Sonics now as they've managed to collect 8 kills. They've got 4 alive, and they've got, well, what's left of the castle that's still inside to work with. It's going to be real hard, though, with that road. There's a lot of ridge line. You can see, yeah, that's what they've got to work with. They've got to come down, but they've got Kwangdong Freaks, they got New Happy, all have vision onto this. It's going to be difficult work here for Sonics to make their way out.
This is going to be on Bean. Bean on the northern side of this 2-player Kwangdong Freaks roster has to be aware, or has to see the Sonics players make their way on out. Because look at this, if he can prevent them from crossing down towards heaven, whether it be with util, whether it be with just shooting towards him, if he can force them to take the fight to the south, that's potentially Kwangdong Freaks opening an opportunity to make their way into the circle. Heaven now, though, creeping around, will go up here, peek on forward, taking down Shrimsy early on. And one more!
Oh my goodness, Heaven, immediate double knock as Tiggleton, he's trying to provide some overwatch for the rest of the boys, but just does not have an angle onto any of this. So H-Win will go, or Kickstart rather, go for the res onto H-Win. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, Tiggleton does spot out Bean. Will force Bean back, but now New Happy taking the fight right to Valley Tai.
Yep, Long's good. Oh, what a headshot. Connected instantly to follow with Nance. Nate's going to take down 2. Now it's just Latai left alive, down to 1 HP. Will get the first hit off, but Longsker knows there's only so many chances to make an aggressive play, and this is now.
I think Valley Tai trying to play it a little too cautious there, and New Happy, they just slammed their foot to the gas. And it has paid off. They have that ridge line. They've got 1 player in their midst hiding in that hard cover. Bean will flush out Shrimsy, but the res does come through on a H-Win. So now Sonic's back to 3 strong. They've got a wall, but it's not great.
And this is where the castle walls become your downfall every now and again. If you're staying there for too long, you could be in trouble. And right now, all of Sonic's forced to pro down and heal on out as they wait for the next circle to pop. They do still have 1 smoke to work with. There are some right now, so if you don't use those, well, 1 smoke is all you're relying on.
I mean, how much utility does New Happy have left? But Kickstart, that's a huge start by spotting out Ming Ming. He was the high guy, the one that was keeping an eye on everything. Kickstart still taking those shots through the smoke. They're not finding the knocks, though. No damage coming through onto Heaven as they are slowly trying to make their way through. How much does Sonics have any utility to work with here?
They're sprinting straight in towards them. They still have a couple of things left to work with, and in the end, they will fall down. Heaven taken by 1, Bean taken by another. They will go down and out as we make our way into the final 3 teams.
Oh, the P90, December 12th, tried to do work with it. Had to pull back, though, as he got a little bit damaged. New Happy does get that res, so they're back up to full strength. Sonics just playing around in the smokes. Kickstart will find Nan. Ming Ming will find H-Win. It's all down to Kick, and it's done.
Down they go, but I was going to say through all of this, Sissy is still alive. He's going to be able to find the first one, but now in a very tough 1 versus 2.
The arena, no, New Happy will get the victory, and that is huge for NH Esports.
Massive performance in this game. They played it slow. They came in on the southern side. They used the bridge for cover and claimed a victory off of some very good late game rotations.
Again, patience, patience, playing the biggest role here. You saw them, they did not overstep their bounds. They didn't take more than what was in front of them, and they ends up paying off huge for them. And you got to give credit to Sonics as well. Keeping 4 up to the late game, they got a lot of kills up there. They managed to climb up the leaderboard. So after 4 games, looking pretty strong.
The best teams are the ones that can play in multiple gears. New Happy very fast early on to claim a center position, but off the circle swings up to play slow and come out victorious in what was an amazing win here on Vicinity.
원래 때문에 진짜
Yeter bak.
A tussle in the castle results in Sonics eventually getting out of there but not being able to conquer. New Happy waiting and ready to go. They get themselves the victory here after just holding out over in that kind of frozen lake area very strongly against what was a lot of teams. Like Valley Tai was north of them trying to kind of hold out those positions, but New Happy played it patiently.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about these castle endings, is that everyone can kind of accommodate themselves around and kind of play uphill, right? If you're the last team to come in for an angle, then you can play it very, very late. I was hoping for a perfect castle ending, for a kind of a king of the castle fight. That would have been cool. And Sonics was looking very strong in there with 4-man strong, and they actually wiped out Cerberus quite nicely. And as we were talking about during the game, right, they actually got out of there. They managed to get out of there. Crime and Freach, they helped them, but there were only 2 lives, and then they actually managed to open it up like a can opener. So very, very impressive here for Sonics to come out and get that many kills when they didn't have the ending inside the castle.
Gotta agree. I mean, I expected Quantum Freaks to be completely dismantling them, but that was not to be. Utilizing mollies, etc., and just patiently biding their time with Sonics to be able to make that breakout happen. But New Happy really was the tale of the story. Long Skur with 8 after 627 damage. So he's really being very efficient about how he's taking his fights, when to be able to shoot for all of this. So Gotta say, New Happy once again on this stage, looking brilliant.
He's been very impressive here. Fantastic for him to come in here and prove himself on a global stage like this at a tournament here for him, where it's like both in the group stage but also showing up now in the grand finals. Usually it's the talk of the town is Ming Ming, right? But here he's able to get 8 kills, 600 some damage, and able to replicate what we saw he was capable of doing in the group stage too. So he was a cheap pick, quite a cheap pick compared to how well he was able to do in the group stage in terms of fantasy and in terms of how many points and kills and damage he was able to accrue.
Do you recall his price?
26,000-ish.
Okay.
100 maybe, I think.
Yeah. I mean, relative to the top dogs, right?
Oh,
If somebody who is 26,000 on your fantasy team is dropping 8 kills, then you're like, okay, and surviving and 600 damage. But here it is, 24 points go their way. Sonics from Castle, 14 points. As much as, you don't get the win in the end, that's a win in my book. That's enough points considering that they were effectively, what we were saying, basically coming out of a city, and that's almost always difficult.
And a big story to be told in terms of we have a 4th and 5th place in terms of 7 points here. No placement point, right? It's been very hard for the teams to kind of come in there. We had a lot of solo players, a lot of rats to try to survive.
Let's talk about some of the teams towards the bottom, though. I feel FaZe might be mentally beaten right now. That was it was already difficult going into that Vikendi game, but that nade, it's got to sting.
It's a really it's a mental breaker for sure. 4 points in 4 games, and I believe that was the first match actually they got those 4 points. So it's been 3 games now with 0. Gen G also down there with only 6. No placement points for them, or 17 gaming. And I gotta say, with only 10 points here, Lil Ghost not playing is a mistake.
Yes,
I feel like they would have been a top 8 team if they had Lil Ghost in the roster.
I mean,
we saw them last year with that exact roster, competing with the top, winning PGS 1. That was a mistake in my books here. Of course, there could be some underlying things that he's sick, he's gone, but we'll see.
Sure, we don't know the full circumstances around it. All we know is that if he was in, we feel they would be higher than 10 points in this grand final.
Top 8 easily, potentially even top 5.
Very, very powerful roster, to say the least. That being said, for those teams down towards the bottom, one of the best things about us switching from Battlegrounds to quite rapidly in this format now is that, yes, if you really want it, you can get a reset going into something like Erangel, unless the circles are as terrible as they were in group stage.
Mental reset?
I mean, technically, I suppose you could have a mental reset with those kinds of circles, but because it's Erangel, it's everyone's bread and butter. Even with bad circles, you're still going back to where you assume you know best.
Yeah, but also the other teams also know exactly where teams are coming from. So if the circles are hard against you, if you're in the opposite side of hardships twice in a row, you're like, we can't do more than that. We fought our way twice.
Everywhere should have been held.
Yeah. All the angles are going to be held, all the good compounds, all the prior positions are going to be taken and played with multiple players on those. So if you get multiple back-to-back hardships and you're on the other side of that, it's just, you can maybe play in, make a good play, maybe pick up once, maybe get in once, but if you have to do it twice, it is almost doomed. And that's where it's really important for teams to realize, okay, we're not going to be able to win the game. Let's turn around and try to kill all the guys that are chasing, trying to still get into the circle. Focus on squeezing more points per game out of the game rather than trying to see, can we still win this? Can we still make a full cent? Just get those 3, 4, 5 points, because if you keep the averages up, you're still going to have a chance once we get to the final day.
I mean, maybe the mental reset is a big, bold play, right? Like something like an pickup. We saw the likes of FaZe, for example, south of that west bridge, have that compound, or in a previous game, have the hill, get a second place. But anyway, that's by the by. We need to go to a break. When we return, we will be moving on to the grassy pastures here at PGS 3. Stay tuned.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Erangel Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
You got to do something. Here is Sonic's
Blue is on them.
Wait to try to see that. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play.
Yeah.
Guangdong is just trying to get rid of Heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left, making sure that those two knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. One knock, two knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. Past 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into phase. ZPyong going to spot long skirt, and Bex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap on to December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Down to a 3v1. Him as can he do something
Yes,
special
he can.
here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time and time.
So
Looking
exposed.
the other direction. Spot the first one. Takes down, kicks down in this game now. Swaps on over to the MK. Peaks on board. Can't connect it, but he wins it in the end. Him as reigns supreme.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, still EO in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chops. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again after that short break to get ready to head into our final 2 games of the day on Erangel. We have 4 in the bag already, and we've got 2 more days to play, Toby, but everybody's going to want to get as many points as they can today to try to do whatever they can first day. I mean, it sets you up for the rest of the tournament.
Definitely does. I have something that I've seen over the course of these first 4 matches that I'm loving to see, because it's not something I feel like I've seen in the past. Some of these young guns, some of these LAN untested players coming out and taking charge. We see it from Na'Vi daring to split out and take control. We see it from Valitai coming in with a game plan, setting up, not caring who they're going up against, but making space for themselves, forcing teams away. And we've seen it now multiple times where these 2 teams have pushed off New Heavy, pushed off Twisted Minds, pushed off teams you know would normally just run down at you and take you out. But these guys are taking charge, and I love to see it. Normally, inexperienced teams play safe. These guys don't.
I tell you what, man, I don't know if there's any other team. It's really kind of a toss-up between Valitai, Na'Vi, and E-Arena. Young teams that have come in here and just immediately looked right at home in one of the toughest international lobbies that we could possibly field. Well, we are ready to head into that penultimate game, as James would like to say, and Toffees would like to steal. 5 matches down after this one is concluded. Are we going to get another military?
I was just going to say,
I don't want to bring it up. I really don't.
I was just going to say, welcome back, everyone, to 2 military games in a row, where now 5 teams have their hot draw, like their loot spots taken.
Yeah, I mean, bro, it has been just ridiculous the amount. You know, for being the bread and butter, right? The one that everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everybody knows every last pebble on the roads of this map. It is provided some of the worst possible circles, the most difficult circles to manage in this tournament so far. So we'll see if they're ready for it here in these grand finals, or maybe, just maybe, Toby, they'll be blessed a little bit.
We'll see. We will have to wait and see. It would require quite the southern swing off that plane path to include military, but there is definitely a world in which that's going to happen. Teams are going to spread out nicely as yet another very kind plane path shows us all the way across the map here.
You see, of course, as predicted, no hot jobs. No one messing with that.
Nope.
Not anywhere on the map, not here on Erangel. Actually, well, I guess to be fair, we did have one hot drop phase, and that's about as beautiful a sight as any team is going to see here.
Yeah, this music is vibing.
It is.
I wonder how long they're going to keep it on for. Yeah. Well, Gen G are going to cross a bridge. We'll see if that's going to happen. New Heavy might cross on over down below. While I think that's definitely viable in some cases, having now seen how Center Cerberus likes to go early on, it's not the route that I'm thinking New Heavy is going to opt to go. They play slow, they take their time, backfilling into military now, I don't think would necessarily be the right play as the music
slowly
fades out.
So you triggered by that music. You see, you try to passive-aggressively say how much you like it. Really, all you were saying is, please, God, shut this off.
It's hard to think straight when you're sitting and vibing at the same, like doing head pops, you know? But nope, it went away. We're back into old, quiet Pachinki. A Pachinki that hasn't always been quiet, with the sheer amount of teams that have opted to hop drop here throughout global tournaments. But in the end, the all-around victors of Pachinki became 17 Gaming.
Indeed. Take a look at Howl showing up a little bit here in day number 1 to the delight of our European brethren as they find some success. You know, it's been a little bit of a slow start for sure this tournament, but they have definitely proven their worth here in the first 4 games.
Definitely has. A team that I think, I mean, even within the boundaries of EMEA, still continue to impress people. I think a lot of people talk about how Code Marco coming to the roster was going to change everything, but I actually like to kind of highlight Quetpa in how the roster has really worked together. Having said that, though, let's get a listen in to Twisted Minds and see how they fare.
Welcome back to your post-match interviews with Bella. Right next to me, we have Twisted Minds. Batulins joining us. Hello.
Hello.
You've been crushing it so far at PGS 3. You scored #1 on group stage, and you're killing it today as well. How confident are you in keeping your place as #1 on the leaderboard here?
Confident as usual.
Oh, Batulins, may I ask, is it time?
You will see soon.
Oh, okay. We'll be back with match 5. Bye-bye.
Bye.
A man who does not dare jinxing himself. I respect it. These guys have been oh so close so many times, but have still yet to raise the global championship trophy. I fully respect him not wanting to accidentally curse anything. That's for us. Casters can curse everything. Players shouldn't be doing themselves any bad.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I've never cursed a single thing in my entire life.
Flashback to last game when you literally took down Salute with one sentence.
Yeah, he threw.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's bad timing. Yep.
Well, hi, Mass. You're kind of in a bad spot here, buddy, behind that tree. And fortunately for him, it looks as though 17 is going to remain blissfully unaware of his presence.
There we go. You know what? You're in the open. You're chilling. Breathing in some fresh Esport air. Might as well be on a bike as well. Get those leg days in. Burn those calories.
Yeah, look, man. You'll burn a lot of calories riding a bike. Not that I would know. I've heard.
Well, let's hop up towards the north, as far away from the circle as we can possibly go, as Twisted Minds trying to potentially make Valentine think twice about landing and looting here for the rest of the grand finals. At least now trying to pressure them back into the city, wanting to make sure that their approach, their route into the circle remains theirs and theirs alone.
This is a little El Clasico TSM here. If there's a team that likes to loot up in North George that they think that they're better than, which is most teams, they will do a little camp. And a lot of the times the goal is not even to get a kill or to do anything like that. The goal is to put it in their heads that from now on you have to consider that we might be here.
Exactly. The earlier you start applying that pressure, get those mental games going, potentially the better you're going to be off for your rotations. As we see a little loot sharing here amongst the new heavy players, still on the very cusp, or border, I should say, of the circle, with plenty of routes to take coming into this one. I would imagine they're going to try and make their way north, up over, maybe not all the way to the top of Potato Mountain, but play the northern side rather than wrapping on the coast, and then, of course, waiting for those 4 minutes until we see that next circle pop.
Yeah, a little present dropping there for 17. Is Vex going to take some shots at him from range? Again, in this lobby, man, it feels so dangerous to take. You feel like you've got the freedom, right, to just take a few shots, but then all of a sudden you find out that you've been flanked by like 5 different ways, and the second you pull away from that window, it puts you in peril. Well, Vex so far looks like he's going to be okay. Sonics, meanwhile, making their way in on South Pachinki. Not a bad day for them so far. Second place overall with 23 points.
Yeah, that's. I think. I mean, they will probably say so as well. There were probably moments where they could have gotten more. You can always get more out of every single game, but overall, definitely not the worst beginning to a grand finals. On the flip side of that, FaZe sat down in 16th currently. Would have probably wished they had a little more going, but at least for now, they have a solid 2-1-1 split, very center circle. My only concern, while it's not too scary right now, is them trying to group up, because there's a lot of hungry teams set around them. Gen G on one side, 17 on the other, that are constantly eyeing that direction. So should they realize, wait, these guys are split pretty thin, and they get pulled up on, I'm not sure you get out of those compounds in time to regroup.
Checking in with NH Esports. Once again, it seems to be the play for NH this tournament. Well, not even just taking time, but just keeping everybody together as Vex gets spotted out by, or actually Jeems getting spotted out by Rex. So as you mentioned, man, FaZe, it's been a rough day one, to be sure.
I just want to thank Rex for making me look like the biggest IQ analyst in the world when he literally does exactly what I just said like 10 seconds later. But that's the danger. That is definitely the danger of trying to maintain these splits, especially with how center teams are. And I think that's maybe something that's catching FaZe a bit by surprise too. How a lot of these usually very edge teams are now starting to fight for center positions. I don't think we ever see this circle in particular with this many teams sat in the very middle. If we did like a 2-kilometer wide, like full circle, almost 12, 13 teams are in there already. That's very unheard of in EMEA, very unheard of in most regions. But here on the global stage, teams know that compounds, well, you don't get those for free unless you get there early.
The space just
really isn't.
It's, you know, and again, you know, FaZe being one of those teams that I would imagine has enough international experience to really know you know, what they could expect and what not to expect. Again, everybody has bad days, right? FaZe isn't the only one. Gen G, with that 1 point, has now put themselves 3 points above FaZe. So, you know, bad days happen to the best of them.
Oh, definitely.
It's just a question of can you keep your mind in the right place, come into day 2, learn something from your mistakes in the last day, and try to grow from it and proceed. Shin wants this.
He really wants
so
to create.
He wants it so bad.
I only have one smoke. Oh, is it going to be enough? Do I dare go down there? I just got shut up by 2 people, but I'm sure this bike will get me there and back. Well, let's see, Shin. Now we've stayed on you for a while. Let's just commit to this Shin view and see if FaZe gets a kill off of it.
I absolutely feel this.
Oh no. There's
the deepest part of my soul.
And it's a crate, mate. It ain't worth it, bro.
No,
you have no
it is
smokes.
worth it. You've got it now.
Please tell. Oh, there was an Om in there too. So let's see if he didn't even drop his Dragunov yet. So he might not even be taking the gun. Oh, there you go. Okay, takes the Om. The smoke is there for a little while longer. Come on, Shin. Oh, now he's doing wheelies as well. Shin gets the safety. He's going on the back wheel all the way back to safety. He's showboating his way to the compound.
You'll love to see it. And now he's got an Om.
You know what? For one smoke and a lot of high heart rates for all viewers out there, that Om was hard and well deserved. As the circle centers up, FaZe going to be right in the middle of it, but so will Shin.
Beautiful.
With his Om.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at our arrows here. I can see what they're saying here. So maybe you know, Sonic's being the farthest most West team may have to be worried a little bit about Valley Tide. Where does Valley Tide decide to go? I think that Potato Mountain might be a little bit more of a likely rotation path, but especially considering TSM's Twisted rather, is probably going to stay in that 2-2 split. I imagine, right?
Could I draw and highlight the fact that we have so much space on the southwestern side of this map, but the issue is there are so many of the teams that are still outside the circle that are coming in from the east. And because you can't just casually roll over Potato Mountain and go into that, it's going to remain open most likely for the rest of the game, unless if the likes of Valtai opts to go down there, because scouting over Potato now, this late into the mid-phase of the game, and then wrapping further down, is incredibly dangerous. You're surrounded by compounds, you're in the open in all rotations, so teams won't be aware that there's real estate to claim down there, meaning if we continue to go west, those teams that are there, Cerberus, New Happy, 17 potentially as well, want up to go further west, so we're just going to force teams that much closer to one another, out on the eastern side of the circle, out where we see GNL, out where we see, that's a nice little Spinamaroo there, out where we see Navi as well. They're going to be forced closer to one another, take fights, because no one can come in from the west.
Well, GNL pulling in, as you said, on that southeastern side, getting really close to Navi. Jacob going to finish off Tosi is Arena trying to hold it down here on the south. They end up catching the southern side of that Gen G split. Now the rest of the boys have arrived. Some shots will land, but don't think it's really going to matter as Gen G already loses that player. Now they've got Barpo on an island here.
Yeah. Taker sat trying to figure out how he can engage in this one as well. I think they would have really wished that Taker could just fall back to his teammates, because that south side crossroads is actually really good, especially in this circle. If he can get out of here alive somehow, or even if he just falls here, that might be better for the rest of E-Arena than try and just stay here and keep him alive. Because they have a lot of like highway territory on the southern side to rotate come next circle.
Well, that's what I think they're trying to do with the offensive smokes upstairs, to try to keep it so that Barpo can't peek that and try to open it up for Tigger. But unfortunately, they realize now that Rex has a little bit of an angle to work with here. The smoke's still laid down, but they're slowly bleeding out. So if Tigger's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it quick.
Yep, saving Private Tigger.
There you go. Lyrics with the bait vehicle.
Now GNL coming in here as well. They're going to hear these shots. Lyrics maybe driving north, just try and bait the attention away for a little while. Going up at least to get an off angle on the far northern side. GNL has seen him. They're taking shots towards him now as the circles keep closing on in. And there you go. Everyone
exactly
back
what
safe.
It was. That was exactly what it was. Lyrics with the bait vehicle. Just,
brave.
Yeah, you know, you had to do it. And fortunately for them, they're actually getting out just in the nick of time here. As you mentioned, GNL slowly coming through there. Now, meanwhile, Howl has control over this prison area. They were a little bit south, but Sosid.
The bravery on this man, down to 1 HP, knows his opponent is going to go for a reload and peek him again. Or even more so, knows he's going to lob over to a nade, says, oh, you're going to nade me? Nah, you're not. I'm going to shoot you. That was such a smart play. We see it done every now and again, but that was a masterclass right there.
monster stuff from Soset, and that's actually going to pull Na'Vi away, and they'll keep all 4 up. The new circle does pop right there onto Death Road. Cerberus have control over that for the time being. Sonics in control over that western side, and you can see on that south side a lot of teams having to make their way in, but there is a lot of space really available to play.
Again, the west is pretty open. I highly doubt anyone's going to crash 17 with the farm being that far south side here. Everyone's going to try and make their way north into the hills, over towards the Snake compound, which is now completely free, but goes back to what we were saying before. How does anyone find this out when every team that could potentially gain from going there is set kilometers away?
Absolutely no info. Well, Gen G running right next to E-Arena, and they're jousting in between each other. Barpo going to get locked down to about half HP. Rex already has a hard cover. Tigger tried to stop down, pulls away. Adder is going to get spotted out. He's going to get taken down, and E-Arena now down to just Tigger and Jacob.
Gen G committing 3 players to a shack. Little do they know there's an entire compound available further towards the west, and now in a position from where they will probably never find out, and even if they do, won't be able to make a play for it. Having said that, Rex will be able to get some points off of finding the first there. Tigger now solo in the middle of the circle with Cerberus right on top of it.
And he is going to go down there. That's going to be our first team eliminated here in match number 5. E-Arena out in 16th place, despite the fact that they've been doing pretty good so far today. They are on the top half of the leaderboard, and Shin, that just singing. Sosa, there you go. The play, the balls on this man. Has the hard rock cover, and he will use it. Now Gen G, as you said, Rex and Barpo just too deep in a shack. And an entire S compound just off to their south. Howl tries to send it, but Cerberus is ready.
Tycon opens up, finds Matt. Nate lopped on forward. It's going to bounce off the back of the Matt, but will be able to find room with the damage that has already been done. So Lolsey now throws one more over, and Red Zone of Artillery is coming on down as it's just Squidpa left alive. As I say that, no, stays through the spray.
Imas spotted him there. Fortunately, that hillside providing just enough cover, and now Gen G going to send a few shots over in this direction. It doesn't matter to Cerberus. They're going to stick this out. They've got 4 points just waiting for them right here. Kwepa is just alive as long as that smoke is going to allow him to be. So the grenade doing some nice damage on Imas. And Tycon actually having to pull away as well. He gets knocked pretty low. Kwepa, do you actually go for this race? No shot.
Imas has no fear in life. It's insane. The disrespect, the audacity to just contest literally anyone on the server. He's alone right now saying, boys, are you coming or what? I'm going to take this fight regardless of whether you're here or no.
Man got 12 kills yesterday, and he's going to get the re-knock on a code. Marco, second grenade coming through.
Oh.
Yeah, Kepa going to fall just far enough behind to go down. And now we cut over to Na'Vi and TSM. The trade's coming through. Diffix now the last player alive. And Purdy Curdy and Alo trying to see if they can spot him out.
Yep, 2 players knocked. We'll see if Divix is going to try and make a play off of this. Valentine probably going to stay out towards the west for a little while longer. That would be a wild rotation from 17 to make, but I would love to see it happen. In the meantime, as we see here as well, GNL actually going to be the team to reap the rewards of that rotation. They came all the way in from east of Mill to Power, and are now the ones to grab underneath, as Divix will eventually fall.
There you go, TSM. Up another kill, and they should be able to get Sparking back on his feet. Indeed, they do. 4 strong coming in from that north side. My question is, do they have vehicles? I don't see anything lying around. They've got to have something, I imagine. There you go. There's a Dacia. But we'll see how they decide to come in here. Weibo, meanwhile, coming in from that far southeast. They're running right into that phase trio inside the building, and 17 making moves right in front of them.
Yep, this is good timing on FaZe as well, on 17, because they see FaZe preoccupied now with Weibo. That's going to allow for them to wrap further towards the west, go up towards where Cerberus are currently sat, and try and take the fight straight towards their building.
Oh, they're hoping that they can maybe catch Cerberus slipping here. Maybe see if they can get him caught in a wide split. Xiaobei and Xiaowu take the low side of the sniper tower. Xiaowu will get knocked by Nan, actually, from range, and he's going to get finished off as well. So Xiaobei just holding the low side. Suju comes down as well. Zhu taking the shots at Hisaki. Has to pull back away, though. He's too low.
Yep, Xiaobei in trouble. 17 in trouble. And again, just seeming disconnected, as if, again, with the info that Little Ghost was able to provide for the team back when he was on the roster, seems like they've gelled a little bit better than what they're doing here. Show now isolated behind a tree. Solo play left alive for the team altogether. as he spots Tycoon, peeks on over, finds the knock on towards him with the FAMAS as well, but here comes the swing from him, and he's going to take him down.
Well, there you go, finished off, and now Waibu is pushed into phase. Vex is already down. Gustav Krexi, the last two alive. They've still got utility to use. Going to do some damage onto Cold. Cold already pulled out the shotty. Gustav's got to be waiting for it. He catches it to the face as Shen gets flushed out by the blue zone grenade. So Waibu down to just 3, and FaZe is gone.
Finally, Ixlef welcome back on the server. I think he had a combined survival time of 8 minutes in the first 4 games, but now here he is with Petrichor in on that northeastern side. Great angle for them here to get eyes on the fight that took place down below on Weibo. Or Weibo, I should say, able to stay alive through it. In the meantime, now Valtype trying to sneak their way in between Sonics and TSM, punished on approach.
Yeah, TSM landed some big shots there. Going to get 2 insta-knocks, and now Kiss, I believe the last one up for Valtype. Sparking knows exactly where he is. Let's push up a little bit. Maybe he doesn't know exactly where he is. Sonics, meanwhile, have been holding on that western side of Death Road. They're creeping over here to see if they can maybe get somebody. Sparking going to get spotted by Kiss. And now all of a sudden, Alo, the last one up for TSM.
Twisted Mind's going to try and wrap on over, try and take control and take out their western side. They're so smart when it comes to these late game kind of squeezes around the edge. But so I'd imagine to see them try and make their rep continuously around the western side.
Again, just perfectly timed from Twisted Minds. They know exactly what's going on. They send 2. They don't commit too much. They still left Example and Perfectix behind in their hard cover, make sure there's nobody wrapping them around from the north. Alo will go down to H-Win, and that's going to be a second kill picked up for Sonics.
Yep. Let's see now, Quantum Freaks stuck in a shack trying to make their way on out, or should have at least eventually make their way on out. Sonics well aware now that they have their west side of the circle under control, but curious to see. That's why you still have 2 Twisted Minds players in the compound north. They know Quantum Freaks are there. They know Quantum Freaks are looking to come to towards their direction, and now they're making a move at the exact same time as New Happy.
Well, New Happy going on through Dead Man's Land. Tycon will spot out Ming Ming. That'll be him down and flushed. Long skirt December 12th. Trying to creep through on that motorcycle. So much damage coming through. Barpo now has an angle. Never forget about Gen G. They still can take the shots.
Yeah.
As he's going to get 2 knocks now. December 12th, the last player alive.
With the 3 degrees of vision they have from that little shack, they're still able to dish out a lot of damage and stay in the race. 9 teams still alive, so placement points could potentially be up for grabs for Gen G as well.
Getting out there, getting aggro with it, trying to make sure that they get the points for those knocks. They finally leave, and it's gonna be Tycon that steals it away with a well-placed grenade. So Cerberus, the rich, getting richer.
Yep, trying to get more points as they continue with Gen G gone down as well. The entire south
Cerberus
cleared out now as Cerberus finally get a game going exactly the way they wanted.
And they are creeping out farther over to the east to take advantage of this fight between Freaks and Petrichor Road. They gotta keep one guy behind to watch Sonics on that western side. Sololzi is going to be the one. So Cerberus only 3 strong as they protect this eastern side.
Yeah, big from Petrichor. They're able to force Weibo down towards the southern side, or maybe not force them, but at least they leave. That's going to allow for them to push on through. But Salute has managed to sneak in behind enemy territory. Issue for him is now Example has spotted him, so while the flank play was a great idea, not really going to work when Example has eyes on you.
Big shot there from Salute. Actually forcing Example to move once again. Example just kind of playing what's left of this minor ridge line, really. He's got Perfectix with him, so if he does get knocked, they should be able to get the res off as Freaks will go down. It's going to be Perfectix that does it. So Twisted Minds complete control over this northern side of the zone.
Yep. We'll see if Sonic's up to try and engage. I wouldn't imagine that's what they're going to do, at least not right now. In the meantime, Twisted Minds are going to continue to try and make sure Petrichor doesn't look further west either. Sololzi finds Ike's left, and there's just one left alive. That's Summer on the side of Petrichor.
It definitely appears that Cerberus have flipped the switch, and they are turning it on here in the tail end of day number 1. 11 kills so far, but can they net the win? Still got a lot of full-strength teams left in this lobby. GNL, Sonics, Twisted Minds. Now Waibu is actually, looks like they might be the next one to go down.
You'd imagine GNL ups to rep west on this one. Maybe try and backfill Sonics. It's going to be annoying because Sonics would rather focus on the teams nearby, but I don't think GNL really has another play to make. If they're trying to go down the southeastern side here, they're going to be running straight into pretty much everyone set right in front of them. I think the best play is hope that Twisted Minds and Sonic start fighting, and then iron third-party opportunity towards the west.
Yeah, Twisted just kind of waiting for Sonics really to make the first move here and just show something, but As you said, Sonic's keeping their attention forced on south side, looking at GNL. GNL making the move out of the compound, going for position right now. And now that Twisted hears those shots, see they're starting to think about maybe creeping up. They have a spot that they could play in the north side of the circle without having to overcommit, really. So they can take their time with this.
Yeah, but if they do group up in that spot, they're also very much within nade range from Sonic.
Oh, for sure.
So it's a little dangerous, a dangerous position to try and fully commit. So I like the fact that Sonics are taking their time here, because again, they are waiting, assuming that GNL is going to come their direction too, and they want to be able to take that fight at a distance. So should Twisted Minds opt to engage, they can kind of swing back from fight to fight before everyone is sat on top of them.
Cerberus picking up another kill there, as he will flush the knock. 12 now for Cerberus, and Waibu trying to go somewhere, and Yang going to find space, man. Mamu does survive for now, but it's shots from everywhere being sent right down on top of him. The grenade might be enough to do it, and indeed it will. Waibu out in 6th place.
Not a whole lot more they can do, but off of the scent they committed to earlier in the game, worthwhile that they're able to get into top 6. Let's see now. With the GNL full roster in this position, actually kind of rare when we have these open endings that you have 4 full 4-man teams in the very late game. And here they are now with Petrico out of the fray. 4 full teams and 1 from each region. That's one of the things I love the most about PUBG Power. We have been so good in a first-person game scenario at claiming the world. The entire world has some of the best teams in the world. That's a lot of world. Well, let's see this.
Absolutely. Well, Sonic's trying to creep off to the north side. They'll spot Perfectix out at the rock. They'll immediately get that knock, pull back down, try to get the flush with the throwables. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, trying to see if they can maybe sneak a knock onto Sonics in return. Meanwhile, Cerberus, they hear this fight popping off. You can see them abandoning the east, and they're starting to send it right towards Twisted.
And that's the reason, again, why Sonics wanted to make sure that they could take those fights at a distance. Kickstart stays on the southern side to allow, or to, I should say, prevent GNL from getting ever closer to them. They have the ball, the same dip that we saw Howl go down in just before. As this circle swings north, look towards Hemas, looks towards Sololzi. I would imagine they back off somewhat soon.
They've got to do what they got to do here. Sololzi and Imas,
there you go.
Get the knock. And that's going to keep them around here a little bit, actually. Sonics now turning their attention back towards the north. They got that initial knock, got the flush on the Perfectix, and immediately turned their attention back towards the south to make sure GNL wasn't doing anything. But now they want all of it. Example, the last one left alive. He's going to get the knock onto H-Wing. Kickstart will find Stella, as now Sonics keeping track on both fronts here. 2 fights going on. They have to pull away from the north.
And that's the issue. GNL on one side, Cerberus on the other. Twisted Minds and Sonics wanted this fight over with in a heartbeat, but it wasn't to be, and therefore now the 3rd and 4th party are coming in from the north and the south.
But the good news for Sonics is that they weakened Twisted enough to where Cerberus felt confident in pushing back around on that northern side. So Sonics, they get their res, they get their attention back onto GNL. 2 immediate knocks, 3 knocks. Roy now the last player alive for GNL.
You can see on the map in the bottom right corner, Cerberus sprinting towards Sonics, knowing that this is their chance to pounce. And all of that, Kickstart jumps off the cliff. He doesn't want any part of that fight, at least not for now. They want to chase down Roy. They want to take down the final member of GNL so they can fully focus Cerberus.
No knocks onto Sonics yet, though. That is the huge thing. That's the thing that's kept Cerberus from sending it right into the boys, as they will instead elect to hold on to the center of the circle. They know that Sonics has to kill that one last player, and they're putting their full attention in that direction. This is allowing Cerberus, meanwhile, to just set up perfectly for this late game.
They're just waiting for either Roy to be taken down or take down one more player, and they'll peek on over. In the meantime, with full circle control, Cerberus can just prone down and wait this one out, allow for Sonics to try and make an impossible win happen as they take down GLL, and we're now in a 4v4. 16 flashes on the side of Cerberus. These guys are going to be fighting blind for the next 2 minutes.
16 flashes, but 15 kills. Who's going to get the opening knock here? H-Win has spotted out Sololzi. Few shots coming through, trading damage. Both back on the move once again, but you can see the setup from Cerberus here as Highmass just immediately deletes Kickstart.
The control to spray with one of the hardest to spray guns at that distance with a red dot too. What a headshot connected by him as he finds the first nade though. Instantly to follow, takes him down low.
Cerberus, they've got Sonics pinned up against the wall right now, and Sonics actually find a spot to go for the revive onto Kickstart. H-Win playing the close man, but Highmass knows that he's there. The flashes come through, the spray comes through. H-Win and Hymas will trade. Sololzi providing some support for his teammate.
And they now know they have plenty of time to commit to the risk because they saw 3 players. Sololzi saw all 3 down below. Haisagi is lobbing flashes, trying to allow for the rest to come through. I'm sure that everyone with Hemas on the fantasy team are happy about this, seeing the commitment to try and get above. Tycon now peeks on over, finds one more. Tycon finds yet another. Strimsy, solo player left alive, tried to take the turn on Kickstart. Sorry, make that. That's now Haisagi holding the fort down.
Kickstart playing that low side, but they know exactly where he is, and that is the problem. They can get this res back onto Hymas and get back up to 3 strong and turn their attention over towards Kiki. Will try to start with that AUG spray, get some damage in. It's Hymas very, very low, and at least secures the point off of Tycon.
One player gone down, the rest will stay put, and that is going to be a phenomenal 19-kill game for Cerberus Esports. They already sit on the record for most kills ever in a PGS game at 20, and they just came 1 short of tying their own world record.
Good Lord, why is it always these guys, man? They just turn that switch on, and it is like, it is just feeding time on the entire lobby. Cerberus, just unbelievable stuff from that squad as they collect another win for them. And Sonic, I mean, they credit to them, they managed to actually turn that into a fight. It felt like Cerberus had that from the beginning, but they got close.
Massive credit. And when we see fighting from these teams, I want to see rotations from GNL. The fact they come in from hard east and is the team to claim that Snake compound and get themselves a top 3 finish is amazing. Now, let's head over to a break before final match of the day.
amına koyayım. Bayağı geniş oyun.
Kills left. Oh, one.
Let's be real, can anybody stop these teams at the top? How does Cerberus and Himas and Tycon and all these boys keep making it work? It is terrifying here, Avenger, to go up against someone like Himas in these final moments.
Yeah, there's going to be statues raised in ancient Greece right now.
Oh.
It's going to be crazy. But that's really the really interesting thing, right? We have two teams where it's like the teams that go very stable, very consistent. We have like always late game, always get some kills here and there in Twisted Minds. And we have Cerberus sometimes go out and drop 19, 20 kills and a win. So what's going to be the consistency or the big banger games? Obviously, the big banger game is always fantastic to watch, but I feel like the consistency is gonna be paying off as well here. Only 3 kills though for Twisted Minds, but 19 for Cerberus alongside the win here, James. That is just unreal. And as you pointed out, they had an unreal amount of utility as well towards the late game. And as you see here, and I actually love it, it has such a huge impact. The amount of utility you have, if it's a 4 versus 4, usually the team with more utility will win statistically.
They had 16 flashes in the pocket.
Yeah.
To be able to kind of prolong that fight from them. To be able to delay
when the knock
Sonics.
happened, H-Win got the knock. H-Win won the 1 versus 1 versus him as. That's huge amount of chest on the hair here. But Tycon gets 6 here. Good to see. 900 though on him as Tycon did get flushed. So for the guys that have Tycon on the team out there,
Toby,
they did lose 10 points on the win. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that is rough. But I mean, Cerberus, I can only imagine in day 2 and 3, we're probably going to see more Cerberus victories, right? Like,
for sure.
it is inevitable. Honestly, the Titans at the top of this tower right now are standing head and shoulders above the rest, with Himas actually taking the man of the match throughout all of this.
Because of the damage, right? So that has a high priority.
Exactly. And it makes a lot of sense, right? That's high impact damage going down in a circle like this, being able to sweep teams over and over. But yes, Twisted Minds and Cerberus right now, and I would say usually to a lesser extent New Happy.
Right.
Just these 3 teams are looking unbelievable.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it wouldn't be one of those 3 teams winning it right now. They just look too strong, look too good. And if you can drop games like this consistently, 29 total points here. Good to see Sonics though. They fought their way, and I like how they were like, okay, it's him as over here. He's been 1 versus 3ing and 1 versus 2ing us before. Let's go try to get the quote-unquote easier kills, because they had the high ground advantage on GNL, right? So they can just peek down on them, get the kills quite easily. So they made sure and secured the points, so they weren't the sandwich. They actually pushed away for like that. So I really like what I saw from them here. But Twisted Minds at 59. A little bit slower. Remember I said they had 49 after 3 games here, so they slowed down a little bit. Still some points on the board for them. Very impressive with Quantum Freaks. They have overperformed to what we saw in the group stage here. You have it 39, but Cerberus now on 48. Huge for them.
Guangdong Freaks are kind of the usurpers a little bit here, right? Kind of breaching into that pack that has looked so good in the group stage. Guangdong Freaks looked respectable, but not quite to the step that we were seeing for the others. But so they're breaching on in.
For sure. Sonic's just 1 point behind New Happy as well. That's actually huge. Off the back of this game here. And Shrimsy's pushing even further to be the 2nd player to break the 150 kills after just 3 PGSs. That's quite impressive stat.
I will say, and maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here, but I don't think I am. So you can easily shoot me down.
I'll put a leash on you and pull you back if you go too far.
In a 4v4 situation like that at the end of a game, and all of a sudden Cerberus is your opponent, and Himas gets the first knock. There almost is a psychological advantage in favor of Cerberus right now when that happens, right? Because look, Sonics had to try and deal with him on Vikendi in group stage. He had a great rock, a great vantage point against them, and he was able to defeat them there. So this opening to this fight, it's got to be playing on your mind when you're going up against them.
Yeah, the same thing happened though here. They had the high ground advantage. They're looking down at them. Sonics realized that they had to go and secure the points on GNL, both placement and kills wise. So they gave up the vantage point. They could have played, if they were smart, and if they cleared it up faster, they would have been up faster and secured the ridge. So they were actually peeking over the ridge and using the ridge to their advantage there, but they didn't have the time to do so, and they ended up getting a knock quite far down when they had to clear up GNL.
Did you say far down? Like
far down?
Oh, okay.
I've been spending too much time here with bridge people.
Oh no, okay, with the Guangdong Freaks as well. We're getting into it. The final relay is at hand here for day number 1. Let's get those points on the board. Catch up with Twisted Minds, catch up with Cerberus, catch up with Guangdong. Go for it!
Thank you very much, James. And we are ready for the final game of the day. Cerberus putting Twisted Minds on notice that they are not done yet, as they put in a big kill performance here in game number 5. What will game 6 hold for us? That remains to be seen. The plane is in the air, and we are going from northwest down to the southeast.
And in terms of average plane paths, this would arguably be one of the worst ones we've seen, which is not even that bad. But the thing is, as you can see on the map as well, there ain't a lot of teams that hard commit towards the southwest of Erangel. So as much as it's a bad circle for hard committed southwest teams, it still caters to quite a big majority of the teams that are playing here in the grand final. So curious to see how this one is going to pan on out as we take the teams a bit further north and east than we've been in the past.
See, anybody goes to any of their alt drops here. Navi looks like they'll probably do power. Seeing how many teams are actually commit to try to go over that military island now. You got Gen G, and it looks like they're going to be the only ones. FaZe splitting up pretty well. New Happy actually dropping kind of close to Cerberus. May just be going for vehicles, but see if they get close. Petrichor Road. Yeah, they're getting... Okay,
they're fine. They're just taking cars. Dipping, going further west. They'll be all fine. The first circle present itself here in the final match of the day. Where are we going? Well, if these circles are anything to go by, Gen G stay on that island because this one is ending on military.
I was gonna say I don't trust it, man.
Even the observers say go military, guys. You might as well. We know it's ending down there.
Just send it. Just send it to military. Just all the way, buddy.
Everyone, go military. We know what's about to happen.
Full commit. Well,
the bridge, exactly. Yeah. The observers know. The observers know this is where we gotta go.
Well, the arena looting up at Zarki. I'd love to see that. Well, so New Happy, as soon as they get their vehicles, they're going to go ahead and get out of there, avoid Cerberus altogether. But, you know, it does bring up, most likely, we're going to see this avoid military island as we can make sure you scan, get that multi-view, get some different team perspectives and comms, and also make sure you watch that map as what we're saying is most likely going to cut north back to the mainland, right? But the fact that there is such a good chunk of military island in there and a good chunk of water in there means right off the bat, this circle is only about 50% playable. So, you know, we talk about how compounds towards the center seem to be getting taken up pretty quickly. Well, now that space is gone. So I think we're going to see a lot more edges. And I think a lot of these teams that dropped off to the north that like to do that slow push into the circle, it's just not going to, they're not going to have the space that they may have had in the past here.
No, I definitely think a lot of the early game is going to play out pretty much exactly as the previous one, I hope. I mean, for a team currently sat down at 5 points, FaZe will realize we got to be more careful when trying to maintain these splits. Gen G was able to creep up on them. You can see already now Bapo and Rex have already crossed on over to the main island. They did this exact same thing in the previous game, coming over quickly, setting up and then creeping up and finding a player and finding a place to play from for themselves. Cerberus now splitting off 2-2 as well, as Tycon and Salolsi will hop down towards Sharkfin.
And well, this is the other thing that you kind of wonder about. With this little space available, these 2-2 splits are pretty dangerous, right? And the fact that Cerberus, it's not even a 2-2 right now. It's a 2-1-1, and they are taking up Sharkfin to Ferry Pier all the way up to Farm.
Yeah.
So that is gutsy, to say the least.
Can I also just underline the fact, and I know this might be cheesy, but the fact that we have, because coming into this tournament, knowing Dynamo wasn't going to be a thing anymore, as I don't have to hold that thought, Vibe was leaving, as Cold is doing somersaults through the fields. I just want to underline the fact that with Bangdong Freaks up there in the top now, top 5 consists of one team of each region. I just, you know what, you love to see it. PUBG, let's get some hearts in the chat for the love of everything that's going on here. It's amazing to see how the entire world is so incredibly good at this game.
Sure are. As Cold does manage to avoid getting taken out in the first 5 minutes. And FaZe secure their grip onto Farm, and it looks like Jeems has learned his lesson from last game and will be pulling away from that one compound instead of getting taken out by a random Gingier. As up towards the boatyard, you do have 2 from KDF, 2 off into Razak, while Valley Thai is trying to make their way through.
Curious to see what Petrichor will be able to do with this game as well. Matt jumping around, maybe trying to bait some tension unwillingly, as we see Ming will get the knock eventually, but more Howl players are coming into this party, full on pulling up on the current position that Petrichor has got.
It's the last game of the day, man. You never know what's going to happen here as Keppa has that bolty in hand, but Chewy is more than happy to return fire. Ming will flush out the Mad with that vehicle. And Howl, I think they just cop back in. They realize they can't get their knock player, so might as well, discretion being the better part of valor. Let's get on over.
Try and see if we can get back safely. Play for another circle. In the meantime, now 17. They too have been a team that's run into trouble early on, and this time around, it's going to be against Twisted Minds.
On Death Road, Suju immediately taken down by Lou. Shots coming through. Again, he's going to have to pull back. Xiaowu goes down as well, and that's going to be the flush. 2 down automatically for 17 here.
And I'm not a guy that usually likes to blame team for making bad decisions. I mean, I do, I just don't say it while casting. I will blame 17 for making a mistake here, because what Twisted Minds is doing right here, right now, they did exactly the same thing to Petrichor roads. They took out Summer on this exact road in phase 1 in a circle that's pretty much identical to this one. So I feel like being split in this position, knowing Twisted Minds rotate early, that's a mistake. That's a mistake on 17, that they are a team with caliber high enough that they should have definitely avoided. Because they knew, they had the info, they had the data to know that this was a possibility.
Feels bad, man. Twisted sees one of their knocks get stolen away by none other than Cerberus.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see.
True.
As at least Show and Shabe will get away. They'll get back down to the snake compound there and survive a little bit longer towards the center of the circle now. Still, most of our teams there's a few teams that are still making their way in, right? You got Valley Thai, slow rolling on in. You got Arena. Oh, look at Cole. Flippies.
Is that the highlight?
Landed it. That's the highlight. That's
I love it.
The Arena, we did remark that Arena was looting up at Zarki, so they're going to be most likely our final team in. But TSM taking the long road after looting up South George. They're going to be coming in on that ferry pier road. We'll see where Sonics and New Happy decide to set up.
TSM is most likely suffering from the exact same trauma that everyone else is, PTSD of this melee island. So they're playing it slow. They're saying, you know what? We've seen enough of these shifts in this tournament that we're just going to chill. We're going to go ferry pier. We're going to secure boat. And we'll be ready for that melee circle when it comes around.
You know, it's almost worth saying, like, hey, let's.
They're slow anyway. They might as well take the time.
Exactly. You know, let's time this. They're not afraid of eating a little bit of blue damage.
Oh,
Let's eat a little blue damage while we're right by. We'll time this to where we're right by the bridge.
Yeah.
Just as the circle closes, and you know, if something spooky happens, we'll be in the perfect place for it. We'll see what happens, though.
I mean, I do not fault them at all for setting on play like that. You can see New Happy as well sitting down on the shoreline as Himas gets knocked. If he was to fall here, half the world would get -3 points on their fantasy teams. And
just hear the desk like screaming.
The entire world gasped for a second, and they'll hopefully breathe a sigh of relief as the entirety of Cerberus comes to try and get Himas back on his feet.
Looks like everybody has found a place to play, or at least a place to sit. You know what the funny part is? That has actually been looted.
Empty.
It is empty.
He baited the observer. Unlucky. Oh, it was just the tension built into the... Oh, wait. It's been looted. Barpo now, the victor of set loot, as he has equipped himself with a Groza and full level 3 gear. He only has 3 first, and this is, of course, the downside of rotating as early as Gen G did. 3 first aids, no bandages, probably not a whole lot of boosters, 1 smoke, no lethal utils. This is not optimal. The thing is, they have still a lot of places they can go from here, and sometimes you gotta kind of risk-reward management of, is the position more important, or do we need good loot?
You know, it almost feels like this might be a situation worth sending one player down on the bridge to loot up on the bridge, because it just feels like there's always just a lot of...
But then you have the risk on that team coming in from behind trying to make a play on you. And you said it right before, for I'll credit you with that. TSM are currently sat on that bridge waiting for the next circle to pop. As we see Rex's tag. First one was a body shot, so Himas even got to live with a scare for a second, but then second one to follow as he fell to his knees.
I mean, Adder's sitting on a level 1 helmet, man. Like, go get your loot on a little bit.
Yeah, they're chilling.
He's like, I'm going to find a crate.
I'll shoot a guy and I'll take his loot. I don't need to do nothing but that. 15 seconds left to play as all these teams now are inside the circle, with the exception of TSM, of course. We're still waiting for the inevitable military shift. So let's see, Poro, how spicy is this one going to get?
Right? It's got to go.
Go south. Go south.
Be cool. Hey. All right, there you go.
Well, a repeat circle of the previous one, but a very
and
honestly as repeat as can be, because again, to underline the same thing I talked about when we saw this in the previous match, look at where the teams that are outside the circle are. We have 5 teams east, no one west, and there once again is real estate available on the western side of this circle.
Yeah, it's almost like as you said, it's a repeat of the circle from last game, but it's a shuffle of the teams, really. Whereas, you know, you had Twisted that was kind of in KDF's position last game. Now they're in the Cerberus position on Death Road. Cerberus down there towards Sharkfin. Gen G now kind of backfilling the Cerberus split, essentially. New Happy starting to make their way back towards the north. And this time Snake Compound is already occupied.
Oh,
yeah. Definitely a switch.
More teams committed to the south earlier in the game than the previous one, no doubt at all, as splits are being contained a little bit more, not allowed to flex out as wide as they would want to. 17 with their remaining players staying on the northern side of Snake Compound and Sonics, as you can see here, trying to get a read on exactly what's happening around them. They know they have a team on the southern side. I think they heard the vehicles from 17 coming in as well. And now towards that north side. GNL playing the same circle, but on the complete opposite side of where they were in the previous game.
And the north side, fortunately enough for them, E-Arena looks like they're more interested in repositioning than they are in trying to hold anybody out. So GNL should have a spot to play, at least on the edge right here. GNL, or E-Arena rather, doing a 2-2, creeping a little bit close to Potato Mountain. Now Valley Tie was at on the top of Potato Mountain, pulled back down. A lot of big splits going on right here. 2-2s. 2-1-1s, Twisted Mind doing a 2-1-1, so a lot of real estate taken up.
And to credit what you were saying earlier in today's matches, we saw just now TSM actually staying in the blue, covering the bridge in case teams wrapped around. So still, as you said, Poro taking the time, but not only that, trying to set up some of these camps, trying to take out teams on approach. Little did they know, there was not any team on military opting to go towards the west, but a smart play that could have very well granted them a lot of points had a team come their way.
Never can tell, so, you know, it's all about having the discipline to execute your game plans. So TSM, they have this cliff side to work with for the time being. And Gen G, just they've sent Adder to creep around over towards that ferry pit. Well, don't think I think he might just be doing some casual loot. And Howl, meanwhile,
I mean, Gen G needs the loot, so now they have the time to issue. They're kind of scatter looting the remains of what Cerberus left behind.
Boy, they definitely need the loot. Well, this is the direction that Howl's been playing. Well, they were playing last game too, right? Coming down from prison. Now they did run into a little bit of trouble with Petrichor Road over towards Shelter. This time avoiding Shelter altogether and pushing down south. They're going to get a little bit close to Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, they're a little bit split here. This could be a hell of a line for Howl. There you go. Hackathor going to be the only one that really has any shot on this.
Yep, Howl took casualties from Na'Vi in the previous game. The issue for Na'Vi is all the vehicles from Howl has gone through, and they have set solo on the southern side, now taking shots just into the air, trying to scare them off, trying to make them reconsider pulling up in this position. And Howl seem like they're not quite sure where they want to go in this. Maybe had hoped that they would get something for free as the circle now swings towards the south.
Okay, Sonics in a good spot there with their 2-2 split. All these teams off from the north going to have to cross over Death Road, trying to find some place to play. But Twisted Mind's going to be a hell of a gatekeeper. Look at the funnel right there coming in from the northeast. A number of teams all right on top of each other, and you're going to see a lot of deaths coming in here, Toby.
Definitely will. 4 teams fighting one another on approach. It's a highway to hell as all these teams try to get down to the southern shoreline. But even when they get there, what do? There's no plan in this. Right now, it's just a vehicle derby, trying to claim as much as you can. Having said that, in the meantime, while all this has been going on, TSM is fully committed to the fight against Sonics.
Just a full send from everywhere. Sonics was holding the line pretty well at the beginning, but now it's a pretty even fight. Howl, meanwhile, as Weibo out in the open phase hears all this going on, they're just going to go ahead and stay in their compound. They want absolutely no part of this. Weibo will get eliminated. It's actually going to be Himass that does it.
9 players make that 10 eliminated in the last 30 seconds as all hell broke loose in the center of the circle. Cerberus able to claim some points off of it. Sonics able to some extent reset as they get the rest up on 2 kickstart as well, but Purdy is still within the range of the compound.
Last one left alive for TSM, and he's just going to try to survive as long as he can. Sonics had to, I imagine, hear New Happy pull in just uphill, and now New Happy starting to creep out just a little bit. And Shrimsy, does he get a read on exactly where he is?
He's over there.
No, they don't. They think he's in the other building. Yes.
Double volley over. Purdy now shoots a bit early. Thought he had the target. Not going to be quite the case. Doesn't get the knock and therefore falls immediately after. Shrimsy with the kill. Himass down as well. As Cerberus with their eastern position take a casualty as one was split off.
Really fortunate for Sonics that they don't take a knock there, because New Happy fell. I feel like they were ready and waiting to pounce just in case they saw it. Hakatori will spot out Rex, but he's got 0 ammunition. Look at this. All he's got is 8 rounds for the Kar 98.
These guys have been rotating for the longest time and have absolutely nothing to work with.
There
That's
you
100
go.
bullets now. There you go. Nice little spread between them. I cannot quite wrap my head around Rex being here. Look at where his team is. They have the Pier. They have Barpo and Sharkfin. What is Rex doing scouting up here when he just saw an entire team pull up in this position?
Maybe Gen G getting a little bit greedy, confusion as to where they might want to play next. I mean,
Yeah,
Barpo,
maybe.
Tosi, and Adder still off to the south, still on that coastline. Freaks, meanwhile, they're going to lose Bean, but they do have that north side. Like, as you said, Twisted Minds, they've just been gatekeeping.
They're holding out.
On this north side.
This is picture perfect. Could be scripted as much as can be. Twisted Minds PUBG. They'll come in early, they'll claim an edge, and then they'll just sit there and force teams away so that they can play without anyone right next to them. Circle's gonna shift away from water. We all know that. Come phase 4. Back on land we go, and pretty much everyone is inside this next circle.
Another one bites the dust for KDF, and it's down to just 2. They are right between GNL and Twisted. Now this might actually provoke a fight between Twisted Minds and GNL, and it's a 3v3 because GNL has left Hammer down towards Farm. An example now joining the rest of the boys. Depending on how long Freaks takes to get flushed out here, the Batulans Molotov will get Heaven knocked down, but now GNL starting to arrive. Perfectix will make sure he secures the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's initially a miss with the molly, but Batulans wisely forces him back into it, and he's going to go down because of it. Nice for Twisted Minds to be the ones to take down the current third-place team, as now GNL peeks on over, but are instantly mut by bullets from Example.
Well, it looked like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication on the part of GNL right there, as two of them were actually pulling away right as the peak came through. And now GNL having to fully commit to this fight up on the north side. Check in, is FaZe going to try to see if they can dispatch of Petrichor Road.
Brave plates try and peek on up, but maybe even more so from Correx to just run out miles out in the open, lob a nade on over. As soon as that nade hits the ground close to them, they know someone has to be very, very visible to us in order to have lobbed that on through. Correx falls for trying to come, like what would have effectively been a triple kill.
Sure. Well, I mean, good news for FaZe here. On the other hand, they still got 3 alive, and they've actually got nobody really near them.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, the only one really that would be close to the throwables range is Petrichor Road, and they've got full eyes. So, Arena going to pull into that Ferry Pier location where Gen G has set up shop. Human will go down, so Freaks is going to go out. That's our number 3 team out of the lobby. Great day for them so far today, though.
All points, though, given over to Twisted Minds, who are already now sat at 5. Gen G, as you saw before, trying to fend off here against E-Arena and Tosi. Not sure if all those bullets was hitting the fence or what happened there. Shooting blanks, perhaps, as he's not going to connect to really anything. So Lolzy does find one, but he's going to get taken down immediately after by Long Scran Hackatori. And now Tycon, half HP left alive, trying to stay put as a solo player for Cerberus.
That fence eating good for Gen G. Tycon, the last player, as you said, and here comes the grenade. Akatori, can he put it right in his pocket? He sure can, but Tycon will survive just a little bit longer. The second one might do it, though. Yes, it will, indeed. And Cerberus is out.
Down goes the 3-headed dog in second and third. Like both eliminated early on here. Twisted Minds now with a chance to separate themselves even more from the pack, but it requires them taking out GNL now. The circle's going to close in, but I think regardless of where it goes, Twisted Minds is going to commit to this fight that we see right here.
They've been set up for a while. This is how close these guys have been for about the past 5 minutes, just waiting for somebody to peak, somebody to make the first mistake. So far, neither one been willing to do so here. As you see the shots now starting to come through, the circle will pull away, and they're going to have to make a decision as we've got one little compound.
Yeah, there's one house available. I don't think all those 3 teams are going to go for it,
Probably
but you know
not.
what? If they do, I'm all for it. Let's just brawl it out in the house. The rest of the guys can play in the fields to the east.
Oh, no knocks coming through, but that was really close as Perfectic got knocked super, super low. Twisted Minds, again, just slowly pulling back, but GNL not taking the bait. They going to keep refreshing that smoke wall, keep using that utility. At the end of the day, they've still got vehicles down here. They still have a free rotation path, so they don't need to overcommit.
But what's better? I mean, in all fairness, what's better here? Take a 4-on-5. I know it's against Twisted Minds, but it's either going to be that or just YOLO pull up into another team's position where you're most likely to lose at least 1 or 2 before you even get to the compound you're going for. I think taking the 4-man fight here would be better, but seems like it's not to be. Twisted Minds going to go to the west. GNL is going to go to the east, and they're both going to wave their... Are they baiting them?
They were baiting a little bit there. Example and
Think they
Perfectix.
are.
Yeah, Example
and now they're in
Perfectix.
cost too.
There they go. Okay, Example and Perfectix were holding the line there, but E-Arena, they're going to leave their compound, try to send it, but it looks like they might be going towards the same spot that Gen G was looking at. Barpo and Adder already knocked pretty low. By the time they get there, Barpo is going to have to duck down behind the US. He's going to go down to Ming Ming and E-Arena. Well, they're just going to clean up what's left.
Solid shots coming through as Na'Vi now starts flexing out, trying to take control of this position as well. Sissy down early, but Tigger, nice angle from him, but can't quite connect the shots.
Smoke's going to have to reposition around that. Yeah, Tigger and Jacob back on the move once again. Tigger seeing the kill feed, or in the PIP rather. GNL lost everybody. They're down to just 1. I think it's just Nyong who's left with 4 HP.
And that goes back to what I was saying before. We'd rather take the fight and just fall down on approach. In the meantime, now Twisted Minds grabbing west towards this one. Xiao Bei and Shu with nades in hand trying to fend off against this Twisted Minds push. They will find Lu, but Batulans has made it up on the wall.
Finds Lu, and here comes the reciprocity grenades. Batulans will clear out the low side.
Smart.
Got him.
Smart. You're going to see a little bit of a grin on his face as well as he realized that this is not going to be the approach we wanted. GNL will fall in the end of it as Sonics continue to claim points as well.
Yeah, Valley Tide trying to creep a little bit close to this. They're coming from the south side. Sonics, though, having them dead to right. So it's keeping this fight pretty much primarily between 17 and Twisted. No third-party interaction.
They're able to take this fight fully isolated. The nade missed. The flash as well almost became the death of Perfectix, but able
really
to
close.
weather that one as they still have yet to make their way in. And then with this circle shift too, honestly, I'm not sure it's going to be a necessity, because they could stay outside, they could play the rich line as long as no team gets up on the northern side. But as you can see here with Twisted Minds, they want this building for their own, and here they come.
Absolutely going to send it in. Perfectix is going to go down. Batu will find Lu and Show. It's a little bit of communication there.
It's a cluster. They come into
they
it.
go in, everybody flashed, everybody blind, but in the end, Twisted Mind gets exactly what they want.
Able to stay alive, able to claim some real estate, and you know what, if the only knock coming through is going to be you accidentally shooting your teammate, I think you're going to be all kinds of fine off of that. And now, as I said before, Twisted Minds, they need to be very wise about this one, because they cannot allow for a team to pull up in the exact same way they just did to 17 Gaming. So smart to see Example instantly out on that rich line, again making sure that any team from the east doesn't come creeping in from behind.
Nobody kills my teammates except me. New happy NH keeping eyes on south here, as E-Arena and Na'Vi really, they've got to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And
it's on Na'Vi to make the first play here, I feel like. Because if you get a...
sure.
Na'Vi's in a position now where if you get a knock on face somehow, that's the play you make. I was just going to say, if you get a knock towards E-Arena, you go down there. The issue is, if you creep further south on this one, if you're Na'Vi, where do you go from there? There's not a play to make anywhere else. They have to commit north. They have to go towards face.
Yeah, NH repositioning around. Oh, that's a big knock on a Ming Ming. They were about to move right as that knock comes through. So Na'Vi, they're trying to make the push onto FaZe, but FaZe is ready and waiting. Gustav will find Dipfix. Sosid managed to get up close. Hakator gets Vex on the drive-by, almost gets Jeems, but he's going to go down. Now Jeems and Gustav, the last 2 players alive, as Hakator, I believe it's just down to Ferris now. Nope, Sosid's still alive.
Yep, James and Gustav alive upstairs, trying to stay strong. As you can see, as soon as they go for info, as soon as they try to peek outside, everyone else is eyeing this position. Gustav, helmet popped off, has to heal down, has to slow down and try and play it safe. But here comes Sosin up the stairs, and it's going to be Ferris from a distance that takes him out. Na'Vi stays alive. What a push from the Ukrainians.
A great push there from Sosin. He read that. Saw the kill feed that Ming got that knock, so he knew it was just going to be a 1v1 up on top of that sniper tower, and that opens the door for Ferris to make his move. NH, meanwhile, they have wrapped around on the south side, and they have cleaned up what was left of E-Arena. 8 kills now for NH.
Is that a vehicle with sound on, like audio, F5 audio on in the game? I'm not quite sure, but it was amazing. Just pulling up, you know, playing some tunes, getting ready for the battle to come. A little bit of a tip to work with here.
Look at Sosin.
probably ain't going to be in for a whole lot longer. Sosa, in the meantime, creeping so much, ever so much closer. And I think it's nice because he stays without nade range, but at the same time, applies pressure, forcing New Happy to look his way. I don't think he was aware, though, that the entire team was going to look his way, as he's now dealt with swiftly.
Look, I love the aggression coming out from Sosa. I think they realize, hey, you know, we've only got 2 left alive. Let's try to see if maybe we can catch them sleeping.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, NH is wide awake. Managed to kick him out. Now Ferris, the last player up, has to play from that sniper tower. You can see NH already looking over in that direction. They know what's up.
Yeah, sure do. I don't think there's any world in which New Happy try to come up and play that radio tower. They will flank east, they will take out Na'Vi, and then utilize the entire eastern ridge line. They will get rewarded for getting the kills. You can see they're playing it slow. They're not sure exactly where Ferris is. This is the first time they make their way towards the eastern side of this circle.
Yeah, Ferris not even peeking right now. He's not going to give him anything at all. Ming, meanwhile, for Petrichor Road, he's been staying alive. He's been collecting some points there for the boys as well. His shack is pretty much the only thing hard cover, really, inside this zone.
Honestly, if you're New Happy here, I'm kind of worried for them not playing this faster than they are, because they know that everyone is currently outside the circle.
Yeah.
They know they're all set on the west. If they get Ferris down, if they push up, clear him, and get in a good position before all these teams push out, that's third-party territory. That's a potential win off of that right there. You don't want to give Twisted Minds a chance to reset before you push them, but they're playing this one slow, and that tells me that even if a fight pops up in the western side, New Happy won't be in position to capitalize before it's too late.
Well, it seems like New Happy, they've got an idea that Ferris is down there, but they just don't want to commit too hard to it. As New, Twisted Mind just going to send it. They know that somebody's in here, but they're not going to take the knock. But Batulins actually goes down to the death grenade there, but 9 kills now for Twisted.
But again, this is what I was saying. Had they been up here already, had they been in position to try and go for the kill, they would have been better off. Issue is they still don't know about Ferris, and he is currently way in enemy territory here now. He's seen in the kill feed. The one's gone down, and now he starts shooting Longsker. Goes down, but immediately after, Ferris falls to the blue. Valiant effort. He tried, but he falls. But because of it, now Twisted Minds are the ones with the upper hand.
Twisted trying to make that push. They see 2 in the kill feed. They know that they've got a moment.
Yep.
Just a second, a fraction of a second here to try to make this push and get up there as quickly as possible. Example, Perfecting's actually going to find Kickstart, so they're keeping eyes on Sonics as well. Nuapi back on full strength as they get everybody down. Okay, the frag grenade's coming through. Example going to get spotted by Ming Ming. That's going to be the first one coming through. Lu now spotted out as well. Going to try to flush out that kill, secure that point.
Want to get that point in as fast as they can. They will succeed in doing so. 10 kills now for New Happy as Longsker peeks on over. Can't quite find the knock initially, but they will allow them to push further forward. Twisted Minds dealt with swiftly.
There you go. Twisted maybe getting a little caught up there and taking 2 fights at once. And in the end, it pulls them apart just enough to lose out. Here's Sonics now turning their full attention towards New Happy. Shrimzy cannot be rezzed. It doesn't look like H-Win will go down to December the 12th. And now it is just Kickstart left alive.
Yep, 4v1, 11 kills, make it 12. Once H-Win falls, there he goes. New Happy already the victors of one game today. They came out victorious on the castle, and McKendy is now. Kickstart tries to go for the rest, and you can see here New Happy seemingly allowing for this to come through. No nades for them. They do have mollies, a lot of flashbangs to work with as well. So feeling comfortable in the util, but don't get too comfortable as Kickstart double headshots December 12th.
And he gets another point for the boys, and now Longsker gets caught in no man's land. He ran out of ammo. Still hasn't been able to get the revive onto Shrimzy, as he is just protecting his fallen teammate.
What's the play here, boys? You have the circle, you have the dot. I think Longsker wants to, yes, okay, this angle is brutal. This is absolutely insane. Once he peeks on through, once the reset comes through, that should be Sonic's taken down. But it's a 2v3. We've seen crazier things many times before.
I mean, Nan trying to get up close here.
Can they rep right? Yes, they can.
So, and now the smoke wall is going to lay it down. They're going to protect themselves a little bit here.
They're going to get in.
Yeah, Shrimzy and the rest of the team going to get in here. Kickstart has the rock, or the tree rather, and New Happy kind of allowing Sonics to get back up to full strength and to get out of their poor position.
I don't think New Happy thought Sonics was going to commit to what is arguably the worst position in this play. They wanted to, they doubled down on the western exit, but because of that, they also eventually opened up the opportunity for Kickstart and Shrimzy to get to the other side. New Happy, though, still sat close together. Not going to matter. Kickstart, first one to fall. Longsker there with the trade, goes for the second as well, but can't connect.
Kickstart on his high horse right now. Gets another knock on a Ming Ming. Ming Ming on about lead 5 is bleeding out. Nan has him dead to rights, but he can't finish him off. Kickstart staying alive as the flashbangs come through, and now New Happy just gonna send it right at him. The flashbang gets him low, but it doesn't matter. New Happy with another victory.
2 wins on the day for NH Esports. What a performance, brawling their way through the end game in that one. And Sonics yet again coming close to yet another win.
Second place. I mean, we talked about New Happy getting 2 wins today. I feel like this might be like 3 second places for Sonics here. They have been able to find the late game very, very well today. So they can, I mean, despite the fact they're not getting the wins, they can't complain. They've had a fantastic day.
A ton of points. Of course, you're always looking to close out the games here in the end of this. I love what Sonics tried to do, realizing there's no play for us to make, that we have to try and wrap the other way. But when you got the likes of Longskirt dialed in and Ming Ming as well, you just do not get to miss a shot or 2.
Man, for a second there, it looked like Kickstart might have been in his bag, but NH gets the win, and that's going to do it for day 1.
Well, and Erangel down in a New Happy win once again. The Titans at the top keep getting richer here because we have yet another one of them getting another win on the board. I do not know how you slow down New Happy, Cerberus, Twisted Minds. They're all looking
even Sonics here being able to get a second place.
True.
Impressive with that, of course. A little bit delayed, a little bit utility different, but also, of course, New Happy being able to have 4 guys alive, putting the pressure on. There's almost no way they're going to lose that.
No, for sure. That was a little bit rougher for some of those teams trying to find themselves a position towards the middle of the circle, I want to say, towards the end. I mean, Twisted Minds, of course, when you look at their position in the building, there weren't many options for them to go for. They go for the Ming shed that was there.
Right.
It makes a lot of sense, right? You've probably identified there's only one person there. There's already cars there for cover. But they were very keen about like pushing into the middle of that circle, which...
Right. But the problem is like that northern side, northeastern side of the circle, it's very kind of... It's flat circular, right? There's not much cover, not any kind of ridges or dips you can kind of play up. So as you saw when Example got knocked, there was a lot of kind of area that multiple angles were holding, especially because they took control of the eastern side. There was a little bit of an opportunity when Ferris got a knock, of course, and they tried to take the window of opportunity that they had, but it just wasn't enough because they got the rest up really fast. They got up everyone, and then they could just counter push it with a few smokes. They were quite easy for them.
What was very important for New Happy in this victory is the fact that they had such a great lip down towards the south, right? That as a position of power, and then to eventually clearing out the east side of Na'Vi means that you've got so much room to work with against the other team.
Yeah, I love that Sosa aggressively pushed and tried to hold them out because they wanted to have that eastern side to themselves. They wanted to push in from the southern side, but yeah, they of course wanted to sweep. They wanted the control on both the southern side and the eastern side there. So took out Solset. Very impressed with December the 12th and the new Happy guys overall here. And yeah, it's very interesting because we're gonna have like a 4 or 5 way kind of fight for the top, and it's, of course, Twisted Mind is looking good, but not like they completely ran away with things already.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing, right? We're only 33% of the way through and done here for these teams. Recurring, of course. Of course. And I think that ultimately, it's great to see the consistency from the teams from group stage looks so awesome, especially considering in group stage, the lobby's a little bit more volatile. It's very clear that these guys have gone away. They still have their extreme fundamentals. And then from there, they've been able to kind of extract information from some of these teams around them, which they've done perfectly. So let's take a look at the numbers coming in. Twisted Minds being able to top out a whole lot of everything. 44 kills going their way. But Sonics, 39, being able to tie with Cerberus.
Yeah, and 10,000 damage here. Overall, what we've seen, of course, here with the teams that we have, it's just super impressive that we also have the same kind of, we have representation from every single region, right?
Yeah.
So we have a lot of coming out from, but the beautiful thing is that, to me, it's different playing styles, right? There's some smash mouth, full aggressive, win, insane games with a lot of kills, and there's the stability like we've seen from New Happy and also from Twisted Minds here today, and 24 points, of course, going there. Is Sonics again with another banger game here. 13 kills in a second place here. Twisted with the stability. Navi also representing is nice to see here for the first timers on the LAN. Of course, very renowned org, but 73 points at the tops here. That is an insane start. 10 points ahead of second place with New Happy.
Yeah, basically 11 point some average from today's game. That is big for Twisted Minds. So somewhat stamping their dominance on this lobby, but stamping. Big stamping.
Oh, not spamping?
Not
spamming at the top. Oh.
Yeah, no, different for the moment. We'll see. Because it's not quite spamping just yet, right? Like, you've still got these contenders. New Happy, I almost said the Squeenie Minnesota Sonics there for a second, alongside Cerberus. And for Kwangdong Freaks, the last 2 games weren't the most typical for them. They've been stuck at around 50 points for a while, allowing those other attackers to be able to pip them at the post.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to continue on Erangel tomorrow and get on with Kendi Tego and then Miramar, and then we flip the table for the last day where we're starting on Miramar and ending on Erangel, of course, here. So I like what I'm seeing here so far, but so far, Twisted Minds looking extremely consistent and strong here. Both kills-wise, placement-wise, they're always getting into these later stages of the game and always fragging out when they have the opportunity to do so. Winning a lot of important battles, both long range with the DMRs, but also how they're clearing out 17 gaming, very, very clinical how they're doing things. You can see it like in a very, very kind of macro point of view. They're hearing, like they're listening, okay, when people are pulling out a stun grenade, they know, okay, I have a 1 to 2 second window of opportunity to push in. They go in, clear it out. Very clinical gameplay from them overall here today.
Still, just so many flashes from Sonics as well. Really holding on to that more so than some of the other utility, which is an interesting kind of approach to it as a whole. And overall, quite the juxtaposition between our Erangels, right? From group stages just being kind of crazy, to our 2 Erangels today, which were kind of near farm, north of farm. Let's talk about everybody that's representing here, though, as well for PGS 3. We, of course, have Kraft, and a huge thank you to them here for doing the game things, because they've done a lot of that. They've actually done the game. There you go. We've got VSPO as well, who's doing the tournaments. So I'm not going to keep doing this.
You should.
So a big thank you to VSPO.
I was excited to see what's going to happen with the other one.
We've got Anderseat for doing the seating. There you go. Big thank you to them for supporting not only us, but also the players here on the stage as well. And finally,
Sawi, for doing the hurts.
For doing the hurts. With the 2546X gaming monitors for all of these players. We're done here from the desk. It's time to head over to the leader on our fantasy board. It's Bella on the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the main stage here with your host Bella for our post-match interviews. Up on the stage we have Twisted Minds Example with us for the day. Congratulations, GG, Example.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, while maintaining the top score on the leaderboard today, it seemed like the kills in your team among the 4 teammates were pretty evenly distributed. So I'm wondering, how do you guys share the kills? Like, how is that even possible?
Мы просто выполняем свои роли, и каждый играет на максимум. У каждого хорошее понимание игры. Ну и так где-то по чуть-чуть находим.
We just play our roles in the games and we just do our best to perform in the games.
Maybe it's because your team chemistry and like your teamwork is just built like that, right? And you know, Twisted Minds always has great starts in international events, and you're doing terrific. You're just killing it here. So how confident are you in keeping that form for the next 2 days?
Да, конечно, мы уверены в себе. Будем продолжать выполнять наши роли на максимум, и у нас все получится.
Yes, of course, we have confidence in ourselves and we will still try our best to perform the best to show to all of the audience that what is Twisted Mind is. Yeah.
Oh, the smile too. I'm loving the confidence, and he's going to show who Twisted Mind is. All right, thank you for the interview example.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to you. And for our next interview of the day, we're going to have, of course, Cerberus's Himas onto the stage. GG Himas. Oh, I'm seeing a nice smile on his face. He's very proud of how he's played today. All right, you've already, you know, achieved a match with 20 kills and another one with 19 kills. How many of these insane plays do you have just hidden in your back pocket?
Trong vòng thi đấu này thì bạn có những cái đợt giết tới 19 và 20 mạng thì bạn bao giờ bạn dự định sẽ phá kỷ lục này và bạn nghĩ sao về thì bao giờ bạn sẽ đạt được cái thành tích tiếp theo và trong vòng chung kết này làm thế nào để bạn biểu hiện tốt hơn?
Mình nghĩ nếu như có vòng bo lợi thế thì bọn mình sẽ làm hết sức có thể thêm một game nữa hoặc là thêm nhiều game nữa.
He thinks that if we have the good performance, he will give him more and more skill. Yeah.
You just thrive on those chicken dinners. All right. Okay. And you know, we had like a day off yesterday, so I'm wondering, how are you liking Shanghai?
Vào thời gian nghỉ thì bạn có đi chơi Thượng Hải hay không và bạn nghĩ gì về Thượng Hải?
Trước khi bước vào vòng loại thì bọn mình đã đi tham quan quanh Thượng Hải thì mình thấy Thượng Hải rất đẹp và mình thích Thượng Hải.
When February farm, Himas and his team have go around Shanghai and he think he loves Shanghai so much.
Oh, all right. Okay, GG Himas, thank you for the interview. Thank you. Keep killing it. That was Cerberus Esports' Himas for our last interview of the day. And that's a wrap on the first day here at Final Stage at PGS 3. We'll be back on the same time, Chinese Standard Time, 6 p.m. tomorrow. So make sure to come and check out who the next champion is. I'm Bella, and see you all tomorrow.
Bro.
GSM var. GSM